A bunch of beasts invading my battlefield, asking me if I'm invincible. The video particles floated above Invincible and he began to shout. Battle tactic ice drill, kill? Woo! He moved his arm and a silver-white longsword appeared in his hand. The ice drill crocodile beneath him let out an angry roar and flew towards the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. Countless ice arrows shot towards the sea monster below. Invincible young master. The elder who was fighting with the magic scroll octopus looked over, his face filled with shock and joy. With my invincible battle technique today, these beasts will not be able to break through the city. Invincible battle technique shouted with a dignified face. It's really that invincible young master. Hiss, this young master actually used an adult ice drill crocodile as his mount. He's so powerful. He's worthy of being called invincible young master. Look at the back. There's another ice drill crocodile. There's a young man on it. Is he also the young master of the land of battle techniques? On the city wall, everyone was shocked when they saw Invincible of battle techniques riding on the ice drill crocodile's mount. Some of them looked at Invincible battle technique, Wang Xian and the rest, and heaved a sigh of relief. Boss Wang, hurry up and help. You are the one who received the reward. Invincible battle technique transmitted his voice to Wang Xian, asking him to take action immediately. Wang Xian rolled his eyes. This fellow now owed him 15 grade 5 Master God elixirs. However, he didn't hesitate. With a move of his body, the ice drill crocodile beneath him attacked the ground below. He flew directly toward the city wall. Roar! At the location below, the demon roll octopuses saw the ice drill alligator attacking them. They let out a roar and charged toward the ice drill alligator directly. Retreat and defend the city wall, Boss Wang. Quick! Quick! It's up to you. Riding on the ice drill alligator, Invincible was shocked when he saw the two demon roll octopuses attacking him. He quickly shouted loudly. In the end, he didn't forget to shout at Wang Xian. He knew what he was capable of. He still had to rely on Wang Xian in this battle to defend the city. After all, he was a formation master. Formation, good weather. Wang Xian landed on the city wall and ignored Invincible. With a wave of his arm, he immediately began to set up a formation. Tian Beihaichang, who was on the city wall, looked over. Buzz. Wang Xian used his water elemental energy to set up a formation in the void. Very soon, drops of rain fell from the sky. The rain seemed to have been attracted and fell toward the hurricane in front of him. Countless drops of rain began to resist the hurricane, causing its speed to slow down gradually. He used his water elemental energy to suppress the hurricane. After more than 10 seconds, Wang Xian's formation was completely completed. Formation, wall of 10,000 miles. Following that, Wang Xian continued to cast the formation and landed on the city wall below him. Boom! 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 A city wall of 500 kilometers was erected, and a line of defense was erected in front of him. Hiss! This lord is a formation master. A powerful formation master. Formation master, it will be much easier for us with a formation master around. This wall of 10,000 miles can withstand the attack of the eternal Lord Sea Monster. Everyone from Tian Beihaichang looked over with excitement on their faces. They looked at Wang Xian with gratitude on their faces. Retreat and defend. Wait for reinforcements. The invincible voice continued to ring out. He immediately ordered the ice drill crocodile to hide behind. Pa! 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 However, at this moment, the two magic scroll octopuses wrapped their tentacles around the ice drill crocodile. Roar, roar! The ice drill alligator that was entangled revealed an angry expression. It roared furiously and continued to fight. Boss Wang, quick, quick, give me some support. You still have so many war pets in your hands. Let's fight. Invincible battle technique lay on the body of the ice drill alligator and tried his best not to be hit. However, the two magic scroll octopuses were wrapping around his ice drill alligator. Injuries still appeared on the ice drill alligator's body. Trash! Wang Xian spoke to Invincible in disdain and immediately set up the formation. Boom! At this moment, the last devilish tornadoes that were not entangled landed a huge attack on the wall of the formation. The terrifying attack caused the wall of the formation to tremble. Formation 5 True Fire, Incinerate. Wang Xian's arm condensed the formation for more than 10 seconds and headed towards the invincible support of the battle formation. Following that, Wang Xian continued to set up the formation. In the sky, an incomparably huge and terrifying heavenly blade slowly condensed. Boom! At the position below, the demonic tornado octopus continued to attack the wall of 10,000 miles. Cracks slowly appeared on the wall of 10,000 miles. Formation, Heavenly Blade Slash. Wang Xian waved his arm, and the huge golden heaven saber condensed in the sky attacked the demon-like octopus below. The Formation Master's formation is indeed powerful, but it's too much of a waste of time. It's much weaker than a personal battle. Wang Xian mumbled and continued to set up the formation. Whoosh! 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 From below, Heaven's saber slash attacked the demon-like octopus continuously and cut off one of its huge tentacles. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic tornado octopus was extremely furious. Its central mouth let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar, roar, roar. At the lower position, more than 1,000,000 sea monsters were attacking the wall of 10,000 miles at the same time. Sir, be careful. We will defend against the other sea monsters. At the back, many experts from Tianbei High City walked over and reminded Wang Xian. As everyone knew, formation masters were weaker in close combat. They were a little worried that Wang Xian would be attacked. I'm fine. Wang Xian shook his head and waved his arm. A woo! A woo! A woo! Following that, wolf howls sounded in the sky. 1, 2, 3, and soon, a few thousand northern expedition wolves appeared above the wall of 10,000 miles. Every single northern expedition wolf exuded the aura of a peak godly state. Behind them, everyone in Sky North Sea City stared at this scene in shock. Their eyes slightly widened. A woo! In the next moment, nearly 4,000 northern expedition wolves raised their heads and let out a wolf howl. The entire pack of wolves let out a howl, and the aura of a peak deity charged towards the 1,000,000 sea monsters. When the aura of these 3,000 to 4,000 northern expedition wolves erupted together, it caused all the sea monsters to tremble. The aura of a real northern expedition wolf pack was no weaker than the aura of dozens of sea monsters at the first level of the Eternal Celestial Master level. He has stolen the limelight. Because of Wang Xian's support, Invincible looked behind him after dodging the entanglement of the two magic scroll octopuses. His face revealed a look of envy. Are these war pets? There are a total of 3,000 to 4,000 war pets at the peak of the godly state. This is too powerful. That lord is too powerful. Are these the core elites of the land of combat arts? Everyone in Sky North Sea City was shocked when they saw the scene. There were only about 100 peak god realm experts in Sky North Sea City. Roar! Bang! 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 However, 3,000 to 4,000 northern expedition wolves could not stop the 1,000,000 sea monsters. 10 seconds later, the 1,000,000 sea monsters continued to erupt. Bastard, you're courting death. Just as Wang Xian was about to release the 99 northern howling celestial wolves, a loud roar came from the west. A terrifying aura rushed over. Help had arrived. More than 10 figures were charging towards them at a terrifying speed. Each of them had an aura that was no weaker than that of a 3rd, 4th, or even 5th or 6th rank Eternal Lord Sea Monster. When North Sky Sea City was attacked by the sea monster, they immediately sent out reinforcements. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was quite far away and the experts' teleportation array needed to be transferred, there might have been experts coming over long ago. Even so, within 7 to 8 minutes of the sea monster's invasion, a group of experts had rushed over. Eh? There are already experts here to stabilize the situation. So many ice wolves. Is it a beast tamer? It's rare for a beast tamer master to have so many ice wolves. The eyes of the dozen or so experts who rushed over swept over this area. When they saw the ice wolves standing on the wall of 10,000 li, their eyes revealed shock and confusion. Someone had come to support them earlier than them, and it was a powerful beast tamer master. It was unexpected. That's Invincible. Invincible is here too. How does he have an Eternal God Lord level 5 ice drill crocodile mount? One of them looked even more shocked when he saw the Invincible battle technique on the ice drill crocodile. They naturally understood that the invincible battle technique was the most outstanding genius in the entire immortal battle technique. It was the most outstanding immortal battle technique in tens of millions of years. He had reached the eternal God Lord realm at such a young age and was greatly favored by the ancestor. However, even if he was favored, he could not possibly have a level 5 eternal God Lord mount. Putting aside whether or not they had a level 5 eternal God Lord mount in their immortal battle techniques with his current strength, even if they had one, they would not give it to him. Such a powerful mount required at least a level 5 eternal God Lord expert to ride it. This was an adult level mount, not a joke. If it were to backfire, it would be a huge problem. As for the stronger ones, they could use their eternal divine kingdoms to suppress their mount slayers and make them submit completely. There were very few cultivators who rode on a mount that was stronger than them. Let's kill these sea monsters first. Although everyone had doubts, they still charged straight into the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the overwhelming attacks landed on the battlefield hundreds of kilometers away, and the entire battlefield was instantly covered in energy. One of the old men who had mastered 6 laws directly charged at the eternal God Lord level sea monsters. Roar, roar, roar. A few magic scroll octopuses let out a roar, and their eyes revealed a look of terror. Their figures flashed slightly, and they instantly left. When the other eternal God Lord level sea monsters saw the magic scroll octopuses escaping, they did not hesitate and returned to their nests immediately. In an instant, the eternal God Lord level sea monsters on the battlefield disappeared instantly. Kill the rest of the beasts. When Invincible in battle saw the eternal God Lord level sea monsters escaping, he raised his head slightly as he was being suppressed. His face revealed a look of savagery. He was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He directly attacked the sea monsters at the demigod level. With a slash of his sword, the frozen longsword swept across the entire battlefield. More than 100,000 sea monsters were instantly killed. Following that, another slash of his sword covered the entire battlefield with frost. Invincible, be careful. An elder looked over and reminded Invincible battle technique. Ha ha ha, those below the eternal God Lord level are just ants. I can kill them easily. Invincible in battle techniques said proudly. The rest of them shook their heads and began to clear some of the sea monsters below. When Wuxia saw this scene, he waved his arm and kept nearly 4,000 ice wolves into the mother nest. At the same time, the ice drill crocodile flew to his side and he also kept it in. With the support of the strong ones, he didn't interfere. He looked down and kept the demon scroll octopus tentacle that he had just chopped off. No matter what, the demonic octopus tentacle was a level 5 body of an eternal God Lord. A small piece of it could be comparable to a celestial level elixir. Furthermore, the level of the elixir wasn't low. The entire tentacle was more than 500 meters long. It could be used to make an iron plate squid tentacle. Clean up the battlefield. The battle in front of them ended very quickly. A voice rang out. Sir, thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, our Tianbei High City would have suffered heavy losses. An old man walked over and thanked Wuxia. He waved his hand and didn't mind. The old man smiled and started to clean up the battlefield. Ha ha, Boss Wang, wasn't my battle technique Invincible heroic just now? At this moment, Invincible battle technique flew over and said proudly. 1 man against 10,000 men. He wasn't afraid of the sea monster army at all. He had already filmed the video. This time, his unrivaled battle technique would be famous throughout the entire natural selection continent. Awesome, awesome. Since it's settled, I'll take my leave first. Don't forget the money you owe me. Wuxia looked at him speechlessly and said directly. Wait, Boss Wang. Unrivaled battle technique immediately called out to him. Wuxia looked over in puzzlement. Boss Wang, no matter what, that ice-breaking wolf pack is also my spoils of war. Now that you've taken it away, I don't need too much. Just give me 1,000 of them. Invincible battle technique stared at him with gleaming eyes. Just now, Wuxia had released nearly 4,000 ice wolves. The roar of the entire pack of wolves caused millions of sea monsters to tremble. Such a domineering scene made Invincible battle technique extremely envious. If he were to ride on the ice drill alligator and have more than 1,000 Northern Expedition wolves behind him, that would be so cool. Get lost. You want to buy them with money. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian said disdainfully, "Hey, Boss Wang, don't go too far. This is my territory that is invincible in battle techniques. You are stealing my..." Bang! Seeing that Wang Xian didn't give it to him, invincible in battle techniques expression changed. He threatened Wang Xian in a threatening manner. However, before he could finish his words, Wang Xian kicked him, causing him to fly backward. Bang! Following that, his body landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. Huh? What's going on? Invincible, he. The people around looked over and were stunned. Their invincible young master was actually beaten up by that young man. Wang Xian, don't go too far. I only want 1,000 of them. Invincible got up with a change in expression as he shouted angrily, "Idiot, you're a fool." As Wang Xian said that, he moved his right leg and the 10,000-mile wall beneath him collapsed. He smashed it directly at Invincible battle technique. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Invincible battle technique was directly smashed to the ground. You're a fool in battle technique. Hand over the 15 pills you owe me as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting even with you. Now that I'm here, things won't be so simple anymore. Wang Xian's voice reverberated in the sky. He turned around and flew towards the direction of the Shentian Academy. Pong pong! Below the city wall, half of Battle Tactics Invincible's body came out. His face was filled with anger. You stole so many things from me and still asked me for money. I won't return it. What can you do to me? HMPH. How can I return the money I owe you with my ability? Invincible battle technique stared at Wang Xian's back and said angrily. However, the last few words were a little soft. He was afraid that Wang Xian would hear them. At the moment, he couldn't afford to offend Wang Xian. This, our invincible young master. Below the city walls of Beihai City, when some people heard the words invincible in battle techniques, their faces revealed a stunned expression. Invincible in battle techniques was a heaven's favored son that was widely known in their battle techniques land. However, they didn't expect that this young master of the battle techniques land was actually such a person. He owed money based on his ability. Who is that young man? Some of the experts from the land of battle techniques looked over and muttered. It seemed like Invincible was very familiar with them, but they didn't know each other. Could it be that he was Invincible's friend? It didn't seem like it either. There was also Invincible's ice drill crocodile battle pet. Some people hesitated for a moment and flew towards Invincible battle techniques. With this, my Invincible battle techniques heroic bearing will spread throughout the entire natural selection continent. At this moment, Invincible fighting style was standing on the ruins of the wall of 10,000 miles, editing the words with his AI. Shocking. Invincible fighting style, the young master of the land of fighting style, single-handedly defended against 1,000,000 sea monsters. Shocking. Our invincible fighting style, the young master of the land of fighting style, rode on the ice drill crocodile, the tier 5 mount of the eternal god lord, wreaking havoc on the sea monster battlefield, guarding one city each. Unbelievable. Invincible fighting style, one man and one mount, fighting against 2 tier 5 eternal god lord magic scroll octopuses. The titles were edited one by one. At the same time, there were a few videos on the side. These videos were all recorded by him just now. Invincible battle technique felt his blood boiling when he saw them. After editing, he immediately sent them out. Invincible. Who was that beast tamer master just now? At this moment, a few experts walked over kindly and asked Invincible battle technique with a smile. This person in front of him was the young master of Invincible in battle tactics. These experts would also treat him warmly. Wang Xian didn't know about Invincible in battle tactics. After he left Tian Beihaicheng, he flew straight to Shentian Academy. As for Invincible in battle tactics, Wang Xian wasn't afraid that he would go back on his word. If this fellow dared to not return the debt, he could retrieve the ice drill alligator with just a thought. As long as Wang Xian wanted to retrieve his tamed war pet, he could do so easily. Of course, Wang Xian was not prepared to ask invincible battle technique for the 15 pills. What he wanted was for that fellow to continue working as his coolie. This place was a little far from Tianbei Haijing. It would take at least 10 hours to fly. The teleportation might be faster, but Wang Xian was not very familiar with the Heavens Selection continent. He was also not prepared to use the city teleportation formation to teleport. Flying in the sky, he could see the entire Tianzi continent. I've left for about a month and a half this time. It's time for me to return to the academy to see my students. Wang Xian was a little uncomfortable. He was actually a teacher and a group of female students. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed with Senior Xian Tianzi. He shook his head slightly. The last time, he said that he would teach them 3 days at the beginning of each month. In the end, he stood them up this month. I will treat that level 5 demon scroll octopus of the eternal celestial master as their food. Wang Xian thought to himself. Since he had become their teacher, he wouldn't treat them unfairly. Bing bing. Bing bing, are you alright? HMPH, this is the strength of Class 1. Can't be said that you are weak. You are simply trash. It seems that your teacher is only SOSO. I think you should make way for the training grounds of Class 1 as soon as possible. However, at this moment, in the mysterious Sky Academy, a woman stood proudly in front of the cultivation area of Class 1. The woman was tall and had a pair of phoenix eyes. Her lips were thin and full of arrogance. Around the woman, there were 4 to 5 young men standing there with smiles on their faces. Behind them, there were 50 to 60 people. You actually attacked so heavily. Kai Chaoqing, you have gone too far. Situ Yen supported you Bing Bing as she roared furiously. Too far? She's the one courting death. It's already good that I didn't kill her, but a weakling actually dares to provoke me. Kai Chaoqing stared disdainfully at the heavily injured Yu Bingbing. It's inevitable to get injured during a spar. It's her own fault for not being proficient. Furthermore, you guys occupy the best training grounds in Class 1. We naturally want to see for ourselves what qualifications you guys have to occupy this training grounds. If you don't have the strength, tell your teacher to quickly make him move out of the way. A young man beside them said with a smile. His eyes were filled with mockery. That's right. Although there is still a year before the class competition, I don't think you guys have the qualifications. A few young men beside him echoed. The competition in Shentian Academy was very intense. The simplest reason was the competition among the classes. There was a distinction between the strong and the weak in the training grounds of the classes. A strong class naturally occupied a good training ground. The place where Wang Xian and the rest were at was the best training ground for this batch. On the other side, Situ Yen, Huang Jujia, and the rest had angry looks on their faces. Both of them had some injuries on their bodies. However, compared to Yu Bingbing, their injuries were much lighter. There was a long wound on Yu Bingbing's cheek. Her entire body was almost cut in half and one of her arms was broken. Such a serious injury would require at least half a year for her to recover. If it weren't for them, Yu Bingbing's injury might have been even more serious. However, after the Academy's internal sparring, as long as it wasn't a death duel, the Academy wouldn't interfere. If she were to enter the arena, even if she were to die, the Academy wouldn't interfere. This method was to nurture experts, and it was to allow her to have a better battle with the sea monster today. You were the ones who insulted our teacher first. Yu Bingbing gritted her teeth, and her pale face was filled with anger as she stared at them. Just now, the other party had insulted their teacher and said that they were weak. But their teacher was only SOSO. If they said that their teacher was young, he was probably just a silver spear wax head. How could Yu Bingbing agree when she heard that they insulted her teacher? She attacked angrily, but in the end, she was heavily injured. Am I wrong? HMPH. A teacher with no qualifications is occupying this class, and you guys are still so weak. So what if I said it? You guys can defeat me to avenge your previous humiliation. Unfortunately, you guys don't have the strength. Kai Chaoqing said to Yu Bingbing and the others with a disdainful face, and then she left with her head held high. TSK, a class is full of women. That teacher is really blessed. A young man said in a strange tone before turning around and leaving. Behind them, Situ Yen, Huang Jujia, and the others were filled with rage. However, they weren't a match for the other party. The other party's group came from 3 different classes, and they were all the top students of this batch. Even though they weren't weak either, they weren't the strongest in the entire batch of Formation Master freshmen. And among them, there were a few of the strongest freshmen. Not bad. At a building 10 kilometers away from the academy, 2 figures stood on top of the building with a faint smile on their faces. One of the figures was missing an arm. The spot where the arm was severed was pitch black, and flesh and blood were squirming about. It was a frightening sight to behold. Since I can't deal with you, I don't believe that I can't deal with your student. HMPH, very soon, I'll make you the laughingstock of the academy. So what if you're a teacher? The young man with a broken arm was Shangguan Jahan. At this moment, his expression was a little ferocious. This time, he was ordered by his master to go to the front line as punishment. When he encountered the corrosive venom of the sea monster of the eternal god, his arm disappeared instantly. Now, if he wanted to recover, he would have to resort to the strong or spend a large number of elixirs. Shangguan Jahan, who was walking in front of death, was extremely furious. All is that Wang Xian harm he is not reconciled. Although we can't do anything to him, it's enough to damage his reputation. Shi Zhengyang, who was standing beside Shangguan Jahan, smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with hatred. All of this was done secretly by them. As the senior students of Xiantian Academy and the famous students of the entire Xiantian Academy, it was simply too easy for them to deal with a few students. It was because of that Wang Xian that caused their House of War Beasts to close down on the first day of business. It was because of that Wang Xian that they were thrown to the front line of the battlefield. Shangguan Jahan almost died. It was because of that Wang Xian that they were ridiculed behind their backs. How could they be willing to not take revenge for such an enmity? However, it was a pipe dream for them to take revenge on a teacher of the Xiantian Academy. However, if they could destroy his reputation, they would be able to vent some of their hatred. They were prepared to give Wang Xian the title of the most trashy teacher in the Xiantian Academy. At the thought of this, a ferocious smile appeared on their faces. Senior Shangguan, Brother Shi. At this moment, a few young men and women walked over from the back. They were the few people who had headed to Class 1 just now. Kai Xiaoqing retracted the arrogance on her face and walked over with a smile. The other young men carried a trace of respect. That's right. I'll have to trouble all of you. Shangguan Jahan looked at the 4 people who came over and a smile appeared on his face. Senior, it's no trouble. That group of people directly occupied Class 1 and occupied the best cultivation spot. We were originally unhappy about it, but seeing that they were a group of girls, we didn't bother with them. However, it's different when their teacher provoked you, Senior. In the future, if Senior has any instructions, just let us know. The youths immediately said with smiles on their faces. Towards the 2 seniors before them, they also felt some admiration in their hearts. Directly finding trouble with their teacher wasn't something that just anyone would dare to do. And the reason why they dared to help was because of one thing. In addition, there was the background of the 2 of them as well as their talent. In the future, these 2 seniors would almost 90% be able to step into the Eternal Divine Lord realm. In the future, we might have to trouble a few juniors. Of course, we won't be lacking in the benefits. Shi Zhengyang said indifferently. It's no trouble at all. It's just a piece of cake. But seniors, we can't keep finding trouble with them. We're afraid that their teacher. The group of young men shook their heads hurriedly. However, one of them said with some worry, "It's all right. It's normal for students to spar in the academy. Don't worry, we don't dare to anger a strong person. We're just trying to damage his reputation. He won't dare to do anything to you. Don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, the consequences." Shi Zhengyang said indifferently. In fact, they didn't dare to completely anger Wang Xian. Not only was he a teacher of the academy, but he was also a curse array master. This was also the reason why they chose to take revenge in such a way. They hid behind to prevent Wang Xian from cursing them. We understand this. We also understand the rules of the academy. The group of young men nodded their heads quickly. The next time we attack, we can be a little more severe, the kind that will cause them to be unable to recover in a few years. Shangguan Jahan said coldly. Yes, Senior Shangguan. Kai Qiaoqing hurriedly smiled and nodded, while the rest of the youths frowned slightly and nodded their heads. They all understood the rules of the academy. As long as they didn't kill them, it would be fine to blow them up until only a drop of blood was left. Cruel. But this is based on the premise that humans are enemies of the sea monsters. Xiantian Academy does not train the weak. Do not train people who do not fight. The students of the academy in the last few years will have to go to the front line to fight the underground sea army. Buzz. 18 hours, just a distance. I have the strength of an eternal god lord rank 5 to fly for 18 hours. This Tianzi continent is really huge. At the entrance of the northern coast of the Xiantian Academy, Wang Xian looked at the academy in front of him and muttered to himself. All the students came over for a while. When he arrived above the group of students who were cultivating, Wang Xian's voice spread throughout the surroundings. Teacher is here. Our teacher is finally here. At this moment, one by one, the girls ran out and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Ha! Wang Xian swept his gaze across the girls. Soon, most of the girls were gathered here. Teacher. The girls gathered in front, and the girls who had rushed over shouted one by one. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Where are Tian Shui and Yu Bibing? He swept his gaze across all the students and saw that 2 of them were missing. He opened his mouth and asked, Huh? Huang Jia, Sitiyen and Xiaolan. Why are the 3 of you injured? However, he soon realized that Huang Jia, Situyen, and Xiaolan were injured. He frowned and continued to ask. Teacher, Bingbing is injured. Her injuries are a little serious. We are fine, Huang Jia said in a low voice. Her injuries are a little serious? What happened? Wang Xian sat down and a chair instantly appeared beneath him. Teacher, it's Kai Qiaoqing, He Ziwen, Zhao Yuanfeng, Niu Feiyuan and the rest. They came to our training grounds and said that we are not worthy to cultivate here. They wanted to spar with us. Jia and Sister Yan Zi couldn't stand to spar with them. However, they weren't their match and were injured. After that, they insulted us. Xiaolan was furious and even got injured by them. After that, Kai Qiaoqing said a few words to you, teacher. Bingbing rushed forward and was seriously injured. Teacher, go and take a look at Bingbing. She is seriously injured. A girl said with a slightly angry expression. Ha! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and stood up immediately. Bring me there. Yes, teacher. Huang Jia, Situyen, and the other girls immediately brought Wang Xian into a room. When she opened the door, Yu Bingbing was sitting cross-legged and recovering from her injuries. Teacher. When Yu Bingbing saw that the door was opened, she was slightly stunned when she saw Wang Xian. A look of panic appeared on her face. She quickly stood up and shouted. However, due to her strength, fresh blood immediately oozed out from the wounds on her forehead and body. Her face turned pale. She's injured badly. Wang Xian scanned the injuries on her body, and his face turned a little black. Teacher, it's my fault. I've embarrassed you. Yu Bingbing lowered her head and said softly, Buzz. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and a surge of energy landed on her body. The injuries on her body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, teacher. Yu Bingbing raised her head and said gratefully to Wang Xian, Tell me, what exactly happened? Wang Xian stood there with a sullen face and asked the few girls. Teacher? Situyen opened her mouth and told them everything that happened today. Where's Tianxin? Wang Xian asked expressionlessly. Teacher, Tianxin has a good background and has been cultivating at home. We called out to her at that time, but she said she didn't have the time. Situyen replied, Teacher, this is because our strength is inferior to others. We will work hard to cultivate in the future. Huang Jiajia's face was full of anger and fighting spirit as she said this. They would definitely avenge today's humiliation. Teacher, we have embarrassed you. A group of girls stood in front of Wang Xian and said with their heads lowered. This time, they had indeed embarrassed Wang Xian. In Xiantian Academy, a teacher's reputation was earned by his own students. If his students were weak, he would also be embarrassed as a teacher. If his students were strong, not only would his teacher have face, but he would also receive some rewards. Furthermore, Once his student reached the level of the Eternal Divine Lord, he would also be considered a strong individual. Therefore, many teachers in the Shantian Academy would choose one of the 30 students to be their disciple, their personal disciple. He provoked Yu Bingbing after only starting school for more than a month, and he even injured her so badly. It seems like he has bad intentions. Wang Xian's eyes turned cold as he looked at the few girls in front of him who had their heads lowered without saying a word. His eyes sparkled. With a wave of his arm, he completely healed the injuries on Huang Jia and the rest. "Let's go out first," Wang Xian said to them and walked straight out. "Teacher, Bingbing's injuries are healed." When the group of girls saw Yu Bingbing following behind them, their faces lit up with joy. "I'll be staying here for the next 4 to 5 days. All of you should focus on your training. If there's anything you don't understand, come and look for me directly. For now, let's eat something." Wang Xian glanced at the group of girls and hesitated for a moment. With a wave of his arm, the tentacle of the octopus was suspended in the air. "From now on, Situyen will be the class monitor and Huang Jia will be the deputy class monitor. Each of you can eat 1 caddy of this octopus tentacle every day. It should be enough for a month. There's no need to save. I'll get you something else to eat next month." Leave the distribution of the octopus tentacle to Situyen and Huang Jia. Who knows how to cook? Find a girl who knows how to cook. As Wang Xian spoke, he swept his gaze across the group of girls. At this moment, all the girls standing in front of him were looking at the octopus tentacle with pale faces. Yes, their faces were pale. They could feel a strong pressure from the octopus tentacle. This pressure made their blood and qi not flow smoothly, and their faces even turned pale. "This is the tentacle of the Eternal Lord level sea monster." A girl suddenly mumbled. "It's the demonic scroll octopus, the level 5 demonic scroll octopus of the Eternal Lord level. A small piece of its flesh is not weaker than 5 or 6 or even 6 or 7 wisps of divine fire pills." Another girl beside them suddenly exclaimed, "That's right, this piece of flesh can make all of you improve a lot." Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. The group of girls' breathing quickened slightly. Their teacher actually took out such a precious treasure and gave it to them. Furthermore, each of them had to eat 1 gene of it every day. There would be more in the future. Each of them had to eat 1 gene of it every day. They couldn't digest it at all. "Teacher, I know how to cook. But if I were to cook it, the effects would be lost a lot." A girl raised her hand and said weakly, "Teacher, I know how to cook too. If I were to cook it, I would waste half of it." Yu Bingbing also said, "It's all right. You guys won't be able to digest it in a day. Let's just waste it. Make it taste better." Wang Xian said nonchalantly. Wang Xian really didn't care about the tentacle of an Eternal Lord level 5 sea monster. Gulp. The rest of them gulped in disbelief. "Let's make some food first. Yu Bingbing, Situyen, Huang Jia, and Xiaolan, the 4 of you, come and look for me after you finish your meal. I will teach you the battle formation. 5 days later, I will bring all of you to take revenge." Wang Xian said indifferently and walked into a room at the side. Behind him, a group of girls looked at each other in dismay. "Teacher, he actually asked us to eat the body of the level 5 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. If we eat like this, we will be able to improve in a year at most." One of the girls mumbled and opened her mouth slightly. "We're rich. I didn't expect our teacher to be so powerful. This is the body of the level 5 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. It's such a waste for us to eat it. It's at least 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. Can we finish it in a month?" The girls were all stunned. Situyen and Huang Jia swallowed their saliva and looked excited. They had a good background, but it was only limited to the Eternal Godlord rank experts in their family. Their rank was not high, and their rank was not weak either. However, they did not have the luxury to eat the body of an Eternal Godlord rank 5 sea monster. Their background was considered good, not to mention the other girls. This was simply a huge opportunity. Perhaps only the Eternal Lord rank 8 or 9 experts could provide for their children. In addition, the 2 of them had become class leaders. Moreover, their teacher had just said that he would teach them the battle array and let them take revenge 5 days later. "Bing, little Yuan, you guys go. Go and cook. Later, make a serving for our teacher." Situyen was the first to react. She looked at Yu Bingbing and the girl who raised her hand and said she knew how to cook. Yes, yes. Before the two of them could react, they nodded mechanically. We will be rich in the future. Teacher is great. Slowly, some of the girls got used to it and shouted happily. Teacher wants to teach Sister Yen Jia Bingbing and Xiaolan the new array formation. Wow, I really envy you guys. Is teacher going to take you guys in as his personal disciples? It's very possible. Moreover, teacher said that he will take revenge in 5 days. Could it help them increase their strength quickly? Envious voices sounded. One by one, the girls looked at Yu Bing, Situ Yen, Huang Jia, and Xiaolan. They were indeed extremely envious. Now that their teacher had given them such a precious treasure, wouldn't there be more benefits for them to become personal disciples? However, they were still envious. Situ Yen, Yu Bingbing, and the other three were obviously injured because they had made a move this time. Who asked them not to make a move? They could only blame themselves. The group of girls thought in their hearts. Very quickly, they endured the pressure and walked to the surroundings of the octopus tentacle. Their eyes reflected light as they sized it up. Meanwhile, Yu Bingbing and another girl used a lot of effort to cut off a piece and began to make it. It was too extravagant to cook directly. All the girls who ate the meal were extremely excited. The taste is not bad. In the room, Wang Xian was eating the iron plate octopus whiskers that Yu Bingbing brought over and said with a smile, "In the next 5 days, your strength will increase by at least 1 level. I will teach you some curse formations. In 5 days, you will be humiliated 10 times more than today." Wang Xian stood up slowly and said to the 4 girls, "Increase by 1 level in 5 days? Curse formations." Situ Yen and the rest were slightly stunned and opened their mouths slightly. "Don't worry, I said that I can increase it. As for the curse formations, they are the strangest and most evil formations. It is easy to deal with a few weaklings." The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly and his eyes were cold. His student was not so easy to bully. Curse formation. When the group of girls heard Wang Xian's words, their eyes sparkled. In the path of formation, support, attack, and defense were more common. Support was also divided into tracking, concealment, and so on. As for the path of curse, it was relatively rare among formations. There were very few people who could master the curse formation. In the entire Xiantian Academy, there were only a few formation masters who could master the curse technique. Even if there were, they could only master 1 or 2 curse formations at most. Their level might not even be that high. Now that their teacher was actually teaching them curse formations and helping them raise their level in 5 days, how could they not be excited? Beginner-level curse formations at the godly state level are relatively weak and can only be cast at close range. These few days I will teach the few of you. It is enough to deal with a powerhouse at the 3rd or 4th level of the godly state. Wang Xian said to them. Formation masters had the ability to fight against opponents at a higher level. However, this was only for powerful formation masters. Huang Jia, Yu Bingbing, and the other girls had just ignited the godly fire. They did not have many formations at their disposal, so it would be difficult for them to fight against opponents at a higher level. Of course, they could not fight against opponents at a higher level. The rest of the students could not fight against opponents at a higher level either. If formation masters wanted to fight against opponents at a higher level, they would need to prepare a few formation compasses. Otherwise, they would be killed once the battle started, let alone those at a higher level. Thank you, teacher. When the 4 girls heard Wang Xian's words, they immediately bowed down heavily and said with gratitude, some arrays were not to be taught to outsiders. They were the trump cards of every expert. For example, cursed arrays, even if their level was low, were treasures to an array master. In the next few days, not only do all of you need to level up, you also need to control a few arrays and train hard. Wang Xian said to them. Yes, teacher. The few of them nodded their heads. In the next few days, Wang Xian stayed in his room to teach the 4 girls. The improvement of formation masters was similar to that of ordinary cultivators. They had to ignite more divine flames and master stronger formations. In order to ignite the divine flames faster and consume a large amount of resources, these resources were like a drop in the bucket for Wang Xian. However, with sufficient resources, they needed to comprehend stronger formations on their own. Only then would they be able to achieve a true breakthrough. This was not difficult for Wang Xian. He had no experience in teaching the students, but he had the celestial emperor of heaven's formation. As a mighty celestial emperor, he could easily raise the level of the 4 little gods within 5 days. While the 4 girls were cultivating with all their might, there were some rumors spreading among the new students of Xiantian Academy. Some freshmen were dissatisfied with the current Class 1. They didn't have the qualifications to occupy such good resources, especially when the few geniuses of this year went to Class 1 to spar with each other a few days ago and easily defeated all the strong students of Class 1. In addition, there were also rumors that the teachers of Class 1 were just silver spears with wax heads and didn't have any qualifications. At such a young age, without much experience, one could be said to be the most trashy teacher in the entire Xiantian Academy. On the AI, there were also people who posted on the internal forum of Xiantian Academy saying that the teachers in Class 1 were too young to be qualified to be teachers. This also attracted the attention of many people. After all, Wang Xian was known as the youngest teacher in Xiantian Academy. Some even said that he was even younger than the students in the academy. This aroused the curiosity of many people. Upon seeing some people's evaluation of this teacher, some people also joined in the discussion. What kind of experience could such a young teacher have? He was so young and had never been to the front lines of the battlefield. How powerful could he be? The voices caused many people to think that the teacher of Class 1 of the new students was very incompetent. Wang Xian didn't know about the voices from the outside world. The girls of Class 1 were also desperately cultivating. What happened a few days ago had dealt a huge blow to the girls. Now that they had to consume the meat of the level 5 sea monster of the Eternal Lord every day, they didn't dare to waste any time. Now, their cultivation was akin to eating a few pills with 5 or 6 wisps of divine fire every day. Their progress was progressing at a tremendous pace. Some of the stronger students even felt that they could ignite 2 wisps of divine fire this month. For students who didn't have a strong family background, 1 day of training here was equivalent to 1 or 2 months of training in the past. The rule of the level 5 sea monster meat of the Eternal Lord was to consume all of it on the spot and not allow it to be taken away. This also saved the girls from the thought of being thrifty. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian stood in the room and looked at the 4 girls in front of him with satisfaction. Yu Bingbing and Xiaolan, who were originally 1 wisp of divine fire, had now achieved 2 wisps of divine fire. Huang Jiajia and Sita Yan had already ignited 3 wisps of divine fire. 3 wisps of divine fire. Among this batch, only 5 students had achieved it. Now that they had achieved a breakthrough and grasped the formation that Wang Xian had imparted to them, it was still a little difficult for them to fight against those of a higher level. However, if the 2 of them worked together, they could fight against the 4 wisps of divine fire. Let's go and take revenge. We will repay the humiliation we suffered 5 days ago tenfold this time. Wang Xian said to them calmly. Yes, teacher. A few girls had a determined look on their faces. They held their arms tightly and their faces were filled with fighting spirit. Hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly and walked out. Teacher. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest coming out, a group of girls immediately walked over. Yeah, let's go and take revenge. If you guys want to follow us, follow us. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the group of girls and said nonchalantly. Sister Yan and the rest seem to have made a breakthrough. I think so. The aura on their bodies is so strong. Bingbing and Xiaolan have also made a breakthrough and ignited 2 wisps of divine fire. They have all made a breakthrough. When the group of girls saw Sita Yan, Huang Jiajia, and the rest who were at the back, they revealed a look of shock on their faces. After 5 days of breakthrough, they were considered the best among the new students. Sita Yan and Huang Jiajia could even be ranked in the top 10. Let's go, let's follow them. Humph, 5 days ago they came to bully us. Today we will cripple them. That's right, give them a good beating. Let them dare to insult us and our teacher. Wang Xian led the 4 girls straight outside. The group of girls followed him and clenched their fists in an aggressive manner. Which class are those people from? Lead the way. Wang Xian said to Sita Yan and the rest. Yes, teacher. They are from Class 2, Class 4, and 2 Classes 7. Citoyen replied and pointed to the front. Wang Xian nodded and walked forward expressionlessly. Wow, there are so many juniors. All of them are pretty good-looking. They should be the students of Class 1 of this batch of freshmen. All of them are girls. That young man should be their teacher, the youngest teacher in our academy. It's him? The teacher who was said to be the worst in Xiantian Academy? When selecting the students, he chose all the pretty girls. Silver Spear Waxhead. When Wang Xian and the rest were walking towards Class 2, some people on the way looked over curiously and started to discuss softly. His words made Wang Xian raise his eyebrows slightly. My reputation is so bad in the school. Silver Spear Waxhead. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the student who was talking about him. His eyes sparkled. He had only stayed in the academy for a few days. Other than the student, Dean Jean, he didn't know anyone else in the academy. But now, someone was deliberately trying to discredit him. That group of students who came to provoke him? It was really possible. After all, Wang Xian looked relatively young. Those dignified middle-aged and elderly teachers didn't dare to say anything, but it didn't mean that they didn't dare to say anything to him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a young teacher and the entire class are female students. This is simply too blissful. Don't talk so much. That teacher took a glance at us. So what if he did? It wasn't me who said it. Moreover, I didn't say anything wrong. I'm really envious. A few hundred meters away, an ordinary-looking young man with a crafty smile on his face spoke to the burly young man beside him indifferently. Humph. Some of the girls heard their conversation and revealed furious expressions. They looked over with furious faces. Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? When the young man saw the group of girls looking at him, he lifted his head and teased them with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. However, just as he finished his sentence, the sound of an explosion was heard from his body. His limbs and body directly exploded, and a large amount of blood shot out in all directions. The young man's face turned extremely pale in an instant. His entire body was severely injured and his eyes were a little unfocused. You're courting death, Wang Xian said indifferently without even looking at him. A fellow with 5 wisps of divine fire was actually talking about the Eternal Lord recklessly. Did he think that he wouldn't dare to do anything to him in the academy? How high? The face of the burly young man beside him changed drastically. He quickly took out an elixir and placed it in his mouth to check his body. Not good. All of the blood essence and energy in my body have exploded and dissipated. I'm no different from a cripple. The burly young man sensed the young man's injuries and his face changed drastically. The energy in his body had exploded and his injuries were very serious. All of his blood essence and energy had been destroyed. It was fine if he wanted to recondense them, but the amount of energy required to do so was very, very great. In fact, without a dozen or so 5-wisp divine fire medicinal pills, and without several decades of nurturing, it would be very difficult for him to recover. Of course, if the eternal God Lord helped, it would be different. So ruthless. The burly youth's heart trembled. I'm crippled. It's him. I want to tell teacher. The youth's face revealed a panicked expression and his voice carried a hint of crying as he spoke. I'll bring you to teacher. The burly youth immediately carried the youth and left, sighing slightly in his heart. Anyone who could become a teacher was an eternal God Lord expert. Even if that teacher looked very young, he was not someone who could be easily provoked. Although that teacher had violated the school rules, he was the one who had provoked him first. Moreover, if the teacher did not make the decision for him, he would only have himself to blame. As a result of this matter, the one who had suffered the most damage was still him. Attacking directly, how overbearing. That young man is also an idiot, provoking an expert so arrogantly. When the surrounding people saw this, their pupils constricted slightly, and a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. Serves him right. When the group of girls saw this scene, they lightly harumphed. Teacher, in front of us is Class 2. It was Kai Qiuqing from Class 2 who heavily injured Bing Bing. Jia was also easily defeated by her. Kai Qiuqing has already ignited 3 wisps of divine fire. She is one of the stronger ones among this batch of freshmen. At this moment, Situ Yen said to Wang Xian, "A girl." Wang Xian asked indifferently, "Yes, a girl." Situ Yen nodded her head. "Make your move and place all the curses on her." Wang Xian said directly, "It's teacher." Situ Yen was shocked and nodded immediately. He could feel that his teacher was getting a little angry. From the discussion of the young man just now, it was obvious that someone was saying bad things about his teacher behind his back. And the people who said bad things were none other than those people from 5 days ago. The one who said bad things about his teacher was also Kai Qiaoqing. Everyone walked towards the seat of Class 2. The cultivation grounds of Class 2 were similar to Class 1, but the spiritual energy within was slightly less than that of Class 1. The door to the cultivation room was tightly shut. Situ Yen took 2 steps forward and with a wave of her arm, a surge of energy crashed heavily onto the door. The previous time they had been provoked, the other party had done the same thing. Pung, pung, pung. Situ Yan's successive surges of spiritual energy crashed onto the door, producing heavy sounds. "Who dares to disturb our cultivation again?" The door opened and a young man shouted with a cold face, Class 1? What are you guys doing here? Are you asking for a beating?" When the young man saw Situ Yen and the rest, he raised his eyebrows and said coldly. When he saw Wang Xian, he was slightly taken aback. However, he quickly turned his gaze away and pretended that he didn't see him. The teacher would not interfere in a spar between students. HMPH, call Kai Qiaoqing over. We will return the humiliation from 5 days ago tenfold today. Situ Yen said to the young man with a cold expression. With just you guys? TSK, you even called teacher over. Are you worried that you will be tortured by us? The young man looked at Situ Yen and said with disdain. To think that you guys still dare to come knocking on our door. How interesting. It seems that we didn't humiliate you guys enough last time. Initially, I was prepared to teach you guys a lesson in 2 months. I didn't expect that you guys would actually dare to come knocking on our door. As soon as the young man finished his sentence, a girl with a proud face led a group of people out from the back. She was dressed in black and had a faint smile on her face. Her phoenix-shaped eyes were staring at Situ Yen and the rest with disdain. Teacher Wang is here too. You won't interfere in the matters of our students, right? She looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile. Naturally, I won't interfere in the matters of your students. The weak will be beaten up. Wang Xian said plainly. Well said. Kai Qiaoqing nodded with a smile. She looked at Situ Yen and the rest and said, It seems like you guys didn't learn your lesson last time and insisted on coming over to humiliate yourselves. Kai Qiaoqing, don't be arrogant. Today, we will make you pay the price. Huang Jia also said with a cold expression. Haha, with just you guys, wasn't it you guys that Sister Qing beat up last time? This time, you guys actually dared to come and provoke us. Perhaps it's because teacher is back. Even if teacher is here, we won't show any mercy. Sister Qing, teach them a harsh lesson. Let them obediently step aside when they see us in the future. Behind Kai Qiaoqing, a group of young men and women spoke with disdain. Last time, we only taught you a small lesson. This time, if you dare to come and provoke us, don't blame me for making you lose face in the entire courtyard. Kai Qiaoqing said to Situ Yen and the others with a proud face. Then let's try. Situ Yan's eyes were cold as she took a few steps forward. At the entrance of Shantian Academy's new student class 2, a group of people were in a tense confrontation. Wang Xian stood there and didn't say anything about the students' matters. It was perfectly normal for students to spar with each other. Once they entered the arena, they could even fight to the death. Yu Bingbing was seriously injured. If he didn't treat her and if he didn't have sufficient resources, it would take a long time for her to recover. Wang Xian felt that the injuries on her body were very serious. He wouldn't say that he would help her take revenge. However, his students weren't easy to bully, especially when the other party insulted him and injured Yu Bingbing in anger. Then, he would let his students regain their dignity and return the favor tenfold. Move aside. I want them to crawl out of here today. Kai Qiaoqing stared at Situ Yen with disdain and said to the students behind her. Sister Qing, get them out of here. You don't know your place. 5 days ago, I could easily torture you. Today, you still dare to come to us arrogantly and humiliate yourselves. The girls behind her shouted loudly. Humph. Kai Chao-ching slightly raised her head and stared at Situ Yen. You really think I'm afraid of you? This time, you have to pay the price for humiliating us last time. Situ Yen took a step forward and the aura on her body instantly burst out. Ha! 3 wisps of divine fire. She actually ignited 3 wisps of divine fire. The burst of aura caused the faces of the students of Class 2 opposite to them to reveal a stunned expression. They let out a series of exclamations and their faces were filled with solemnity. I didn't expect you to actually break through. Kai Chao-ching was also slightly stunned. And then she narrowed her eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. You dare to provoke me when you've just broken through. You're really stupid. If I were to say that it was your class's Tianxue who came over, I might be a little more serious. Just you. I wouldn't even put you in my eyes. Her face was full of arrogance. She had a strong background and her strength was not something that ordinary students could compare to. Won't you know after giving it a try? Situ Yan's body shook and an aura directly charged toward Kai Chao-ching. I'll let you see the gap between us. Kai Chao-ching smiled coldly, and with a wave of her arm, a formation compass appeared in her hand. Numerous golden sharp swords instantly attacked Situ Yen. At the same time, her palm moved slightly, and she began to set up an attack formation. Situ Yen also took out a formation compass and the formation on the compass was instantly activated and a stream of water wrapped around her. What the two of them released were 3 wisps of divine fire-level formations. When Kai Chao-ching released the formation, Situ Yen also began to set up the formation. Streams of pitch-black energy gathered in front of her. The energy squirmed and slowly turned blood red. It looked a little strange. What kind of formation is that? The darkness attribute is so strange. It should be their teacher who taught her. That teacher Wang must have taught her something since he followed her here. Humph, so what if he taught her? Our sister Qing has long ignited 3 wisps of divine fire. She isn't someone who has just broken through. The girls of Class 2 looked at Situ Yen and discussed with cold faces. Pong pong pong. At this moment, numerous sharp swords landed in front of Situ Yen and were blocked by the water curtain formation. Formation, blood curse. Formation, earth bind. In less than 10 seconds, 2 voices sounded almost at the same time. A ball of darkness that covered a radius of 10 kilometers was located in the center of the darkness. A strange blood-red object was attacking Kai Chao-ching. Below Situ Yen, the ground seemed to come alive. It reached out and grabbed at her. Each palm was 5 to 6 meters in size. This was not only binding, it also possessed terrifying offensive power. Wang 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 wing. Situ Yen waved her blood curse, and when she saw the earth binding that was attacking her, her figure shook. Array formations floated around her, and with a move of his body, he flew into the sky to avoid the earth binding's attack. An array formation master needed more than 10 or 20 seconds to release an array formation of the same level. However, if Biu's level was lower than his, the speed would be much faster. For example, Situ Yanbu's divine fire level array formation could be completed in 1 second. If she practiced regularly, she could also release a low-level array formation in an instant. Streams of energy and the array formation landed under the earth binding and Situ Yen avoided the attack. She stood above the entrance and continued to condense the array. Holy light robe. Do you think you're the only one who has mastered the other arrays? At the same time, Kai Chao-ching was also staring at the blood curse array with a cold face. She waved her arm, and her body was instantly enveloped by a beam of light, and she flew into the sky. The continuous attacks were aimed at the blood-red array in the middle of the blood curse array. BZZZ BZZZ. Huh? What? Suddenly, when the surrounding darkness touched the holy light robe quickly melted. Especially the part of the arm, it directly melted. Then, a scene that made her feel terrified appeared. The power of darkness directly surged into her body through her arm. This made her face full of shock and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so strange? Her expression changed drastically as she cried out in alarm. Buzz buzz buzz. The darkness that covered a radius of 1,000 meters surged towards her body at a terrifying speed. This included the blood ball in the middle. Formation, heavenly virus. Formation, 3 plagues. At this moment, 2 more balls of darkness condensed together, carrying a strange bloody aura as they attacked Kai Qiaoqing. Get lost. Kai Qiaoqing's face was somewhat malevolent as she let out a furious roar and spiritual energy burst out from her body. However, all of a sudden, she sensed that the spiritual energy in her body had gone out of control, and traces of blood were flowing out from her body. A painful voice came out from her mouth. The heavenly virus and the 3 calamities entered her body directly. What kind of array formation is this? What kind of array formation is this? A shrill voice sounded from her mouth, and a large amount of blood gushed out from her body. The heavenly plague virus began to take effect, and her limbs began to twitch and her bones began to bend. Soon, the 3 calamities descended upon her and flames suddenly burst forth from her body. It was as if everything was natural, causing her body to turn pitch black in an instant. Her flesh and blood began to swell, and her bones began to bend. It was an incomparably savage sight. Her shrill voice reverberated throughout the entire area. If not for the formation blocking her way, her voice would have echoed for more than 100 kilometers. She rolled on the ground continuously, looking incomparably miserable. Hiss, what kind of formation is this? How can it be so bizarre? How can it be so bizarre? Sister Qing, Situ Yen, you are too cruel. What on earth have you done? Inform the teacher. We'll inform the teacher. At this moment, the entire second class panicked. This scene was simply too terrifying. Kai Qiaoqing seemed to have been sent to hell. Incomparably terrifying. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so terrifying? So strange. Not only everyone in Class 2, but even Huang Jiejie, Yu Bingbing, and the other female students were shocked and fearful when they saw this strange attack. Even Situ Yen, who was standing at the entrance, turned pale when she saw Kai Qiaoqing's miserable state. This attack was too bizarre and terrifying. At this moment, Kai Qiaoqing didn't look like a human at all. Is this the power of the curse? Situ Yen muttered. She had only come into contact with the curse 5 days ago. The legendary curse was bizarre, terrifying, and evil. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. However, the curse was also a power that everyone yearned for. Gulp. Is this the formation that teacher imparted to Sister Yen and the others? It's so strange and powerful. Some of the girls couldn't help but gulp. Not daring to look at Kai Qiaoqing, they muttered under their breath. This formation was indeed very powerful and strange. A hint of envy appeared in their eyes. It was a pity that the last time someone came to bully them, only 4 of them stepped forward. Even though they knew that they were no match for the teacher, they still came forward to defend the teacher. This was what they deserved. The teacher was probably very clear in his heart. Save me, save me. At this moment, Kai Qiaoqing, who was lying on the ground and screaming non-stop, let out a terrified voice. At this moment, she felt as if she was about to face death. She didn't want to die yet. In the surroundings, a group of students from Class 2 surrounded Kai Qiaoqing with anxious faces. However, they didn't dare to get close to her. Their faces were pale. Situ Yen, what did you do? Killing is forbidden in the academy. If you kill her, you will have to pay with your life. A young man mustered up his courage and said to Situ Yen, It's all right, I won't die. Situ Yen was also panicking at this moment. She looked at Wang Xian and Wang Xian replied indifferently. Let's go. Wang Xian said to Situ Yen before turning around and walking out. It's teacher. Situ Yen flew down and immediately followed behind Wang Xian. The group of girls also left in a hurry. When they saw that Wang Xian and the rest had left, everyone in Class 2 looked at each other in dismay. Kai Qiaoqing was still screaming beside them. One by one, the students tried to contact their teacher, but there was no response. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to kill all of you. At this moment, Kai Qiaoqing's face was filled with malevolence as she trembled. She endured the pain in her body and opened her AI. She was the strongest student in Class 2, and she had the teacher's AI. After notifying the teacher, no one replied. The pain in her body did not stop. His bent arm was covered in blood as he tried to contact his mother. Wang. Baby girl. I miss your mother. Daughter, what's going on? What happened? What happened? A picture of a woman appeared in the AI. The woman was somewhat strong and exuded a valiant aura. When she saw the picture of her daughter, she was completely stunned. Her face was filled with a violent killing intent. She could see the tables and chairs around her flying backward. Mommy, come and save me, come and save me, I'm in so much pain, so much pain. At this moment, Kai Chowching's face was covered in blood. Her entire face was completely unrecognizable, and she looked like a devil. Mommy, she said to her mother with a face full of pain. My good daughter, I'll come and find you immediately. Don't be afraid, Mommy will come right away. Seeing her daughter's miserable state, the woman's face was full of heartache as she said this, and her eyes were filled with malice. Mommy, help me take revenge. Kill them. Kill them. Kai Chowching's face was filled with viciousness as she roared. The woman opposite her flew straight towards her. The pain was tormenting her body. The curse depended on the strength of the caster and the person who was cursed. The pain on Kai Chowching's body would last for at least a few more hours. This was the horror of the curse. While Kai Chowching was in pain, Wang Xian led a group of girls to the front of Class 4. The teachers of Class 4 were not here either. When He Ziwen saw Situyen, Huang Jia, and the rest coming to seek revenge, he was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Teacher Wang, a few days ago we went to spar with them. They were the ones who lost. We didn't do anything. He Ziwen said to Wang Xian. It's fine even if they are severely injured in a spar between students. It's just that their skills are inferior to others. You don't have to worry. My students aren't convinced and want to get back at them. I'm only here to take a look. I won't make a move. The academy has its own rules. Furthermore, I don't have the time to play with you guys. Wang Xian said faintly to him. If that's the case, I might have to offend you. I'm afraid you'll have to carry them away later. He Ziwen raised his head with some confidence. HMPH He Ziwen, don't be arrogant. At that time, the people from your 3 classes came to provoke and humiliate us. Don't make yourself sound too high and mighty. Huang Jia immediately walked forward and stared at him with a cold face. We, the students of the Shentian Academy, are fighting for resources. Naturally, we are not satisfied with your class occupying the best training grounds. Even if it was our 3 classes, we didn't bully you together. With your strength, you are not qualified to make us fight together. He Ziwen stared at Huang Jia and released his pride. He knew the rules of the academy. Even the teachers were not allowed to violate them. Therefore, even if Wang Xian was at the side, his aura was not weaker than anyone else. A bunch of girls, give us your class 1. If that's the case, we won't challenge you. That's right, a bunch of girls. Give us that place, haha. Behind He Ziwen, the young men laughed out loud. HMPH, let's see who's the real deal then. Yu Bingbing have just ignited 2 wisps of divine fire to challenge your class 4. Xiaolan. Get out here, I want to challenge you. Yu Bingbing and Xiaolan saw how arrogant and insulting they were, so they stood out with furious faces and shouted at those who were more aggressive. Huang Jia took a few steps forward and locked her gaze on He Ziwen. Haha, since you're looking for a fight, don't blame us for not being polite. I'll beat you until you call me daddy. Haha. The few of them immediately stepped forward and stared at them coldly. They didn't put Huang Jia and the others in their eyes at all. Sister Jia, Bingbing, teach them a lesson. If you are arrogant now, you will cry later. The group of girls stared at them angrily. Fight! Huang Jia and the others also had cold expressions on their faces. The 3 of them immediately dispersed and stared at their opponents coldly. The entire Shentian Academy was covered by a powerful formation. Their battle wouldn't be able to destroy any of the buildings here. Foolish. 5 days ago, we were able to easily crush you. Today, it's the same. He Ziwen waved his arm and the formation compass appeared in his hand. Wang. Waves of energy rose. Huang Jiajia's 3 wisps of divine fire's strength completely erupted. On the side, 2 wisps of divine fires Yu Bingbing and Xiaolan also instantly erupted. Their 2 opponents were also 2 wisps of divine fire. Let them know how powerful our Class 4 is. Brotherwin, you can do it. Let this group of girls know how powerful we are. Haha. The people from Class 4 were shouting excitedly from behind. They knew the strength of Class 1. Although Huang Jiajia had broken through, they did not think that He Ziwen would lose to a girl who had just broken through. The battle soon began. The result was without any suspense. Huang Jiajia and the others now had the strange curse technique. They could not fight against people of the same level at all. Ah! What is this? What is this? I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Soon, screams came from He Ziwen and the other 2. In just a few minutes, their faces were extremely pale and their faces were ferocious as they begged for mercy. Strange, miserable, and fresh blood had completely soaked their clothes. Everyone in Class 4 was stunned and they looked at this scene with fear. At this moment, He Ziwen was no less miserable than Kai Chaoqing. He lay on the ground and screamed in pain. He stared at his own body in panic. No, 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 I don't want to die. Teacher, save me, save me. He raised his bloody head and begged Wang Xian for help. Don't worry, none of you will die. As for the treatment, it's up to you guys. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Treating them? What a joke. Back then, Yu Bingbing was seriously injured. Yet all of you didn't care about her at all. Let's go to Class 7. Wang Xian said faintly. He turned around and walked towards Class 7. HMPH serves you right. You dare to bully us. Now, you know what will happen to you. Now, the group of girls didn't feel sorry for them at all. They were so arrogant just now. Why didn't they continue to be so arrogant now? The group of girls turned around and left in disdain, leaving behind everyone in class for who had terrified expressions. What kind of formation did they use? How could it be so strange and terrifying? One by one, the young men and women looked at the 3 people who were wailing on the ground with pale faces and hurriedly notified the teacher. Their expressions were as if they were about to die. The teacher of Class 4 quickly received news of the students. He wasn't far from here and immediately flew over. When he saw the miserable state of the 3 most outstanding students in his class, his expression changed slightly. What a cruel and bloody method. As he examined their bodies, the old man's expression turned gloomy. The students of Class 7 are Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan. Although they didn't make a move that day, they were so arrogant that they made our class attack together. Both of them possess the strength of 3 wisps of divine fire. It seems that both of them have some relationship with their teacher. That's why they are able to be in the same class. When they arrived at the entrance of Class 7, Situyen said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head nonchalantly. With your and Huang Jiajia's strength, it's enough, he said indifferently. All right. Situyen nodded. With a wave of her arm, a surge of energy landed on the door. In the room, a middle-aged man was sitting in front of a table explaining his knowledge to the students. Hearing the knocking on the door, he frowned slightly. Bang, bang, bang. 5 days ago, Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan humiliated Class 1. Today, Class 1 is here to teach us a lesson. At this moment, Situ Yan's voice entered the room. Class 1, are these girls courting death? How dare they come here to provoke us? The students of Class 7 were listening to their teacher teach them the array formation. When they heard the voices outside, an impatient look appeared on their faces. Are you courting death? Teacher Niu, I want them to scram immediately. Zhao Yuanfeng's face was slightly embarrassed. He immediately stood up and said to the middle-aged teacher in front of him, Sit down. The middle-aged teacher said to him, but there wasn't the slightest fluctuation on his face. During the lesson, immediately leave the range of Class 7. He lightly shouted and a wave of pressure was released towards the outside. Outside the door, Situyen and the rest heard this voice and felt the pressure from it. Their expressions changed slightly. Ha! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. The aura from his body was so powerful that it could withstand this pressure. He waved his arm. Boom. Following that, the door opened with a loud bang. Seeing Wang Xian opening the door, the girls were slightly stunned. Their faces revealed astonishment. In class 7, Teacher Niu and all the students were also slightly shocked. All the students stood up in an instant. Their faces were filled with anger. Sorry to disturb you. 5 days ago, our students were bullied by you. This time, we are here to spar. Wang Xian's voice traveled over slowly. It's the teacher from class 1. He actually came personally. All the students from class 7 were slightly shocked. Teacher Wang, I'm teaching. Teacher Niu's face darkened when he saw Wang Xian pushing the door open. He said coldly with some displeasure, "That's why I said I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm also very busy." However, 5 days ago, the students were bullied by the students from 3 classes. I happen to have the time today to bring them here for a spar. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said nonchalantly. Although he said that he was disturbing them, it didn't seem like he was disturbing them at all. Spar. When Teacher Niu saw Wang Xian's attitude, he stood up with a cold expression. He looked at the students behind Wang Xian, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Teacher Wang, your punches and kicks are blind. It wouldn't be good if you hurt your students. He said coldly. It's fine. Anyway, there were students who were seriously injured 5 days ago. It would be their incompetence if they were seriously injured again. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly. All right. Since we are going to spar, you guys can spar with the students of class 1. Teacher Niu laughed coldly and looked at Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan. Go and guide Teacher Wang's students. Yes, teacher. Don't worry. We will help Teacher Wang educate them. Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan felt their teacher's anger and smiled. They turned around and looked at Situ Yan, Huang Jia, and the others with disdain in their eyes. Last time, we didn't make a move. Do you feel uncomfortable because we didn't torture you? Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan walked forward with smiles on their faces as they asked with a cold smile. If you can beat us now, you can think so too. Huang Jia and Situ Yan walked forward with cold eyes. Punches and kicks have no eyes. Teacher Wang is very clear about the rules of the academy, right? Teacher Niu looked at Wang Xian and said again, You've already said it once. There's no need to repeat it again. Wang Xian looked at him and replied, You're a new teacher. As a senior, I naturally have to remind you a few more words. Elder Niu said with a smile. He was extremely displeased with Wang Xian's direct breach of the door. This was completely ignoring him and disrespecting him. Since that was the case, there was no need to stand on ceremony. He repeated it repeatedly to remind his students to hit harder. Let them crawl out today. In class 7, Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan looked at each other and said indifferently. Their faces were full of confidence. Last time, our brother Feng and brother Yuan didn't even make a move. Today, they insist on asking for a beating. They really don't know death. HMPH, they dare to disturb our teacher's class and disturb us. Brother Feng and brother Yuan, teach them a lesson. The students of class 7 also noticed their teacher's dissatisfaction and shouted loudly. Today, we will definitely repay the humiliation of that day tenfold. Huang Jia and Situ Yan's expressions were incomparably cold. They slowly walked forward and locked their gazes on them. Boom, boom. Their auras exploded, causing the 2 people opposite to them to be slightly stunned. You guys actually broke through. No wonder you dare to come and find trouble with us. Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan slightly narrowed their eyes and their expressions were filled with coldness. However, you guys already dare to come and find trouble with us after just breaking through. Today, I'll let you guys see how powerful we are. The 2 of them shouted with cold faces and their auras also erupted. Boom, boom. The battle erupted. Situ Yan versus Zhao Yuanfeng. Huang Jia versus Niu Feiyuan. While the 2 of them were fighting, a woman stood in front of Kai Qiuqing who was lying on the ground. Daughter, you. Who did this? Who did this? The woman looked at her daughter's miserable state, and her eyes shone with a crazy killing intent. A terrifying aura erupted in the surroundings. The students in the surroundings felt this aura, and their faces were filled with fear. This was Kai Qiuqing's mother, an eternal God Lord level powerhouse. And her strength was not an ordinary eternal God Lord. As the woman spoke, She immediately transferred the energy into her daughter's body. At the same time, she took out medicinal pills and placed them inside. So ruthless. Feeling her daughter's body, the woman's expression became even more sinister. "Daughter, who did it?" The woman's expression was incomparably cold as she asked once again. "Mother, it's someone from Class 1, it's Class 1 Citizen." Kai Qiaoqing saw her mother coming over and couldn't help but shed tears as she spoke with a ferocious expression. "Auntie, the teacher from Class 1 brought a class of students over just now. It was Citoyen from Class 1 who heavily injured her. They're too cruel." A girl beside her also spoke to the woman. The woman's breathing was a little heavy and her eyes were filled with a cold glint. "Let's go. I'll bring you to get an explanation." The woman's body was filled with a dense, murderous aura. She supported her daughter as they walked out. The students of Class 2 hesitated for a moment before hurriedly following behind. What kind of array formation is this? How can it be so strange? No. It's a curse array formation. It's a curse array formation. At Class 7, the battle had already begun for a minute. Teacher Niu stared at Huang Jujia and Citoyen with a face full of astonishment. At this moment, their surroundings were shrouded in darkness. A strange array formation was attacking Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan. Both of them were not weak. But when the strange array formation landed on their bodies, their expressions changed drastically. Crack, crack, crack. Blood oozed out of their bodies. Their bones began to bend, and their faces were extremely ferocious. What kind of array formation is this? Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan's expressions also changed drastically. The intense pain caused their faces to twist. Wang Wang Wang. At this moment, the curses from the two of them fell toward them once again. When the curse array fell into their bodies, the two of them directly fell to the ground. Ah! Painful screams came out of the mouths of the two of them. All the surrounding students looked at this scene in shock. "Stop!" Teacher Niu, who was originally prepared to watch his students teach their opponents a good lesson, had a drastic change in expression at this moment. He immediately shouted loudly, "Teacher, please don't interfere in the sparring between students." Wang Xian heard his voice and said indifferently, "Admit defeat. Admit defeat." Teacher Niu moved his body and was about to fly towards Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan. What a joke. If the others can admit defeat on behalf of others, then there's no need for us to spar in the academy. Wang Xian did not give him any face. With a wave of his arm, palm after palm appeared on the ground and grabbed onto Teacher Niu's legs. Ha! When Teacher Niu saw that Wang Xian was actually attacking him, his expression changed drastically. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. "Don't you understand the rules, senior?" Hee. Wang Xian smiled at him with a face full of mockery. Just now, he was still talking about the rules. He even said that he was a senior and needed to remind him a little more. Now, you. Teacher Niu's expression changed drastically. All the students around were shocked as they watched the two teachers' game. However, all the students in Class 7 looked extremely embarrassed. Even the teachers were embarrassed when they were attacked. "We admit defeat. We admit defeat." At this moment, Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan, who were lying on the ground with pained expressions on their faces, shouted in pain. "HMPH, weren't you arrogant just now and told us to crawl away? Why are you admitting defeat now? Trash." Citoyen, Huang Jujia, and Niu Feiyuan looked at them with mockery on their faces. Teacher, save us." However, at this moment, the two of them did not hear what they were saying at all. Their faces were filled with pain and fear as they begged Teacher Niu for help. This strange formation made them completely afraid. When Teacher Niu heard their cries for help, his expression changed again. He walked over with a gloomy face. He took out some pills and injected a large amount of energy into their bodies. As expected of the curse formation. It's so sinister and strange. Sensing the injuries on their bodies, Teacher Niu raised his head and stared at Wang Xian as he said coldly, "With their injuries, if they wanted to recover on their own, it would take them more than 10 years or even dozens of years to do so. In fact, if they didn't have any medicinal pills, there might be side effects." This was the power of the curse formation. The students are being bullied. Teach them some battle techniques. Wang Xian looked at him and said calmly, "Let's go." He turned around and said to the students. The girls nodded immediately and smiled. "Who hurt my daughter? Show yourself." At this moment, an extremely cold voice was heard. It was accompanied by a terrifying pressure. Everyone was slightly shocked. Under this terrifying pressure, the students' bodies froze and their faces turned extremely pale. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He waved his arm to block this pressure. Buzz. At this moment, a woman supported a woman and landed in front of them. The woman was naturally Kai Qiaoqing. Although she had undergone treatment, she could still see the miserable state of her body. Her entire face was incomparably pale and her eyes were filled with icy rage. Behind her, a group of students from Class 2 ran over. Seeing this scene, Teacher Niu frowned slightly. "Mom, it's her. It's her who injured me. It's her." Kai Qiaoqing's voice suddenly sounded. With a savage expression, she pointed at Situ Yan and screamed. Kai Qiaoqing pointed her finger at Situ Yan. Her scream was a little ear-piercing. Situ Yan's face changed when she was pointed at. She looked even paler. She looked at her teacher in fear. "You are the one who hurt my daughter. You are so vicious at such a young age." Before everyone could speak, the woman stared at Situ Yan and questioned her coldly. Situ Yan opened her mouth. Wang Xian waved his hand and asked her not to speak. "Who are you?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the woman as he asked indifferently. "I am Kai Qiaoqing's mother. My daughter was tortured so miserably. I want to ask, are all of you so ruthless?" The woman looked at Wang Xian and asked with a cold expression. "Mother, he is the teacher of Class 1. Kai Qiaoqing whispered to her mother at the side. "The teacher of the academy?" "The teacher of the academy led his students here to bully other students. How can he be so cruel?" The woman's face turned even colder when she heard her daughter's words. She stared at Wang Xian and questioned him. Her valiant aura was fully displayed. "Is she a teacher from the Shentian Academy?" Wang Xian ignored the woman's gaze and turned his head to look at Teacher Niu. "No." Teacher Niu glanced at Wang Xian and replied indifferently. Upon seeing the scene, he was actually feeling better. "Your students' methods are indeed a little cruel." In the end, he couldn't help but comment indifferently. This curse technique was indeed extremely terrifying, cruel, and bloody. "Hee 5 days ago when your students came to humiliate my students, it was fine. Now that I've defeated you, it's not allowed." Wang Xian spoke to Elder Niu with some disdain as he looked at the woman slowly. "If you're not a teacher of the academy, how dare you be so arrogant here? Do you understand the rules of the academy? Students are allowed to settle their own matters. Even teachers are not allowed to interfere, let alone your parents," he said coldly to the woman. Boom. When the woman heard Wang Xian's words, her face was filled with anger. A terrifying aura erupted from her body. "Even if we can't interfere, your students have gone too far. You must give my daughter an explanation for this matter." She stared at Wang Xian coldly. How could she be willing to give up when her daughter was in such a miserable state? She must give her an explanation. "Why didn't you say anything when your daughter was humiliating others?" Wang Xian stared at the woman and said coldly. I was merely sparring with them, but you guys." Kai Qiaoqing said angrily when she heard Wang Xian's words. I'll settle my student's matter. Since someone has interfered, I'll die." A hint of brutality flashed across Wang Xian's eyes when he saw their actions. Buzz. He waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand instantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next moment, the entire world underwent a terrifying transformation. The formations set up by the surrounding academies emitted cracking sounds. The entire space underwent a terrifying transformation in an instant. A black hole. A terrifying black hole surrounded the surroundings. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the divine dragon on the 5 elements millstone let out a roar and the formation set up on it was activated immediately. A chain that looked like a water snake attacked the woman directly. What? The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Teacher Niu widened his eyes as he scanned his surroundings with a face full of astonishment. He then swept his gaze across Wang Xian. He actually dared to make a move right here. Furthermore, looking at his violent killing intent, it was definitely not as simple as making a move. All students, come behind me. An embarrassed look appeared on his face as he shouted at his students. Teacher Wang, what are you doing? Sensing the terrifying energy around him, he could not help but shout at Wang Xian. He had mastered 5 laws and was not a weak powerhouse. However, he had never made a move in the academy before. He did not dare to be so unbridled. You, what are you going to do? Do you really think that we are easy to bully? The woman's expression changed drastically when she saw Wang Xian making a move. She immediately shielded her daughter behind her and unleashed the strength of an eternal celestial master level 4. Her strength was slightly weaker than Wang Xian and Teacher Niu. With such strength, you dare to be so arrogant in the Shantian Academy? You also dare to act rashly? Then you shall stay here forever. Wang Xian revealed a cold expression. It was obvious that such a person was not a good person. The heart of light and darkness could also sense a person's good and bad qualities. With such strength, he still dared to be arrogant towards him. If he dared to be unbridled in front of his students, then he would kill him. Hiss! 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 The water snake formed by the formation attacked her directly. At the same time, Wang Xian waved his arm and continued to set up the formation. Numerous blood-red chains appeared in the void. The blood-red chains revealed a bloodthirst that caused one to be in a trance. You! When the woman saw his undisguised killing intent, golden rays shot out from her body and slashed at the water snake in front of Wang Xian. However, when her attack landed on the water snake, her expression changed drastically. She was not his opponent. Are you going to kill me? The woman's expression was extremely ugly as she shouted at Wang Xian. Walala! In the next moment, the blood-red chains attacked the woman. The huge gap made it impossible for him to withstand the attacks of the water snake and the blood-red chains. Poo poo poo. When she was unable to dodge in time, the chains penetrated her body and wrapped around her body. Ah! The woman let out a shrill roar as her eyes revealed a look of extreme fear. This young teacher really dared to kill her. Flee! Fear appeared in the woman's eyes and her figure began to turn illusory. However, at this moment, the surrounding black hole trembled, and an inexplicable suction force made it impossible for her to return to her eternal divine kingdom. Not good. What kind of formation is this? No, no, no. The woman let out a mournful cry, and her face was filled with panic. What is this? Teacher Niu's expression changed drastically as well. He could sense that the woman wanted to escape. However, the black hole around her emitted an inexplicable tearing force, making it impossible for her to escape. What kind of formation is this? It's so terrifying to trap the Eternal Lord. Teacher Niu's expression changed drastically as well. His eyes were filled with fear. Crash. At this moment, the blood-red chains penetrated the woman's body and pulled her towards Wang Xian. No, no, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The woman was completely terrified at this moment. She shouted at Wang Xian with a face full of fear. At the back, Kai Chi-Ching and all the students from Class 2 were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that the teacher from Class 1 would be so violent and vicious. He was actually going to kill Kai Chao-Ching's mother. Furthermore, the other party's mother was completely helpless. No, no, mother. At this moment, the arrogant Kai Chao-Ching also panicked and shouted loudly. Walala! In the empty space of the black hole, a blood-red chain rang. The woman widened her eyes and looked at Wang Xian with a face full of panic. Her body was trembling non-stop. At the back, Kai Chao-Ching's face was filled with fear. She was shouting loudly for her mother. All the students in Class 2 shuddered and were trembling. Bang! Wang Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the woman's neck. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Metal attribute. Cough cough, don't kill me. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you have also violated the laws of the Tianzi continent. The woman trembled as she saw Wang Xian grabbing her neck. Intruding into the Shantian Academy and using the might of the Eternal Lord to suppress the students, you deserve to die. Wang Xian stared at the woman coldly and said with a grim expression, So you go to hell. Wang Xian's mind stirred. Soul Catcher. When the Soul Catcher was activated, The woman's face instantly became absent-minded. There was even a hint of fear and despair on her face. Buzz. Very soon, Wuxia withdrew the soul catcher. A terrifying pressure was transmitted into her mind. Summon your eternal kingdom. He shouted softly and transmitted it into the woman's mind. The woman, whose face was lifeless and her eyes were pale, opened her mouth slightly. Behind her, an eternal kingdom slowly appeared in the sky. However, the black hole was a little small. This space could not contain her eternal kingdom at all. Wuxia moved his body and the phantom image of the Dragon Palace appeared behind him. He pulled the eternal kingdom into the Dragon Palace. Cough, cough, cough. At the same time, the woman disconnected from her eternal kingdom. Blood kept spurting out of her mouth and her eyes regained a trace of color. However, this trace of color was more of despair. No, no, don't kill my mother, sob, sob. At this moment, Kai Chiu-Ching, who was at the side, had a complete breakdown. Her eyes were bloodshot as she kept shouting at Wuxia. Don't kill my mother. This Shangguan Jahan or Shi Zhengyang. They are the ones who came looking for us to cause trouble for your student. It's all them. Don't kill my mother. Woo-woo, it's all them. No, no, teacher. She sat on the ground with a horrified expression and begged Wuxia for mercy. Wuxia's hand movements paused slightly. Shangguan Jahan? Shi Zhengyang? Shangguan Jahan, Shi Zhengyang? Aren't they the Heaven's Order disciples of the Beast Tamer Institute? They are also famous in our institute. They were the ones who instructed Kai Chiao-Ching and the rest to do it. Everyone around was slightly stunned when they heard Kai Chiao-Ching's words. They were filled with astonishment. Their actions 5 days ago were actually instigated by the two Heaven's favorites of the Beast Tamer Institute. Why? This made some students think of the rumors about Teacher Wang on the AI recently, and some people had some understanding. So someone was behind it on purpose. But looking at the powerful and terrifying Teacher Wang in front of them, they could imagine that Shangguan Jahan and Shi Zhengyang were probably going to be in trouble. Perhaps they were going to be killed. So what if they were killed for slandering an eternal God Lord level powerhouse in secret? Even if he couldn't make a move on the surface, it would be easy to kill them in the dark. You're courting death, Wuxia shouted coldly. His palm landed on the woman's head and threw her into the Dragon Palace before disappearing instantly. No! Kai Chiao-Ching screamed in despair when she saw this scene. Her mother was an eternal Lord-level powerhouse. Her mother doted on her very much. It was also because of her mother that she had developed such an arrogant and despotic personality. She did not put anyone in her eyes. In fact, 5 days ago, if not for someone beside her reminding her, she would have struck even more ruthlessly. But now, her mother had been killed directly from behind. She did not even run away. When all the students in Class 2 saw this scene, their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. An expert who was almost on par with their teacher was killed by the teacher of Class 1. He was killed right in front of them. This was too terrifying. When Teacher Nyo saw this scene, his heart pounded violently. He could sense that Wuxia's strength was about the same as his. However, this strange space could actually prevent the Eternal Lord from escaping. He couldn't do such a formation. The reason why the Eternal Lord was so difficult to kill was that they could escape in an instant. However, if they encountered Wuxia, they would really die. Even he didn't dare to fight against such a person. In particular, the other party was too unbridled. They actually dared to kill that woman. Even if what happened today was the woman's fault, killing her would be too serious. If they were to really bicker, he would have to pay a heavy price. When he heard Kai Chiao-Ching's words, his expression turned ugly as well. Is what she said true? Teacher Nyo stared at Zhao Yuanfeng and Nyo Fei Yuan with a dark expression as he asked in a low voice. Teacher. We. At this moment, the two of them had just been released from the array curse. When they saw this scene, they almost cried. If they had known that Teacher Wang was so terrifying and so unbridled, they wouldn't have dared to do such a thing no matter how much benefits he gave them. Even an eternal Lord-level expert had been killed. If the other party wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't even know how they died. Although the laws of the Tianzi continent were perfect, an expert trying to assassinate a weakling was completely undetectable. You're courting death. For the sake of 2 students, you actually dared to provoke an eternal lord. When Elder Nyo saw their expressions, he revealed an extremely furious expression. How could an eternal lord-level expert be so easily provoked? Even if you were a student of the Shentian Academy, the other party would still dare to kill you in secret. Especially since this Wang Xian knew how to curse the formation. If he were to kill them, it would be too easy. No one would be able to find any evidence. In a while, kneel down and beg Teacher Wang for forgiveness. Tell him everything. Elder Anayu looked at the 2 reckless fellows and his face turned black. If they were not the sons of his relatives and friends, he would not care about the 2 fellows who were courting death. Yes, teacher. At this moment, they knew what to do even without Teacher Nyo's instructions. The other party had killed an eternal lord without any restraint. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the surrounding formation suddenly let out the sound of collapsing. Wang Xian raised his head and saw someone attacking the formation outside. He waved his arm. Buzz. With a wave of his arm, he withdrew the formation. The moment the formation withdrew, the surrounding sounds of the world wailing could be heard. Outside, more than 10 teachers saw the formation retreating and sensed the changes in the world. Their expressions changed drastically. The Master of God has fallen. What happened? An old man roared in anger. His face was filled with vigilance. The formation disappeared. Their eyes were fixed on the area below and swept across everyone. Teachers, there is an expert who broke into the Shentian Academy. He has been killed by me. Wang Xian saw more than a dozen teachers outside. Some were strong and some were weak. He spoke nonchalantly. Boom, boom, boom. The mournful cries of heaven and earth resounded in the sky above Shentian Academy. This time, all the students and teachers raised their heads in shock. Their faces were filled with shock. The mournful cries of heaven and earth represented the fall of an eternal God Lord-level expert. How could such an expert fall in Shentian Academy? Could it be an eternal Lord-level powerhouse who had passed away? Some teachers flew over quickly. In front of Class 7, more than a dozen teachers looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. His calm voice caused everyone to be stunned. And Powerhouse has barged into the Shentian Academy? The teachers frowned slightly and showed a stunned expression. Which expert dared to barge into the Shentian Academy? This was simply courting death. In the entire Shentian domain, the safest place was the Shentian Academy. Barging in here was no different from courting death. No one dared to do it. Teachers, you have to uphold justice for your students. He killed my mother. He killed my mother. Right at this moment, an incomparably mournful voice came out from Kai Chowching's mouth. She knelt on the ground and roared with a face full of malevolence and despair. Ha! When the teachers heard her, they were even more stunned. Their eyes were sparkling. Your mother is not from the academy. However, because of the sparring between students, you were injured and came here to suppress the students of the Shentian Academy. You deserve to die. Wang Xian stared at Kai Chowching and said coldly. When the teachers heard their words, their faces were filled with astonishment. Teacher Nyo, what happened? One of the teachers asked Teacher Nyo, who was at the back. It's indeed as Teacher Wang said. Teacher Wang's students had seriously injured her. Her mother came to interrogate her and was killed by Teacher Wang. Although the students' parents can enter the academy directly, her mother's behavior was indeed a little too excessive and arrogant. Teacher Nyo was silent for a moment before he spoke up. He was obviously speaking up for Wang Xian. Now that Kai Chowching's mother was dead and his 2 students were involved, he could only try to curry favor with Wang Xian so that he wouldn't hold a grudge against them. HMPH, the parents of the students actually dared to come to our academy to denounce us. So what if they're dead? A seemingly rude teacher harumphed coldly when he heard his words. Clearly, in his opinion, he should just kill them. The other teachers fell silent. It was wrong for outsiders to barge into the Heavenly Academy and act arrogantly, but killing them directly was a little too serious. Let the Academy's leaders decide on this matter. An elder said softly. The other teachers also nodded. They couldn't interfere in this matter. Teacher Wang, it's our fault. We shouldn't have listened to the bewitchment of Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang. It's our fault. At this moment, at the back, Zhao Yuanfeng and Niu Feiyuan were kneeling on the ground and begging Wang Xian for mercy. Wang Xian glanced at them and didn't bother with them. I'm going to take care of some matters. Please inform Director Jean about this matter. Wang Xian spoke to Teacher Niu and flew towards the west. Director Jean? All right. Teacher Niu was slightly taken aback. He nodded his head and looked at Wang Xian. How did this involve Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang from the Beast Taming Academy? When the teachers saw the sudden situation, they walked over and asked in astonishment. Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang knew that they were also famous students of Xiantian Academy. Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang found a few freshmen and severely injured Wang Laosher's student. They might have spread bad news about Wang Laosher. Oh no, he went to the west. Could it be that he is going to kill Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang? As Teacher Niu spoke, he suddenly raised his voice and a look of shock appeared on his face. What? The surrounding teachers were taken aback. It's hard to say. If he dares to kill an eternal God Lord, he might be able to kill 2 students. Following which, Elder Niu frowned and continued speaking with an ugly expression on his face. Report this to the directors immediately. An elder opened his mouth slightly and hurriedly spoke. At this moment, more and more teachers rushed over. When they had just understood the situation here, they were also somewhat dumbstruck. The new teacher of the new student class 1 had actually killed an Eternal Lord rank 4 expert, causing him to not even be able to escape. Such strength was truly terrifying. Thinking that he might have gone to kill 2 students now, the other teachers were even more dumbstruck. This was too unbridled. The teachers were so shocked, not to mention the students of Class 1, Class 2, and Class 7. They looked at Teacher Wang's disappearing figure with astonishment. Shangguan Jihan, Shi Zhengyang. They should be the 2 from the House of War Beasts. Wang Xian flew in the direction of the Beast Tamer School and took out his AI to search. Both of them were famous people in the Xiantian Academy, so they could easily find out a lot of information. When he thought about how the 2 of them dared to target him in secret, a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He had brought this upon himself. He came to the sky above the beast taming school and scanned his surroundings with his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. Soon, he saw 2 familiar figures in a huge building in the middle. Beast Taming Ground. The largest beast taming ground in the Beast Taming Academy. At this moment, in the center of the beast taming ground, Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang were standing in front of a few sea monsters. There were many students gathered around them. The 2 of them were the center of attention in the mysterious Sky Academy. Wherever they went, there would be people following them. In particular, the 2 of them were relatively handsome. There were more than a dozen girls gathered around them. The 2 of them were just about to purchase some battle beasts from the academy when the battle at the front lines caused all of their battle pets to fall. It's a pity that we don't have many divine stones left. The 2 of them looked at the sea monster in front of them and felt a little helpless in their hearts. The collapse of the battle beast house had caused them to have quite a number of meteorites. Brother Zhengyang, even if you don't have any more divine stones, you can still purchase battle pets with 9 wisps of divine fire. You're not like us, who are too poor. A girl pouted and said from the side, Hee. When your beast taming skills improve a little more, you won't be lacking in divine stones. Shi Zhengyang smiled faintly. His face was filled with a hint of arrogance. Clap, clap, clap. Just as they were talking, Wang Xian slowly walked over to them. He looked at Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang who were in front of him. His eyes were filled with indifference. To provoke a powerhouse, you have to pay with your life. When Wang Xian was 20 meters away from them, his voice entered their ears. Ha! The 2 of them were slightly stunned when they heard this voice. They turned around in astonishment. The people who were surrounding them also turned around in astonishment. It's you! When the 2 of them saw Wang Xian, their expressions changed drastically. A hint of fear flashed in their eyes. You brought this upon yourself. Wang Xian looked at them. With a wave of his arm, a terrifying energy engulfed them. Boom! In the Beast Tamer yard of the Beast Tamer school, a terrifying explosion sounded. The energy that was filled with destruction landed on the bodies of Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang. Instantly exploding, the gray energy directly caused the 2 of them to dissipate. The two people who had been standing there proudly just a moment ago had completely disappeared, not even leaving a trace of ashes behind. A horrified scream came from the mouths of a few female students around them. They looked at the position of Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang in astonishment. Their eyes swept across Wang Xian and were filled with fear. Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang were actually killed. They were actually killed by someone. What happened? What happened? Some of the surrounding people looked over with doubtful expressions. The sudden explosion shocked them as well. Someone actually dared to make a move in the beast-taming ground. What's going on? At this moment, the two teachers in the beast-taming ground flew over and looked around with a frown. Because Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang had disappeared, those who didn't see it didn't know what had happened. He killed Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang. He killed them. A female student pointed at Wang Xian in horror. However, she kept retreating. What? The two teachers were slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at Wang Xian and locked onto him with their auras. I am a teacher of the academy. The academy will naturally look for me for this matter. I will also explain it to them. Wang Xian looked at the two teachers and walked straight out. Hiss, he really killed Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang. The two teachers were slightly shocked when they heard his words. Their faces were filled with shock. When they saw Wang Xian leaving, the two of them looked at each other. One of them followed beside Wang Xian, while the other immediately informed the experts of the beast-taming school and the teachers of Shangguan Jihan, Shi Zhengyang, and the rest. Boom! At this moment, everyone in the entire beast-taming ground was shocked. Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang were actually killed by a teacher. What kind of hatred do they have? I saw it just now. They were killed instantly. Both of them didn't even have any ashes. Hiss, this is too terrifying. Why did that teacher kill Shangguan Jihan and Shi Zhengyang directly? Shocked voices rang out in the beast-taming ground. Everyone's eyes widened as they discussed in disbelief. A teacher killing a student. This was the first time this had happened in the Shen-Tian Academy. Even if a student had committed a huge mistake, there would still be law enforcement to deal with it. Now that they were killed on the spot, not even ashes were left. It could be said that they were extremely ferocious. This matter was spreading within the Shen-Tian Academy at a terrifying speed. It was spreading on the AI. At the same time, Shangguan Jihan's teacher was also his master. Shi Zhengyang's grandfather, Elder Shi, soon received the news that they had been killed. When they heard about this matter, they were completely stunned and immediately flew towards the academy. At the same time, the principal of the Beast-Taming Academy, an expert at the pinnacle of the Eternal Divine Lord Realm, and several directors of the Beast-Taming Academy also received the news. The two heavens favorites of the Beast-Taming School were killed. This was a major event for the entire Shen-Tian Academy. The higher-ups of the Beast-Taming School immediately flew toward the array yard. The teachers of the other schools also came over with some curiosity. At this moment, Director Jean also received the news. When she learned that Wang Xian had killed the parents of a student and two heavens favorites of the Beast-Taming School, she was also stunned. Looking at this news, she felt that it was extremely troublesome. Wang Xian was personally arranged by the dean. How could he be an ordinary person if the dean was able to arrange it personally? Although Wang Xian didn't deserve to die for his crimes, he had violated the rules of the Shen-Tian Academy and was going to be severely punished. Let's ask the dean. Dean Jean mumbled and immediately sent a message to the dean. Boom. Dean Jean, what's going on? Your teacher of the formation court forcefully killed a prodigy of our academy. Why haven't you suppressed him yet? At this moment, the door opened with a loud bang, and three figures rushed in furiously. Two old men and a demonic beast were filled with rage. Vice Principal Qing, Dean Hua, Brother Yao, I know about this matter. I am waiting for the principal's reply. Seeing that they had all entered the room, Department Head Jean rubbed his eyebrows and stood up with a bitter expression on his face. Waiting for the principal's reply? Do you really need the principal's reply for such a small matter? It isn't good for a teacher to kill his students by force. Thus, we should just imprison him and... Wang. As the old man in the center spoke, A terrifying energy suddenly gushed out from the room. Department Head Jin's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly bowed respectfully. The other people's pupils also slightly contracted, and they stood there respectfully. Kill him then. Before the energy condensed into a human figure, just a sound was heard, and it immediately disappeared. However, the few experts from the Beast Tamer school were slightly stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. Their headmaster had always been fair and impartial. Even if it was his own descendant who had made a mistake, he was still the same as the commoners, and now, they looked at Director Jean in astonishment. Director Jean had told the principal in advance that he might know some things. I don't know much either, but that teacher Wang was personally arranged by the principal. Director Jean opened his mouth and said to them, "Personally arranged by the principal? A few days ago, the guards came to inform us that a young man had come to the academy, and the principal had personally come to receive him. This." Vice Principal Qing widened his eyes, and a glint flashed in them. "Let's end this matter here. Kai Chaoqing's mother came to cause trouble, and she was executed on the spot. Shangguan Jahan and Shi Zhangyang have been secretly disrespectful to the academy's teachers, and they have offended the experts. If you want to kill them, so be it. As for the two teachers and their families, you can handle them." Director Jean looked at them and said solemnly, "All right." Everyone nodded without the slightest objection. Since the principal had spoken, even if that Wang Laosher killed them for no reason, he would still be innocent. The words of the principal were above everything in the mysterious sky domain. "Vice Principal, Director, how should we deal with the matter of Wang Laosher killing Shangguan Jahan and Shi Zhangyang?" "Vice Principal, we can't let such a teacher off so easily. Such an influence." "Enough." The few of them walked out of the room. Shangguan Jahan Laosher, who was waiting outside, growled with a gloomy face. However, before he could speak, he was interrupted by Vice Principal Qing. "Two weaklings actually dare to play tricks on the experts behind their backs. If they die, so be it. This matter will end here. If anyone dares to deal with that Wang Laosher secretly, don't blame our Shintian Academy for being impolite. All of you should go back and tell their families that they deserve to die." Vice Principal Qing spoke to them sternly. The teachers outside were slightly shocked and their faces were filled with shock. The new student teacher forcefully killed the arrogant parents of the students who had entered the academy. Forcefully killed two students who had provoked him behind his back. Two pieces of news quickly spread throughout the entire Shintian Academy. All the students were stunned when they saw this news. Some people said that the killing was good and that the prestige of the Shintian Academy and the experts were inviolable. Some people also said that it was too serious and too excessive. However, the academy didn't reply or punish that teacher. This caused some students to be extremely shocked. The teachers and family members of Shangguan Jahan and Shi Zhangyang, who were killed, didn't say anything either. As if this matter didn't happen. Everything was extremely calm. Other than some students discussing such a huge matter, it didn't cause too much of a stir. Only some teachers in the academy knew some inside information. Many people guessed that teacher Wang might have a deep relationship with Director Jean. That was why he was not punished this time. After all, Director Jean was a powerhouse at the peak of the Eternal Lord level and the wife of a powerhouse who was the dean's descendant. It was still possible to suppress this matter. After all, it was those people who were arrogant and seeking death. Wang Xian did not care about killing those three people at all. With the relationship between him and the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation, let alone killing three people, even if he killed 30,000 of them, he reckoned that it would not be a big deal. He had also finished dealing with the students in the class. At this moment, he was staying in the Dragon Palace's pet shop. The Dragon Palace's pet shop had been open for a few days last month. Today, it was ready to officially open for business. He was going to start selling his pets. After a rough calculation, he had obtained more than 120 Eternal God Lord level war pets from the extreme cold northern region this time. The Ice Drill Croc was the highest level. Other than the Ice Drill Croc, the most valuable ones were the 99 Northern Howling Sky Wolves. They stood in a row with an imposing manner that shook the sky. Other than these, there was one Eternal God Lord level 4 war pet, 3 level 3 war pets, and more than a dozen level 1 war pets. These were all worth a lot. Of course, the value of the entire pack of ICE wolves was not low either. 3,521 ice wolves were comparable to dozens of level 1 Eternal Lord war pets. If all of these were sold, putting everything aside, it would be enough for Wang Xian to advance to level 2 Eternal Lord war pets. There are a little too many war pets this time. It's still too early to sell them one by one. Let's see if there are any big buyers who can buy up to 1,000 of them in one go. Wang Xian mumbled. He couldn't stay here to sell his pets. It was too much of a waste of time. Let's post some information on the AI. Wang Xian opened the AI and posted the information on the shop of the Dragon Palace's war pets. They were selling the Ice Wolf, which was at the peak of the godly state, and the War Pet, which was the main war pet of the eternal godly state. After posting the information, Wang Xian sent the information to the girls who were descendants of Shen Tian one by one. At that time, the main reason for adding their artificial intelligence was to let them buy war pets. The last time, a middle-aged man who mastered 7 to 8 laws wanted to buy a war pet. Let him know as well. Wang Xian thought to himself and sent out the information one by one. After sending out the information, Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and took a look at some of the information. Now that they were in the Tianzi continent, it was necessary to have some basic information. When Wang Xian saw the trending topics recently, he was stunned. One of the trending topics was the invincible heaven's pride in the land of battle techniques, a man and a beast guarding a city, and the ice drill alligator, a level 5 battle pet of the eternal celestial master. He opened the video and saw the scene that happened in Tianbei Haiqing. This guy. Wang Xian looked at such a clear video and some text descriptions. The corner of his mouth twitched. At that time, he was curious about what this guy was filming for. It turned out that he was using it to show off. However, this video did attract the attention of the entire natural selection continent. Not to mention the attention of the invincible battle technique itself, just the attention of the ice drill crocodile mount was enough to attract everyone. How boring! Wang Xian shook his head. Looking at the replies below, the corner of his mouth twitched. The comments below that wanted to give birth to a monkey for him and marry him actually amounted to tens of millions. There was even a fan club for the invincible battle technique. What the fuck? This fellow was even more famous than a celebrity. What is this? Suddenly, Wang Xian's eyes lit up. Looking at the topic that was trending below, his eyes sparkled. The roar of 1,000 wolves. The roar of 3,000 to 4,000 ice-breaking wolves, terrorizing millions of sea monsters. Wang Xian opened the video. The video was also shot by the invincible combat techniques. It was obviously an unintentional scene. 3,000 to 4,000 ice-breaking wolves stood on the wall of 10,000 miles and let out a roar. It was obvious that millions of sea monsters were stunned. Such an imposing scene attracted the attention of many people. It seemed like their blood was boiling. As for the comments below, some people guessed that it was a battle pet tamed by a powerful beast tamer in the land of battle techniques. Some people were envious and wished that this battle pet was their own. A mount was the love of all the powerhouses, just like how ordinary people loved supercars. I didn't expect this ice wolf pack to become famous. Is it easier to attack? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as his eyes sparkled. He could use the ice wolves to promote his Dragon Palace's pet shop. If he could get the entire natural selection continent to pay attention to the Dragon Palace's pet shop, it would be much more convenient as long as he had a pet and could sell it instantly in the future. As he thought to himself, he took out his AI and sent a message to Invincible in Combat Arts. This fellow was so famous in the Tianzi continent. Wouldn't it be better to ask him to help with the publicity? At the thought of this, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Damn, that pack of ice wolves is really popular now. Damn, if I had known earlier, I would have snatched some ice wolves even if I wanted to. With thousands of ice wolves following behind me, it's simply too cool. Wang Xian sent me a message. He is definitely here to collect my debt. He wants me to pay back the money that I, Invincible of Battle Techniques, owe with my abilities. No way. At this moment, Invincible of Battle Techniques was looking at the AI leisurely in an extremely luxurious high-tech villa. When he saw the message sent by Wang Xian, the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't even take a look at it. Damn you, you idiot. You actually didn't reply to my message. Alright, just you wait. Wuxia waited for more than 10 minutes and realized that there was no reply. His face was dark. However, at this moment, there were many people looking for him in Wuxia's brain. Some of them were customers who had bought his battle pet before. There were also some powerhouses who didn't manage to buy his battle pet last time. At this moment, when they saw his message, they immediately came forward to inquire. Wuxia immediately replied to them one by one. At this moment, a group of unmarried girls from the descendants of Shen Tian also saw his message. Some of the girls vomited blood when they saw that he was actually trying to sell them his pets. It seemed like the last time he left his contact information, he wanted them to buy his items. There's something wrong with that Wuxia's brain. He just sent me a message asking me if I want to buy a pet. This fellow, I'm as pretty as a flower and he didn't want to chat with me. Now, he's asking me if I want to buy a war pet. I've also received his message. He even said that there are a lot of war pets for the Eternal God Lord. Is this fellow trying to trick us? It's possible. Sisters, please pay attention. If there's any situation, report it immediately. In the group chat of the female students of the descendants of Shen Tian who were currently unmarried, a group of female students received Wuxia's message. When they saw the message, the corners of their mouths twitched. They scolded Wuxia for being blind. Instantly, the entire group chat was bustling with activity. No female students replied to Wuxia's message. The middle-aged powerhouse who came last time and mastered 7 to 8 laws didn't reply either. What are they really doing? At this moment, Wuxia, who was in the Dragon Palace's pet shop, revealed a helpless expression. There were a few people who contacted him just now, but they didn't buy any. Even if they did, they would only buy one. He had too many battle pets in his hands. Should I advertise? Wuxia thought to himself. He could advertise in the AI. As long as he had the money, he could spread the word across the entire natural selection continent. Furthermore, if he was willing to spend a lot of money, the AI would even automatically pop up and once he opened the AI. It was really awesome. Advertise. If the Dragon Palace's war pet becomes popular this time, there's no need to go through so much trouble next time. War pets are precious after all. It's not something that can be bought just because you want to. Wuxia mumbled to himself. He decided to advertise a wave of S. Furthermore, it would be a big. He gritted his teeth and thought for a while. Then he turned on his AI and began to edit a video. This video was naturally the popular Thousand Wolves Roar video. Currently, the popularity of this video was very high. It was estimated that there were over 100 billion people in the entire Tianzi continent who had seen this video. The comments below were all about the yearning and desire for battle pets. Taking advantage of the popularity of this, it was still possible. Wuxia used his brain to edit it. Title: 3521 Ice-Breaking Wolf Roars. The ice-drilling crocodile mount under the invincible battle technique came from the Dragon Palace's battle pets. The title was accompanied by a video of a group of ice-breaking wolves roaring. There was also a line of text at the bottom of the video. It read, "With the strength of that trash who is invincible in battle techniques, it is impossible for him to defend a city alone." The mount he is riding is from the Dragon Palace's pet shop. There are more than 3,000 ice wolves and they are also from the Dragon Palace's pet shop. Currently, the Dragon Palace's pet shop was selling all the ice wolves. They were selling a large number of northern howling celestial wolves and selling the level 5 sea monster, Ice Drill Crocodile, the Eternal Lord. With a line of text attached to the video, Wuxia looked at the price of the promotion. Black, this is really black. If I want to promote the entire Tianzi continent, the divine stones required can be comparable to a level 3 pet of an Eternal Lord. It will be able to increase the number of Eternal Lords in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia's face was completely black. However, he still decided to put in a lot of effort. As long as this promotion was made public, his Dragon Palace's battlefield would definitely be famous across the Tianzi continent. In the future, when he captured and tamed the sea monster, he would only need to post a message to sell it. It would be extremely convenient. Such a huge promotion was not something that could be done on the AI. In less than half an hour, a middle-aged man came to the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. The middle-aged man was a staff member of the AI and was specifically responsible for the promotion. Since Wang Xian was doing such a large-scale promotion, he naturally had to conduct an offline transaction. Sir, young master invincible of battle tactics is a peerless heaven's favorite in the land of battle tactics. His status is extraordinary. This term of yours, ahem, will anger young master invincible of battle tactics and make the land of battle tactics unhappy. After discussing everything, the middle-aged man looked at the that was edited by Wang Xian. He coughed and asked in embarrassment, "It's all right. If there's anything, you can only come to me." Wang Xian waved his hand. If Invincible of Battle Tactics really dared to come to him, he would be happy to do so. Damn it, he didn't even reply to his messages. The next time he saw him, he would know that the one who owed money was the grandson. All right, as long as you insist on doing so, sir, our AI brain will do the same. We will promote the entire AI brain. The duration of the promotion will be 1 day and 2 hours will be given away. In addition, we will also give away some first-class promotions. The middle-aged man nodded his head. After discussing some details, he left immediately. The cost of promoting a promotion at Wang Xian's level was very high. It was not every day that someone would promote it. Therefore, the middle-aged man reported it to the higher-ups on the AI and carried out the promotion very quickly. Wang Xian opened the AI and took a look. Immediately, he saw an about the Dragon Palace's war pet shop in the more eye-catching part of the AI. The effect of the promotion was very good. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Xian saw that the number of views of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop had reached tens of millions. Moreover, it was increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. Below the Dragon Palace's pet shop, all sorts of information were increasing crazily. Is this for real? Those 3,000 ice wolves came from the Dragon Palace's pet shop. Now, the Dragon Palace's pet shop is going to be sold. I'm here to observe the rich people. It's awesome for a pet shop to carry out such a promotion. Damn, you actually said that your battle techniques are invincible and useless. Shop owner, you're in trouble now. The entire land of battle techniques will not let you off. One by one, the restores appeared below. Especially recently, the popularity of the video of the 1,000 wolves roaring and invincible in terms of battle techniques was extremely high. Now, such a huge was saying that the invincible in terms of battle techniques was a piece of trash. It was directly selling more than 3,000 ice wolves and saying that the amount of invincible in terms of battle techniques came from a Dragon Palace battle pet. This naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Moreover, this spread at a crazy speed. Not only because of the promotion of the AI, but also because it involved invincible battle style. After all, everyone in the Tianzi continent knew that invincible battle style was a peerless heaven's favorite and was now called trash. When everyone in the land of battle style saw this news, their faces were filled with shock. Some were furious and some cursed, but more experts were slightly shocked. All the experts knew that the invincible young master had the ice drill crocodile, a level 5 eternal god lord mount. This ice drill crocodile wasn't given by the patriarch. When invincible battle technique came back, it was said that he rode the ice drill crocodile to show off to the patriarch and was thrown out. If it was not given by the patriarch, then it might really be a Dragon Palace war pet. No, looking at the promotional video, all the experts were almost sure that the icebreaker wolf and the ice drill crocodile came from the Dragon Palace war pet. This made many experts feel excited. If the Dragon Palace war pet was really introduced, they also had many Eternal Godlord war pets. How could they not be tempted by such amount? If they bought dozens of Ice Wolf war pets, the warriors of their families would be able to unite their mounts, and their combat power would be greatly increased. Whether it's true or not, we must go and take a look. They dared to spend such a great price to promote it. It can't be fake. It says that there are hundreds of Eternal Godlord level war pets. If it's true, it's crazy. Many experts in the entire natural selection continent were tempted. Some of them immediately rushed to the mysterious sky territory. The Dragon Palace pet shop was a huge hit. Selling more than 3,000 ice wolves was enough to attract countless people, not to mention many Eternal God Lord level pets. Countless people from the Tianzi continent quickly flew to the heavenly sea island of the mysterious sky territory through the teleportation formation. With such a huge promotion and the scarcity of battle pets, everyone could predict that these battle pets would be sold out soon. First come, first served. You sell pets. Where's your war pet shop? What's its name? At this moment, in the Dragon Palace's war pet shop, Wang Xian looked at the browsing volume on the AI and smiled. At this moment, a message was suddenly sent. He took a look and it was from a girl from the Xian Tian descendants. Dragon Palace's war pet on the Tianhai Island. Wang Xian replied immediately. Do you have the ice wolves at the peak of the godly state here? At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly entered the shop and asked Wang Xian. Yes, there are some war pets in the shop. Most of the other shops can't fit them. There is a price on the wall if you want to buy them. Wang Xian looked at the person who came in and said to him, Do you have the northern howling sky wolf's war pets here? Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, another person came in. Look at the price. He didn't say much and pointed at the wall. The price is not expensive. The price is not expensive. I thought that the price would be more expensive. Give me 2 ice wolves. Where is your boss? When will I help tame them? A middle-aged man asked immediately. 3 days later, tame them according to the order of the buyers. Pay half of the deposit first. Those who don't buy will leave immediately. Those who pay the deposit will leave immediately too. Wang Xian replied indifferently. With a wave of his arm, he carved the sentence on the wall. This. The few people who entered the shop opened their mouths slightly. The service attitude was extremely arrogant. Are you the owner of this shop? Little brother, since you have the money to promote it on the AI, I think you can build a bigger shop. A middle-aged man said bitterly. It's too troublesome. I can barely sell it here. Wang Xian shook his head. Dragon Palace's war pet. Oh my god, is that war pet shop advertised by the AI yours? Do you really have thousands of ice wolves and war pets at the level of the Eternal Lord? Where are you? Where are you? Why didn't you reply? You rascal, I want to buy a pet. Please reply. While Wang Xian was chatting with the customers who had entered the shop in a cultivation room in the Xiantian Academy, a female student was staring at the AI with a face full of anger. This fellow actually didn't reply after saying one sentence. This fellow was able to kill a level 4 Eternal Lord by force. That war pet of the Dragon Palace might really be his. The girl mumbled to herself. Just now, she was also joking with her sisters in the group chat. She didn't take Wang Xian's message to heart. However, just now she received a piece of news. That Wang Xian had killed an Eternal Lord level 4 powerhouse. When she heard that, her face was filled with shock. Suddenly, she recalled that Wang Xian had asked them if they wanted to buy a pet. Hence, she asked out of curiosity. However, she didn't expect that it was really the Dragon Palace's war pet. Sisters, big news, big news. Did you see the promotion on the AI? That Dragon Palace's war pet was opened by that Wang Xian. She immediately opened the group chat of her sisters and replied immediately. What? I saw the promotion too. The video directly said that invincible combat techniques are useless. Is the Dragon Palace's war pet shop really his? It can't be, right? The Dragon Palace pet shop is advertised with thousands of ice wolves and hundreds of Eternal Master battle pets. It can't really be that guy's pet shop, right? It's possible. I just got the news that that guy killed an Eternal Master level 4 expert in the academy. Maybe this pet shop really belongs to him. What kill an Eternal Master level 4? Well, let's go and have a look. It's on the Sky Sea Island. It's not very far. Me too. Me too. Soon, the whole group became lively. All the girls went to take a look. War pets. Every cultivator wished to have a war pet. Eh? There are war pets for sale in the Dragon Palace. In front of the pitch-black ocean, the sounds of battle and the wailing of heaven and earth could be heard endlessly. In a command room in front of the battlefield, a girl was sitting there. She was wearing blue armor and her hair was tied up. She looked like a woman. She looked at the information on the AI and was pleasantly surprised. She immediately stood up. Last time, she didn't manage to buy a war pet. This time, she hoped that she could buy a good mount. This is that the guy who opened the pet shop? At this moment, she suddenly saw the group of girls chatting on the AI. Her eyes were filled with shock. Then, She looked at the message sent by Wang Xian. Her eyes sparkled. She opened the AI and saw the message sent by Wang Xian. However, she didn't want to bother with it at all. Commander Xian, the general, just gave an order. He said that we should go to the Dragon Palace to buy the ice-breaking wolf. It would be best if we could buy all of them. At this moment, a young man walked in and said to the girl with a smile on his face, "Good. I want to buy a war pet too." The girl immediately stood up and walked out. "Umbrella, do you want to buy a war pet? I heard that the Dragon Palace's war pet has the ice drill alligator of the 5th level of the Eternal Godlord. How about buying the ice drill alligator for me?" At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in and said to the girl with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man looked at her with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "There's no need. I can't control my level 5 master god. I'll buy it myself." The lady shook her head coldly and led the young man out immediately. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and followed behind him hurriedly. Countless experts were rushing towards the Sky Sea Island from all directions. At this moment, the Dragon Palace's pet shop was already packed with people. Wang Xian looked at the small shop which was filled with people and frowned slightly. Those who enter the shop for 2 minutes without buying will leave immediately. Those who come later, line up one by one. Wang Xian walked to the entrance and shouted at everyone. At the same time, he waved his arm and a sign immediately appeared in front of the door. A few big words were written on the sign. Those who did not buy would leave immediately. Be it the sign at the entrance or the notice in the room, they were all extremely arrogant. This young man is the boss. I have to say, he is really arrogant to the extreme. Our customer is simply a grandson. The shop owner is the boss. You can leave directly if you don't want to buy it. Since he is able to promote it on the AI, he must have the capital to be arrogant. It's a war pet, and the price is also so affordable. Some people looked at the signboard that Wang Xian had set up and whispered among themselves. "What's going on? There's a line? Oh my god. There are so many Eternal God Lords. The Dragon Palace pet shop is crazy. Even Eternal God Lords are lining up outside." In the second hour after the artificial intelligence was promoted, more than 10 people were lining up outside the Dragon Palace pet shop. These people were all Eternal God Lords. As for those who wanted to join in the fun, they could only look around and didn't dare to line up. The scene on the streets of Tianhai Island also caused countless people to be shocked. There are so many people, but they still have to line up. The Dragon Palace pet shop is too small. At this moment, 3 or 4 girls came to the front of the Dragon Palace pet shop and looked at the experts who were lining up in front of the shop in surprise. "He didn't reply to our messages." One girl pouted in dissatisfaction. "Come, let's go in and take a look. That guy might be too busy," a girl said and walked into the shop. "We know the boss inside." A girl looked at the dozens of experts in line and said with a smile, "Miss Xian, it doesn't matter even if you cut the line." A middle-aged man recognized them and said with a smile. Several girls smiled and immediately walked into the shop. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw 20 to 30 people in the shop. Without hesitation, they immediately walked into the shop. "Line up at the back. Don't you see the rules?" However, when they entered the shop, a cold voice entered their ears, causing their bodies to stiffen. When they looked inside, they saw a young man staring at them coldly. It was that guy. The 4 of them opened their mouths slightly and revealed furious expressions. This guy actually made them line up at the back. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like he didn't recognize them. At the back, the experts who were lining up were slightly stunned and showed a stunned expression. This boss actually made several girls from the mysterious sky descendant line up. Their identities were equivalent to princesses in the mysterious sky territory. Even experts like them had to be polite when they met these few people. "You rascal. You asked us if we wanted to buy pets. Now that we're here, you actually made us queue up." A girl stared at Wang Xian angrily and shouted directly, "I called you guys?" Wang Xian revealed a hint of doubt in his eyes. He sized up the 4 of them and felt that they were somewhat familiar. "Oh, so it's you guys. Come in and take a look. If you want to buy them, hurry up. If you don't, please leave quickly," Wang Xian said directly to them. "You." Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, The four girls were stunned again. A hint of anger appeared on their faces. What kind of attitude was this? When the other boys treated them, which one of them wasn't eager to please them? This guy. Wang Xian ignored the four girls as well. Initially, he thought that he could buy some war pets with the help of the girls' contact information and help him promote himself. In the end, he sent a message to them, but no one replied to him. The only one replied after a long time. Now, Wang Xian didn't need the girls from the mysterious heaven's descendants to buy them anymore. They had already been advertised, and it wouldn't be long before all the war pets in his hands could be sold. When the four girls saw that Wang Xian ignored them, they were furious again. They looked around and saw the price and the notice on the wall. Their faces turned black again. This guy is too arrogant. He's so arrogant even when selling war pets. A girl said in a low voice, "Do you guys want to buy war pets? We can't control the Eternal Lord level ones. It's not a big problem for us to control the ice-breaking wolves that are at the peak of the godly state. I don't like ice-breaking wolves." The four girls chatted in a low voice. They frowned slightly when they saw the customers walking over to Wang Xian to pay the deposit. This was completely different from what they had expected. The other party didn't put them in his eyes at all. He even almost let them in. The four girls looked at the notice on the wall that said if they didn't buy the war pets within 2 minutes, they should leave immediately. They looked at each other. HMH, get out, one of the girls said, while the other three left in a huff. When the four of them walked out of the door and saw that there were 5 or 6 more people lining up outside, they became even angrier. There are actually so many experts lining up, one of the girls muttered, feeling a little unhappy in her heart. The number of people lining up increased. At first, there were only a dozen or so people, but now, in less than a few minutes, there were already more than 20 people. More and more people rushed over. At this moment, more than 10 people in front of them suddenly flew over on giant swords. They were all wearing the same white clothes, and there was a picture of a sharp sword embroidered on their chests. The group of people was emitting a sharp sword light. The more than 10 people's momentum was like a rainbow, and they directly fell toward the door, completely ignoring everyone around them. Eh? This is a person from the sword realm. He's an expert from the sword realm. The middle-aged man in the lead has mastered at least 7 or 8 laws. The dozen or so people landed in front of the Dragon Palace's mount and looked around proudly. The experts who were queuing up looked at them in surprise and disgust in low voices. Clap, clap. The dozen or so people raised their heads and looked at the Dragon Palace's mount in front of them with a smile on their faces. "I want an ice-breaking wolf," a young man said eagerly. "Let's go." The rest of the people smiled. The middle-aged man in the middle said indifferently and walked straight in. He completely ignored the signboard at the door. At the back, the Eternal Masters frowned slightly. However, no one said anything. They couldn't afford to provoke the sword domain. "Are you blind? Line up outside." Wang Xian saw a group of more than a dozen people entering the shop. The small shop instantly became crowded. He frowned and said coldly, "Kid, who are you talking to?" A young man heard his words and immediately turned around. His eyes revealed a hint of coldness. "Either line up or get lost." Wang Xian stared at the young man and shouted coldly, "You." The young man's face turned red and looked slightly ferocious. He glared at Wang Xian with anger. "Young man, we are from the sword domain. We heard that the Dragon Palace's war pets are here to purchase a batch of war pets." The middle-aged man in the middle frowned and waved at the young man as he said indifferently, "If you want to buy a pet, then line up. I don't care where you guys are from. If you don't want to buy one, then get lost." Wang Xian didn't give the middle-aged man a good look either. He snorted coldly. The reputation of the Dragon Palace's pet shop had already been made known. The rules had to be made known as well. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if everyone had no rules. "Call your boss over." The middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard Wang Xian's words. Streams of sword rays appeared around his body. "Boss, I want a northern howling skywolf." At this moment, an old man walked to Wang Xian's side and looked at the people from the sword domain. "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the middle-aged man. If you don't scram, don't even think about buying one. Boss. The middle-aged man's expression changed and he looked a little embarrassed. Sword radiance flashed in his eyes. Is he the boss of this place? The people from the sword domain looked extremely embarrassed as they stared at Wang Xian. They didn't expect this arrogant young man to be the boss. I'll give you 3 seconds. Wang Xian said to them indifferently. You. The young man held the sharp sword in his hand tightly. His face was filled with anger. Go out and line up. The middle-aged man in the middle had a gloomy expression. He growled and turned around to walk out. Boss, you are really awesome. You even dared to chase out the experts from the sword domain. Boss, you are really impressive. The ones who were chased out just now were a few princesses from our Shen heaven. Now, there are a few experts from the sword domain. In the shop, some of the experts smiled when they saw how powerful Wang Xian was. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Other people had their backers, but he also had his own backers. Who was afraid of him? The people from the sword domain are out. They were chased out. They were so arrogant just now and were chased out by the shop owner. This shop owner is really powerful. These experts from the sword domain didn't give him any face at all. Since the shop owner is able to promote it so widely and has so many war pets, why would he be afraid of the sword domain? If they don't buy it, more people will buy it. Outside the shop, the experts were gloating when they saw the people from the sword domain being kicked out. When they first came here, they knew a little about the arrogance of the shop owner. They would buy the battle pets as soon as they entered the shop. If they didn't buy them, they would get lost. They were not dissatisfied with the shop owner's attitude. At least the battle pets in the Dragon Palace pet shop were indeed cheaper. And they had many pets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a flying machine flew over at an extremely fast speed in the sky. The flying machine was 10 meters in size, and it was emitting a dazzling metallic light. It's the 5th generation of the Heaven's Choice Fighter Jet, the Heaven's Choice Fighter Jet. Only the elites of the Tianzi mainland government can own a fighter jet. The arrival of the flying machine attracted the attention of many people. Looking at the 10-meter-long dazzling fighter jet, everyone's faces revealed a look of shock. The 5th generation of the natural selection fighter jet, the fighter jet exclusive to the strong. A middle-aged man flew down from the fighter jet and landed directly on the ground. His gaze swept across the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. He frowned slightly and took the initiative to walk towards the back. The group of strong people looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although they did not know this middle-aged man, they could be sure that he was a strong person. In the Tianzi continent, before the 4 major factions rose to power, they had their own federal government. After the 4 major factions rose to power, they occupied all corners of the continent. They still supported the former federal government, the former royal family, and the AI was controlled by the government. All the technology was provided by the government. The middle-aged man stood at the back of the line without saying a word. The people from the front line of the Black Sea are here. Hiss, I didn't expect that the soldiers from the front line of the mysterious sky territory would also come to buy. A voice suddenly sounded, and some people looked toward the road. 2 old men, a middle-aged man, and a beautiful woman in blue armor were walking toward them. They were dressed in military uniforms and they could be recognized at a glance. The smell of blood was obvious that they were all powerhouses. A group of people strolled over and walked straight into the shop. When they saw the people lining up at the entrance of the shop, they were slightly stunned. So many people are actually lining up. The people lining up in front of us seem to be from the sword domain. They actually came to our shop to buy war pets. The middle-aged man at the front revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. His gaze then looked at the fighter jets in the sky, and the surprise on his face grew even more intense. It's normal. If we can buy those thousands of Ice Wolf packs and buy more than 10 Eternal Godlord war pets, this can also be considered a considerable increase in strength. The old man at the side said indifferently, Are we also queuing up? According to me, we will directly requisition them. If we requisition the Beast Tamer Masters here, that would be even better. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up slightly as he said indifferently, I advise you to give up on this idea. The woman in blue armor looked at him coldly. If the boss here was really that young man, Then this young man had a very deep relationship with Shen Tian. Umbrella, recruiting him will be very beneficial to our frontline. The middle-aged man said to the woman with a smile. Should we go in directly or queue up? An elder frowned slightly and said, Go in directly, General. If the sword domain and the Federation buy too much, we won't have any share. This is our mysterious sky domain. The middle-aged man directly suggested. Go in, I know the boss here. The blue-armored woman hesitated for a moment and said, All right, let's go. The group of people did not hesitate and walked straight in. At the side, the middle-aged man from the Federation and the people from the sword domain looked over and frowned slightly. The people from the front line of the mysterious sky domain are here. We might not be able to buy much. The young man from the sword domain said with a dark expression. The people beside him also had ugly expressions. They would be chased out, but the people from the mysterious sky domain might not be chased out. The other party was a frontline soldier from the mysterious sky domain. The people now either have problems with their brains or their eyes. Can't they see the huge words at the door? However, just as the people around watched the soldiers walk in, a voice suddenly came from inside. Everyone outside the door was stunned, including the experts who were queuing up. The few soldiers who came to the door were also stunned. Their expressions changed. The lady in blue armor was also stunned. She looked inside. Wang Xian was also looking outside. His expression didn't change at all. There were already enough people in the room. There were even people who thought they were awesome and cut the queue to enter. They didn't even put him in their eyes. Wang Xian, are we here to purchase war pets? The lady in blue armor took a deep breath and said to Wang Xian. You know me. Wang Xian saw the lady in blue armor calling out his name. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. Who are you? Who are you? When the lady in blue armor heard Wang Xian's words, her face immediately turned gloomy. He actually didn't recognize her. Her face changed. The two old men at the side also looked at the lady in blue armor with slight astonishment. Didn't Commander Xian know her? Now, this was a slap to his face. We are soldiers from the Black Sea front line and wish to purchase a batch of war pets. When the middle-aged man saw Wang Xian's expression, his face turned cold as he said coldly, Do you see the words at the door? When Wang Xian heard his words, he pointed at the door and spoke coldly. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. Do you want me to say, get lost? Before he could speak, Wang Xian continued to speak coldly. Let's go. The lady in blue armor walked back with a sullen face. She didn't have the face to force herself to go in. The others didn't even know her. Yet she was going to be slapped in the face? She gave Wang Xian a cold glance and walked towards the back. Everyone was stunned when they saw the woman in blue armor lining up behind them with a cold face. This female commander seems to be the current princess. Commander Xian and the most powerful woman in the mysterious sky territory. She's not very old now and has already broken through to the eternal godlord realm. She's a little weaker than the invincible talent in battle techniques in the land of battle techniques. This boss is too domineering. The people from the sword domain have been chased out. Even Commander Xian and the rest have been chased out. We have to follow the rules. Some of the experts looked at the entrance of the shop in shock. When the two elders saw that Xian and had gone to line up with a bad expression, they also frowned and went back to line up. When the middle-aged man saw how embarrassed she looked, his eyes revealed a cold expression. He stared at Wang Xian with a cold gaze. He licked his tongue and smiled sinisterly. Then he walked out. When they saw this scene, the people from the sword domain were stunned. They didn't expect that this shop dared to chase out experts from the Xian heaven domain. What the fuck? Was this shop so arrogant and overbearing? The people who were chased out just now were in a much better mood now. The cold expressions of the people from the sword domain also eased up a bit. This is the Dragon Palace's pet shop. This is it. At this moment, another major force arrived. More than 10 people were wearing the same clothes, and the word fight was written on their chests. The people from the land of combat have also come. Many powerful forces have come for these pets. I didn't expect there to be so many experts. At this moment, there were already thousands of people surrounding them. When they saw the experts from the land of combat techniques rushing over, their faces were filled with shock. A Dragon Palace battle pet attracted so many people. I'll buy this later. The experts in the front lines saw the experts from the Federation, the sword domain experts, and the frontline soldiers of the mysterious sky. Now, the land of combat techniques was here again. In the entire Tianzi continent, 3 of the 4 major powers had come, and the Central Federation had also come. Only one had not come. The experts in the line had bitter expressions on their faces. They still did not want to participate in the purchase of battle pets. An Eternal God Lord expert immediately left. The other experts also smiled bitterly and followed him out. You want to line up? The people from the land of battle techniques looked over and swept their eyes over the people in the line. They were slightly surprised, but they did not directly go over. Instead, they walked to the back. The individual experts who were in line at the front had all left. The middle-aged man from the Federation was at the front, followed by the expert from the sword domain. Behind them were Xian Umbrella and the rest of the experts from the land of combat arts. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the outside. In fact, Wang Xian still had some impression of Xian Umbrella. Among the group of girls the last time, she was the only one who had reached the level of Eternal God Lord. However, he had sent her a message and didn't reply to her. Now, he even wanted to come in directly. Who do you think you are? And you think I, Wang Xian, am a dog-eater? Therefore, he deliberately ignored that girl. It wasn't that Wang Xian was narrow-minded. No matter what others did to him, he would do the same to others. Boss, we will come back in 3 days. Let's go out. I didn't expect so many powerhouses to come. The group of Eternal Lord powerhouses in the shop also smiled bitterly when they saw the 4 forces that were queuing outside. They hurriedly paid the deposit and walked out. With so many forces, they did not dare to stay here any longer. After the group of people left, the entire shop quickly became empty. The 4 forces that were queuing outside immediately walked in. The first one to enter was the middle-aged man. After entering the shop, he walked straight towards Wang Xian. Little brother. The middle-aged man walked over with a smile on his face. I saw the message you sent me, but I was too busy to reply in time. The middle-aged man was the one who came after Wang Xian sold all his battle pets last time. After the last battle pets were sold out, the 2 of them left their contact details. What war pets do you want? Wang Xian smiled at the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man left a deep impression on him. He was very strong and had comprehended 7 to 8 laws. He could be considered to be quite polite. Wang Xian had a good impression of this middle-aged man. How many war pets do you have here? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he asked directly. I sold some. Currently, I still have 3,511 Ice Wolves, 8 Eternal Lord Level 1, 95 North Howl Sirius Level 2, and 1 each at Level 3, 4, and 5. Wang Xian said directly to the middle-aged man. Hiss. There are actually 95 Northern Howling Wolves. There are both Level 3 and Level 4. Level 5 Eternal Lord level. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, everyone from the sword domain, the battlefield, and the front line of the mysterious sky revealed a look of shock. It was just as what the AI had said. However, even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked, especially the 95 Northern Howling Wolves. These over 3,000 Ice Wolves were already so imposing when they stood in a row. How imposing was it when 95 Northern Howling Sky Wolves, who were at the 2nd level of the Eternal Lord, stood in a row. The breathing of the people around them was a little hurried. The middle-aged man's eyes were also burning with passion. Little brother, I represent the Federation and want all of your battle pets. The middle-aged man said without any hesitation. Huh? You want all of them? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard his words. He asked immediately, all of them? Aren't you asking for a lion? Our sword domain wants 1,000 ice-breaking wolves and 20 northern howling sky wolves. Our land of combat arts wants 2,000 ice-breaking wolves and 40 northern howling sky wolves. Before the middle-aged man could reply, the people from the land of combat arts and the sword domain immediately spoke up. All of them had cold expressions on their faces. I want all of them. Can you sell them? The middle-aged man glanced at the people beside him and asked Wang Xian. Sure. You didn't manage to buy them when you came to buy them last time. This time you can buy them first. As long as you want all of them, I'll sell them all to you. Wang Xian promised directly. All right, I'll take all of them. I know the rules here. I've prepared a portion of the elixirs. It might not be enough now, but the deposit is enough. I'll give you the rest of the elixirs when you tame your battle pets. The middle-aged man revealed a smile. It was obvious that he had come prepared. However, he thought that Wang Xian didn't have so many battle pets this time, so he didn't bring enough elixirs. However, the deposit was more or less enough. Haha. Good, that's cool. Wang Xian was full of smiles as he nodded immediately. This time he saved himself a lot of time. On the other hand, the soldiers at the sword domain, the battlefield, and the front line of the mysterious sky were all stunned when they saw that they had completed the transaction. It seemed that they had queued up and didn't manage to get any battle pets after entering. All of them were bought by others. Even Xian Umbrella was stunned. With so many battle pets, be it the ice wolves that were suitable for the warriors at the front line or the northern howling skywolf, they were all excellent battle pets. Now that all of them were sold out, they could not get a single one. This made her face extremely ugly. The rest of them also did not look good. You sold all of your battle pets to one party and made us wait here for so long. The middle-aged man beside Xian Umbrella looked at the middle-aged man from the Federation who was buying all the battle pets. When he saw that the Dragon Palace's battle pet owner had agreed, his face revealed an angry expression. They were the soldiers at the front line of the mysterious sky territory. Not only were they chased out just now, but now they were lining up to come in. All of their battle pets had been bought by one person. Especially these battle pets, they were extremely envious. How could they be willing to leave just like that? We are waiting here from all directions. Let's not talk about anything else. At the very least, we should split it evenly. The middle-aged man who was the leader of the sword territory also stared coldly at Wang Xian. His eyes were a little cold. That's right, Wang Xian. This is not how you do business. Xian Umbrella also chimed in from the side with a gloomy face. Everyone stared at Wang Xian in unison. Their eyes were filled with displeasure. Everyone, you can't blame the boss for this. The last time I came here, all of them were sold out. You can wait for the next time. The royal family of the Federation is preparing to build a war beast army. Everyone, please give us some face. The middle-aged man from the Federation saw the displeasure from the other three factions and spoke to them indifferently. We will naturally give face to the royal family of the Federation. However, we have to give face too. Let's not talk about other things. We have traveled so far and didn't even get a single one. Are we willing to do that? Will the others be willing to do that? An elder from the land of combat arts took a glance at the middle-aged man from the Federation and spoke indifferently. I didn't ask you guys to come over. Wang Xian heard his words and spoke indifferently. He didn't ask anyone to come over and beg them to buy battle pets. They came here on their own. You. The old man from the land of battle techniques instantly looked embarrassed. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. Little brother, you promoted it on the AI. We have yet to find an explanation for the fact that the peerless heavens favorites of our land of battle techniques are invincible in their battle techniques and are useless. The invincible in battle techniques is the rising star in the land of battle techniques. Not everyone can insult him. As the old man spoke, a majestic aura was brewing in his body. HMPH. How can our invincible young master be insulted by just anyone? Furthermore, he is slandering us without any scruples. Behind the old man, a young man was also staring at Wang Xian coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. Wang Xian had openly declared that his battle techniques were invincible in such a large-scale promotion. This had already aroused the dissatisfaction of many people in the land of battle techniques. This was especially so for the supporters of the land of battle techniques who were invincible in battle techniques. At this moment, they were already spouting nonsense in the comments section of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop in the Artificial Intelligence Department. It was just that Wang Xian didn't look at the Artificial Intelligence Department for a while. Ha! The other factions were slightly stunned when they saw this scene. They naturally knew that the Dragon Palace's war pet had openly declared that its battle techniques were invincible and that it was useless. They naturally understood the identity of being invincible in battle techniques. It was fine if they didn't argue with the land of battle techniques, but once they did, the others wouldn't say anything either. After all, the land of battle techniques killed him first, so who would dare to stand up for him? It's fine if you don't say that the land of battle techniques is stupid, but since you're so familiar with the land of battle techniques, then fine, give me back the 15 Tier 5 Eternal Godlord pills that he owes me. Damn it, not only is he in debt for the ice drill crock that I sold him, he didn't reply when I sent him a message. It seems like he's trying to renege on his debt. If you guys can contact him and ask him to send me the elixirs, or you guys can give them to me. Wang Xian saw the anger on the faces of the few of them at the battle tactics ground. They were even gathering their aura. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes. That guy who is invincible in battle tactics still owes me money. Why are you guys standing up for him and acting arrogantly in front of me? Everyone from the land of battle tactics was stunned. The aura on their bodies disappeared instantly. Some of them looked at each other in dismay. Come. If any of you can contact Invincible in battle tactics, it's fine even if you can't contact his family. Wang Xian continued to speak to them. This time, the people from the land of battle technique were speechless. They felt extremely awkward at this moment. They never expected Invincible battle technique to owe the Dragon Palace's war pet money. They were so arrogant that they wanted to avenge young Master Invincible. However, he didn't care about them at all and even asked for the debt with disdain. Damn it! This was so embarrassing. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The rest of the people also looked at the people from the battlefield in astonishment. We are not clear about this matter, but if Invincible owes you medicinal pills, we will definitely pay you back. We definitely won't owe you anything, the old man from the battlefield said with a slightly red face. Next time, if you have a battle pet, please inform us in advance. A middle-aged man next to the land of battle tactics said and looked at his own people. They had slipped away. Yes, they had left. They had never thought that it would be so awkward. Does Invincible really owe him pills? 15 Eternal God Lord level pills. That's not a small amount. It's really possible. Invincible's mount was not given by the Patriarch, nor could it be tamed by him. He could only buy it. Although he has money, he can't afford to buy a level 5 Eternal Godlord mount. He probably owes money. As the people from the land of battle techniques walked, they were discussing in low voices. They didn't represent the entire land of battle techniques to buy war pets. They were just a combat division that represented the land of battle techniques. Could it be that they were really paying back money for the Invincible battle techniques? If they didn't pay back money, they would understand the virtue of the Invincible battle techniques. The people from the land of battle techniques walked out of the shop and looked at the sword domain and mysterious sky frontline soldiers with gloomy expressions. Please give us some face too. The middle-aged man from the Federation heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was one less faction. He cupped his hands at the soldiers from the sword domain and the front line of the mysterious sky territory. If the Dragon Palace's war pet gets another pet next time, I'll inform all of you in advance. Wang Xian said calmly from the side. All right. The people from the sword domain hesitated for a moment. They didn't make a fuss anymore and turned around to leave. Little brother, you sold your war pets on the Sky Sea Island. At the very least, you are a member of the Xian Heaven domain. We should help our own people. The two generals from the Xian Heaven domain were unwilling to leave the sword domain and the land of battle techniques. Just as he said, the people from the Xian Heaven domain wanted to help the Xian Heaven domain. I'm late. There's nothing I can do. Wang Xian looked at the old man and said indifferently, This is Xian Tian's territory. It's our territory. The middle-aged man beside him said with a cold expression. Oh? Why? Do you still want to snatch it from me? The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the old man in disdain. If you still have battle pets next time, please inform us in advance. Xian En'er said to Wang Xian expressionlessly before turning around and leaving. Let's talk about it later. The attitude of some of you here is not good. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said sarcastically. Xian Umbrella paused and continued walking forward. Kid, this is the territory of Xian Heaven. This is Xian Heaven's territory. The middle-aged man at the side heard Wang Xian's words. He stared at him coldly and said, "Scram." Wang Xian looked at him and said disdainfully, "You." His expression changed. When he saw that the general and the rest had left, he clenched his fists slightly and revealed a sinister smile. Then he turned around and left. Little brother, thank you so much. You've offended some people. If you have any difficulties, you can come to the Federation. With your ability, the Federation and the royal family will not treat you unfairly. Seeing the other factions leaving one by one, the middle-aged man from the Federation said to Wang Xian, It's nothing. I have my own rules when I open my shop. Otherwise, whoever is stronger will be able to buy my items. What does that make me, the boss? Since you are here to buy a war pet from me, you have to follow my rules? Wang Xian shook his head. He did not care about them at all. Wang Xian had sent Xian and her a message in advance when she wanted to buy a war pet. It was a pity that the other party did not reply. There was 1 to 2 hours before the promotion. If she came over during this period and wanted to buy a war pet, Wang Xian could sell all of them to her. He wouldn't be promoting them either. In fact, when Xian Umbrella saw Wang Xian's message, she didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Later on, when she saw the words of the girls in the group, she realized that the war pets of the Dragon Palace belonged to Wang Xian. Unfortunately, it was too late. Little brother, you really have a personality. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fugua. This is the deposit. Take a look. Fugua smiled when he heard Wang Xian's words. He took out his interspatial ring and handed it to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded. This was a big deal. Can you go to the central royal family to help with the taming? Fugua hesitated for a moment before asking him. I'm worried. I think it's better to stay here. Wang Xian shook his head. He was really worried about going to other places. He didn't know much about the Fu Nation and the Federation and the royal family. In the Xian Heaven domain, it was relatively safer. Once something happened, Xian Tianzi would take action. It's unnecessary for you to worry, little brother. However, I respect you too. I'll bring him here. Fugua smiled and said, All right. I'll be fine for the next 2 days. Wang Xian nodded. It's about the day after tomorrow. Let's contact each other then. Fugua confirmed the time. Damn that guy. He didn't give us any face at all. Who is that guy? Outside the Dragon Palace's pet shop, a middle-aged soldier from the front line of the mysterious sky walked out and said with a cold face, We know who he is. To be able to get so many battle pets. He is indeed not simple. An old man raised his eyebrows and said slowly, Unfortunately, if we can get these war pets, our strength will increase a lot. But the people of the mysterious sky territory won't sell them to us. Humph. Another old man snorted with slight displeasure. Let's wait for the next time. Last time, the Dragon Palace's war pets were able to get 20 to 30 sea monsters. This time, we got so many war pets. Next time, there might be more. Let's pay more attention to the situation here. Xian Umbrella said with a thoughtful look. That's all we can do. I think that kid's aura isn't weak. He seems to have mastered 5 laws. It's been a long time since such a powerful beast tamer master appeared in the Tianzi continent. The elder next to him sighed slightly. 5 laws. General Chu, are you sure? The middle-aged man's eyes were shining. I can't be wrong, I am very accurate in judging people. His aura is so young that it is somewhat strange. I don't know what the reason is. The old man who was called General Chu had a thoughtful look on his face. The group of people did not say anything else and directly flew toward the front line of the Black Sea. Returning to the front line, the 2 old generals left and Xian Umbrella also returned to her temporary residence. Today, she had been slapped in the face. Over 3,000 ice wolves, over 90 northern howling sky wolves, and a group of Tier 3, Tier 4, and even Tier 5 battle pets. If I can become a mount, the strength of my subordinates can be greatly increased. I can even make many people become my subordinates. When that time comes, my general can look forward to it. The middle-aged man watched as they left one by one. floating in the sky. His eyes flickered with a cold luster. However, General Chu said that that fellow has mastered 5 laws, and his strength is the same as mine. Although beast tamers are relatively weak, he still has an ice drill crocodile. I need to find a few people. No, I can't find too many. 2 is enough, or else I'll split some of the benefits. The middle-aged man muttered, and his body moved, immediately flying toward the front line. Yong Xingping, are you serious? Are there really so many war pets? In a room on the front line of the Black Sea, a middle-aged man stared at Yong Xingping with shock written all over his face. How could I lie to you? The war pets of the Dragon Palace, the one that the AI is promoting, that kid didn't know what was good for him and sold all of his war pets to the royal family of the Federation. Yong Xingping narrowed his eyes, which were full of coldness. Are you asking me to join you to rob? The middle-aged man looked at him with sparkling eyes. This is the territory of the Mysterious Sky Clan, the territory of the Mysterious Sky Clan. We are the soldiers on the front line and have great power. We can forcibly enlist soldiers when necessary. Yong Xingping smiled as if victory was in his hands. Ha ha ha, you are really cunning. However, according to what I said, if we requisition people together, we can contribute to the front line when necessary. Even the outside world cannot say anything. The middle-aged man laughed, his eyes shining with sharpness. Requisition people? Let's talk about that later. Let's first requisition the war pets. At most, we can give them some divine pills. Yong Xingping raised his eyebrows and shook his head. What's there to be afraid of? We're fighting the sea monsters at the front line. What's the big deal if we recruit one person? At most, we can show our respect to the generals. The middle-aged man did not care at all. This was also why Yong Xingping had called him along. He was brave enough and could be said to be a thorn in the side. However, this guy was highly valued by a general. We'll see when the time comes. Yong Xingping smiled. Bring some people over. Do we need to inform the law enforcement department? No need. Let's kill him first and report later. The middle-aged man shook his head. He did not ask about the identity and background of the pet owner of the Dragon Palace. It was not that he was stupid, but that he did not care. As the front line of the Mysterious Sky Territory and the sea monsters, the Black Sea front line had many experts and great power. Not to mention the others, the general overseeing this place was a peak eternal god-lord existence. There was another identity, the descendant of the Mysterious Sky. The experts who had received the guidance of the Dean were also ranked in the top 5 in the entire Mysterious Sky Territory. Although they had selfish motives in obtaining so many war pets, most of them were still given to their subordinates. The promotion of their own subordinates was equivalent to the promotion of the soldiers on the front lines. When that time came, even if the general knew that they were against the rules, he would turn a blind eye to it. We might not be able to obtain high-level war pets, but we can still obtain one for each of the northern howling sky wolves. The rest will be given to the other brothers. When that time comes, the position of general. Yong Xingping looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Haha, let's go. Another middle-aged man laughed wildly and flew out. Commander Li, when the time comes, can each of us brothers have a powerful battle pet? In the sky, a group of more than 1,000 people were wearing uniform armor and flying with a strong murderous aura. In the front, more than 10 middle-aged men looked at the 2 leaders with smiles on their faces and asked with smiles, "No matter what, we should give each of us a battle pet this time. For those below the god level, each of you will have a peak stage god level ice wolf. The dozen of you can all get a level 1 eternal godlord battle pet." Yong Xingping's lips curled up slightly as he promised indifferently. Haha. Then we'll thank Commander Yong in advance. Do we need to make a move then? Everyone's faces were burning with excitement. A war pet of the first rank of an eternal godlord was even worth some eternal godlords risking their lives for. If that guy dares to resist, then we'll make a move directly. However, he won't dare to be ignored. Commander Li said indifferently. As he spoke, he looked at Yong Xingping. This time we have to be careful. Don't let him escape. If he does, it'll be troublesome. It was too easy for the Eternal God Master to escape. Even if it was a group of them, they wouldn't be able to stop a God Master who wanted to escape. This is indeed troublesome. However, it's also easy for him. Let someone provoke him first. With that guy's character, he should attack. After injuring our people, we can directly put him on the wanted list. Yong Xingping's eyes were shining. I'm not afraid of anything else. I'm just afraid that when the time comes, he will directly agree to requisition them. However, if he asks us for the divine pills, then we might not be able to take them by force. We will have to pay for the divine pills. Following that, he continued to say, "So be it. No matter what, we must get our hands on these war pets." A determined look appeared in Commander Li's eyes. They had to get their hands on this batch of war pets. Even if they had to buy them with divine flower stones, it would be very beneficial to them. This was their contribution. Of course, if that fellow did not know what was good for him, that would be even better. Perhaps they would only have to pay a small price to get all the war pets. As the two of them spoke, they looked at each other. The experts around them licked their tongues, their eyes full of excitement. More than 10 Eternal Lord-level soldiers and more than 1,000 warriors who had ignited 7 or 8 wisps of divine fire. This power was very strong. They flew to the Sky Sea Island, landed on the ground, and walked in the direction of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop in an orderly manner. They were all wearing armor, and one could tell that they were experts from the front line at a glance. Their strong, murderous aura was awe-inspiring. It's the warriors of the Black Sea. What are they doing here? Some people looked at them and discussed in low voices. They're right in front. Yong Xingping stared at the front, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he said to Commander Li beside him, "Warriors of the front line of the Black Sea, lock down the war pets of the Dragon Palace for me." Commander Li raised his head slightly and ordered all the warriors behind him. Yes. A warrior's eyes glittered as he moved. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful aura rose from their bodies and immediately flew toward the Dragon Palace's war pets. They sealed the war pets in all directions. The sudden arrival of the frontline warriors sealed a shop, which immediately shocked everyone in the surroundings. What happened? Are there fugitives here? Hiss, the frontline warriors of the Black Sea are here. Who are they dealing with? They sealed off the war pets of the Dragon Palace. What's going on? The frontline warriors are here to seal off the war pets of the Dragon Palace. What did they do? Everyone around widened their eyes and watched. General Xiantian, take care of things. Those who are idle, retreat. Yong Xingping shouted and a powerful force spread out in the surroundings. Retreat. Everyone around quickly retreated to the surroundings. Even some of the shop owners closed their doors immediately and hid behind them. The soldiers at the front line guarded the entire Xian Heaven domain. They had great authority. When they saw that they had sealed the Dragon Palace's war pets, everyone was astonished. The Dragon Palace's war pets were currently in the limelight. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the Dragon Palace's war pet shop, was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. His dragon energy had already reached the level where he could advance to the Eternal Lord. However, as the Dragon Palace had yet to level up, its level couldn't be raised. This made him feel a little helpless. After killing the woman with the metal attribute, the Dragon Palace was now devouring the Divine Kingdom, which had gold, fire, earth, thunder, water, and darkness. The water attribute was the nest of a water attribute sea monster that had been devoured not long ago. Now there were only 3 attributes left. As long as he devoured these 3 attributes, the Dragon Palace would be able to upgrade, and he would be able to upgrade to the level of the Eternal Divine Lord. The commotion outside immediately attracted Wang Xian's attention. This caused him to frown slightly. Bang! Before he could leave, the door was broken open. He frowned and a cold expression appeared in his eyes. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements swept across the surroundings and finally landed on Yong Xingping. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Xian, right? Right in front of him, Yong Xingping and Commander Li also saw Wang Xian. A smile appeared on their faces. They waved their hands and a level 2 Eternal Lord soldier walked towards Wang Xian coldly. What's the matter? Wang Xian walked out of the door slowly. He glanced at the dilapidated door and asked coldly, "We are soldiers from the Blackwater front line of the Xian Heaven domain. The situation at the front line is urgent now. We need to requisition your war pets." The middle-aged soldier said as he walked towards Wang Xian slowly. We already know how many war pets you have. Now, bring your war pets back to the front line with us. He stopped 2 meters in front of Wang Xian and spoke with an unquestionable tone of command. What if I say no? When Wang Xian heard his words, he narrowed his eyes slightly and a trace of anger surged in his heart. Requisition. Directly requisition the war pets in his hands. They actually dared to do such a thing. Was it Xian Umbrella's intention? No, that Xian Umbrella should know some of her identity. She wouldn't dare to do so. Is this an order from your general or a personal order from you? Wang Xian turned his head abruptly and stared coldly at Yong Xingping. What's wrong, kid? You still dare to resist. Do you know what happens if you resist us? If you know what's good for you, bring your battle pets and follow us. Otherwise, you will suffer in the future. The soldier suddenly stretched out his hand and patted Wang Xian's shoulder heavily as he spoke in a cold tone. Is this the morality of the frontline soldiers of the mysterious sky? Wang Xian's eyes turned cold as he stared at the middle-aged man coldly. Shut up. Don't court death. Leave immediately. The middle-aged man's face turned cold when he heard his words as he shouted sternly. Killing intent appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. This fellow was too arrogant. How dare he be so arrogant to a level 2 eternal lord? You're the one who's courting death. Wang Xian moved his arm and a deathly silent energy covered the middle-aged man directly. At the same time, he used soul capture directly. Bang! A terrifying force landed on the middle-aged soldier. He didn't even have time to react before the destructive force penetrated his body. At the same time, the middle-aged man was in a trance. His eyes were filled with fear. He never expected that Wang Xian would dare to kill him directly. He listened to the commander's orders and deliberately provoked the other party so that he would be wanted immediately if he escaped. However, he never expected that the other party would dare to kill him. He was a soldier of the Xian Heaven domain. Killing him was equivalent to making an enemy of the entire Xian Heaven domain. Stop! On the opposite side, Commander Li and Yong Xingping's expressions changed drastically when they sensed the power that Wang Xian had unleashed. This fellow actually wanted to kill his subordinates. If a soldier was really killed by him, they would definitely be punished for taking the initiative to come here to recruit war pets. Their expressions changed drastically as they let out a furious roar. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the absent-minded middle-aged man into the mother nest. You're courting death. How do you kill our soldiers? You're courting death. Yong Xingping's eyes were about to split open when he saw this scene. A violent aura surged out from his body and locked onto Wang Xian completely. Commander Li, who was standing at the side, also had a gloomy expression and was filled with fury. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped by a terrifying energy. At the law enforcement department of the Sky Sea Island, the expression on his face changed drastically when he sensed this violent aura. He quickly flew over. HMPH, how dare you call yourselves Xian Tian soldiers? You are a bunch of trash. You still dare to commandeer the battle pets even though you didn't manage to buy them. If you wanted to commandeer them, you would have already commandeered them this morning. Why are you still here? Today, I will help Xian Tian clean up this bunch of trash. When Wang Xian sensed their violent killing intent, a violent aura surged out from his body. The dragon's might spread out in all directions without any restraint. When the surrounding soldiers saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect the other party to dare to resist. This was simply courting death. All soldiers capture him. Commander Li roared. Yes. A cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of more than 1,000 soldiers. This wasn't the first time they were facing a powerhouse of this level. As they were in charge of the front lines, they had strong combat experience. A group of weaklings were scattered around. They would attack at the same time. Even if they could not cause any injuries to the enemy, they could still interfere with the battle. They are fighting. Hiss. The boss of the Dragon Palace Battle Pet is fighting with the mysterious Sky Frontline Warriors. The boss of the Dragon Palace Battle Pet seems to have killed a soldier. Everyone who was watching the battle from the side looked at the sudden outbreak of the battle in shock. Some of the weaker ones hurriedly retreated. The soaring aura was exceptionally eye-catching across the entire Tianhai Island. This is bad. The expressions of the experts who were guarding the Tianhai Island also changed slightly. They immediately flew over. You are aiding the villain in his evil deeds. Don't blame me for killing all of you. Wang Xian saw a group of warriors surrounding him. More than 10 experts who had mastered 1, 2, or even 3 laws were locked onto him in all directions. A cold-killing intent could be seen on their faces. Follow us back to the front line to receive your punishment immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Yong Xingping stared at Wang Xian and roared with a ferocious expression. Kill! A beast tamer. We are not afraid of you. We will definitely kill you to avenge the vice commander. Beside him, an expert at the first level of the Eternal Lord roared coldly. Kill, kill, kill. All the warriors roared at Wang Xian. A cold, murderous aura surged towards him. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled sinisterly. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formation was activated. Wang Xian's body trembled. The formations in the shop rose one by one. As Wang Xian's pet shop, he naturally had to take some precautions. He had set up 5 formations in the shop. 2 for defense, 1 for attack, 1 for illusion, and 1 for disturbing the air with a black hole. 4 formations to prevent accidents. He did not expect that they would be used to deal with the soldiers at the front line of the mysterious sky. The moment the formation was activated, it instantly covered a radius of 10 kilometers. The surrounding buildings were like bubbles, and most of them collapsed as they retreated backward. A battlefield with a radius of 10 kilometers appeared. Looking from the outside, a majestic energy enveloped this place. Inside the formation, black holes were floating, emitting a heart-palpitating power. The pupils of all the soldiers who were enveloped by the formation narrowed slightly and a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Yong Xingping and Commander Li's expressions also changed greatly, as they solemnly sized up their surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the attack array was activated, and it directly attacked the entire space. Oh no! An Eternal God Lord rank 5 array formation. Make a move to block it. Yong Xingping and Commander Li's faces were filled with shock as they shouted out sternly. The array formation covered an area of 10 kilometers. If they did not block it, all of their subordinates would die. Roar! At this moment, terrifying roars were heard. A radius of 10 kilometers was very small for an expert of this level. However, when Wang Xian set up the formation, it was impossible for it to cover a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers. The only thing he could do was to narrow the area. As the roars were heard, battle pets appeared in the formation one after another. Led by the Ice Drill Crocodile, which was a level 5 Eternal Lord, one was a level 4 Eternal Lord, and one was a level 3 Eternal Lord. At the back, there were 95 Northern Howling Sky Wolves. The terrifying aura caused the entire space to freeze. Not good, he really dares to kill us. Run. Break the formation and run. At this moment, Commander Yong Xing and Commander Li were completely flustered. They never expected that the other party would want to kill them all. Furthermore, Wang Xian's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Why did a formation suddenly appear? Furthermore, it was such a terrifying formation. According to their plan, even if the other party dared to resist, a beast tamer and an Eternal Lord level 5 Ice Drill Crocodile would be able to easily suppress the other party since the beast tamer's combat strength was weak. Even if they knew that he had other battle pets, they still had the confidence to suppress him. However, the array formation that the other party had unleashed made their hearts palpitate with fear. Oh no, Commander, I can't go back. I can't go back to my eternal divine kingdom. At this moment, an Eternal God Lord rank 1 soldier suddenly shouted out in fear. When he saw so many battle pets just now, he was so terrified that he was ready to escape at any time. However, he sensed that the energy around him was tearing and he couldn't return to his eternal divine kingdom. This made him panic instantly. What? Yong Xingping and Commander Li's faces also changed drastically, and a trace of fear appeared in the depths of their eyes. Don't be afraid, the movement here will be spread very quickly. There are 7 or 8 lawmasters on the Sky Sea Island. Yang Xingping's expression was savage as he roared at everyone. Break the formation. Otherwise, we will be finished. You will defend against these war pets. Yang Xingping and Commander Li looked at each other and roared. All right. Commander Li nodded as a terrifying bloody aura erupted from his body. Hold on. Wait for the Lord outside to save us. Yang Xingping and Commander Li roared with all their might. One of them desperately resisted the ice drill crocodile and the other desperately attacked the surrounding formation. Damn it! Commander Li's face was extremely ferocious and his eyes were full of blood. When they came, they never expected this outcome. The other party killed their soldiers without any restraint and even trapped and killed them. For today's matter, I will definitely kill you. He looked at Wang Xian with an extremely ferocious expression. His blood-red eyes swept across Wang Xian, who was behind him. Today's hatred, today's hatred. Only by killing him would he be able to vent his hatred. Ah! He let out a wild roar. He was fighting against more than 100 war pets by himself. Even he could only hold on for a few minutes. Boom! 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 Yang Xingping was desperately attacking the formation at the side. Now, they could only escape by breaking the formation. Humph! Wang Xian stared at all of them. His eyes were filled with coldness. His gaze swept across the group of eternal Lord-level powerhouses. He had heard clearly what Yang Xingping and Commander Li said. There were powerhouses on the Sky Sea Island. They would definitely help them when they broke the formation later. After all, they were soldiers at the front line. Since that's the case, let's increase our strength. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. He waved his arm and grabbed at the two soldiers at the first level of the Eternal Lord. Commander, save us. Seeing Wang Xian making a move, the two soldiers at the first level of the Eternal Lord roared in fear. Stop! If you dare to kill my men, our soldiers at the front line of the mysterious sky will definitely not let you off. Yang Xingping turned his head to look. His face was filled with frost as he shouted sternly. Bang! However, Wang Xian did not pay any attention to their roars. Two streams of energy wrapped around their bodies and pulled them over. With their strength, it was impossible for them to resist Wang Xian. Buzz! Wang Xian stared at the two of them. With a wave of his arm, a terrifying aura surged into their minds. At the same time, he unleashed soul capture. Buzz! The two of them were stunned. Wang Xian thought of something and released an expert who was hiding in the mother nest. The three of them stood there. Behind them, their eternal kingdom slowly emerged. Wood, wind, and light. The eternal kingdom with three attributes appeared behind them. Before it was completely solemn, the phantom image of the Dragon Palace appeared behind Wang Xian. Boom! 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 The virtual image of the Dragon Palace directly devoured the three eternal divine kingdoms. At the same time, in the boundless sea of the boundless starfield, the Dragon Palace, which was suppressing the entire boundless starfield, suddenly trembled. The level of the Dragon Palace is increasing. All members of the Dragon Palace fly out immediately. Prime Minister Gue immediately said to all the members of the Dragon Palace. His eyes were filled with fervor. Dragon King, it's time to step into the eternal divine Lord realm. He murmured, his eyes full of excitement. The Dragon King is invincible. All the members of the Dragon Palace knelt down and worshipped him piously. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the Dragon Palace directly rose into the sky, and an incomparably vast energy spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone within a radius of 10 billion kilometers could sense the vast Dragon Palace in the sky, especially the aquatic creatures and humans near the boundless sea. They looked up in a daze, filled with awe. The Dragon Palace that was over 1,000 kilometers in diameter began to expand rapidly. The ocean-pacifying needle emitted golden light as if it could stir up the entire boundless sea. Finally, the Dragon Palace slowly expanded to a radius of 5,000 kilometers, emitting a vast divine light. All the members of the Dragon Palace could sense the vastness and power of the Dragon Palace. Buzz. Dragon Palace. Level 7. Dragon Master, Wang Xian. Eternal God Lord Level 1 Yin Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon. Buildings. Dragon King Palace. Level 7. Increases the Dragon King's cultivation speed and recovery speed by 384 times. Dragon Transformation Pool, Level 7, absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon, origin, 254. Dragon Gate, Level 7, a fish can only become a dragon if it leaps over the Dragon Gate. Effective against creatures below Undying Emperor. Ocean Pacifying Needle, Level 7, Pillar of the Dragon Palace, pacifying 8,000 kilometers of the Dragon Palace, increasing 1,000% of the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. Dragon Cave, Level 7, with 1,000,000 Dragon Caves, the cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will increase by 256 times. Dragon Field, Level 7, martial arts practice in the Dragon Field, increasing comprehension by 128 times. Dragon Array, Level 7, Dragon Palace Array. Concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, wormhole, detection, attack, spiritual items. Ancestral tree? Level able to return the soul of creatures below Eternal Lord level. Activate the spiritual intelligence of creatures. Increases the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 400%. Increases the speed of wood attribute cultivators by 400% and lightning attribute cultivators by 400%. Annex, Dragon Transformation Pool to nurture dragon species. Current dragon species. Golden Swordfish, Thunder Shrimp, Demon Monkey, Strange Demon, Light Thorn, Hydra, Dragon Turtle, Yuksha, Clam Girl, Golden Lobster, Starwood Dragon Species, Fire Phoenix Dragon Species. Special Buildings. Dragon Nest, Dragon of Devouring, none. Dragon of Devouring. Energy consumption can be used to create its own insect-like species. The queen insect feeds on various metal materials. The upgrade of the Dragon Palace gave off an invincible aura. The attributes of the Level 7 Dragon Palace appeared in Wang Xian's mind. A smile appeared on his face. At the same time, within the formation with the upgrade of the Dragon Palace, he naturally advanced to the realm of the Eternal Lord. Around him, a 7-colored divine dragon appeared and circled around his body. Roar! The 7-colored divine dragon suddenly shot out a terrifying radiance. It raised its head and let out a roar. Roar! Roar! With a roar, everyone in the formation and all the war pets trembled. They raised their heads and looked at Wang Xian. Their hearts trembled violently. The entire space suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing. What kind of power is this? Yong Xingping and Commander Li's eyes were filled with fear. Under their senses, Wang Xian's strength seemed to have increased by a lot in an instant. His aura just now was at most on par with theirs. Now it was much higher. It was almost comparable to the Lord God who had mastered 7 laws. What kind of roar is this? At this moment, the divine dragon that was coiled around Wang Xian's body let out a dragon roar and penetrated the formation that he had set up. When everyone outside heard this roar, their faces changed drastically. Their faces were filled with fear. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, more than 20 Eternal Lord-level powerhouses were hovering above the formation. A hint of solemnity flashed across the eyes of the old man in the lead. The roar from within actually made him feel a powerful threat. What exactly happened? The old man looked down warily. He had been prepared to attack directly, but now he was afraid. Island Master, the one fighting inside the array formation, is the boss of the Dragon Palace's battle pets and the thousands of soldiers on the front line. It seems that the soldiers on the front line came to commandeer all the battle pets of the Dragon Palace just now. The boss didn't agree and the battle broke out immediately. Around the array formation, a middle-aged man who understood the situation flew to the sky and reported to the Island Master of the Sky Sea Island. Soldiers at the front line? Requisition war pets. The old man of the Island Lord was slightly shocked and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. While he was shocked, his face was also a bit solemn. These formations were set up by a group of soldiers? The Island Lord continued to ask. It seems not. The middle-aged man was a bit uncertain. It should be the formation set up by the boss. I didn't see a group of soldiers set up the formation. This is bad. The Island Lord's expression changed slightly when he heard his words. He stared at the middle-aged man and immediately asked, "Are there any generals among the soldiers?" Those who could become generals were mostly those who had mastered 6 or more laws. The rest who wanted to become generals would have to earn great military merits. "No, there are 2 commanders leading the team." The middle-aged man shook his head with certainty. Everyone knew very well that 2 commanders were leading the team. "Everyone retreat." After hearing that, the island owner's face darkened. A formation compass appeared in his hand. The roar from the 2 commanders was the Dragon Palace's pet owner. With such a terrifying roar, all the frontline soldiers would be killed. Phew! At the same time, Wang Xian, who was inside the formation, sensed the increase in his strength. A smile appeared on his face. The 9 wisps of divine fire had reached the first level of the Eternal Lord. This was a qualitative improvement for him. The current him could fight against the Eternal Lord who had mastered 7 laws. Wang Xian took a glance at everything inside the formation. Commander Li was still desperately fighting against the battle pets. He reckoned that he would be killed in no time. Yong Xingping was attacking the formation. However, there were 2 defensive formations inside. If he wanted to break them, he would need at least another minute. The divine pills are not completely settled yet. I'm still a little lacking if I want to upgrade them. Wang Xian looked at the remaining pills and a smile appeared on his face. There was still half of the deposit from Fugua that he had yet to pay. After paying, he would be able to upgrade them again. At that time, he who was at level 2 of the Eternal Lord would be able to fight against the Lord God who had mastered 8 laws. However, he was strong enough now. Name Wang Xian. Race: Yin Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level Eternal God Lord Level 1, 6th form of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Origin 1/10. Supernatural ability. Ruling over the Water Tribe. Ruling over the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract the origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability, soul capture, spirit attachment, Yin Yang 5 elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect: 5 elements grinding. Dragon Kingdom in the palm. Dragon Head under the heavens. Dragon Body of 10,000 miles. Yin Yang poles. Yin Yang 5 elements Alms bowl. Divine Dragon Tail swing. Law metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness. Level 1. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace owned, level 7. Members of Dragon Palace. 165633. The 6th transformation of the Divine Dragon Transformation, grasping the laws of 7 attributes. Energy has become the power of origin. Wang Xian revealed a smile as he looked at the field in front of him. Crack, crack, crack. Ha! All of a sudden, Wang Xian raised his head and saw that the sky above the formation was beginning to crack. An even more powerful energy was attacking the formation that he had set up. There's an expert attacking. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He sensed the opponent's strength and realized that the opponent was stronger than him. It was possible that the other party was an Eternal God Lord rank 7 array master. After setting up the array, he could contend against an Eternal God Lord rank 8 expert. There are experts outside. There are experts outside attacking. We are saved. Some of the soldiers saw the array slowly collapse. Their faces revealed a look of survival, and their faces were full of excitement. Sir outside, kill him, kill him. A shrill and cold roar came out from Commander Li's mouth. He hurriedly dodged the attacks of the war pets one by one. His entire body was in a sorry state as he roared ferociously. When he saw that the formation was broken, he hurriedly fled outside. Sir, kill him. Yong Xingping roared ferociously with the same murderous aura. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, more than 100 war pets of the level of the Eternal Lord let out a cold roar in unison. Wang Xian moved his body and stood on the body of the ice drill alligator at the front. His eyes were filled with coldness. The formation dissipated and everyone saw the scene inside. Nearly 1,000 soldiers fled outside as if they were running for their lives. Their cold and shrill voices reverberated throughout the entire Sky Sea Island. However, this was not the most shocking part. What was shocking was that there were more than 100 battle pets in the middle. The 2,000-meter-long ice drill alligator was floating in the center, emitting a cold aura. Behind them, 95 northern howling sky wolves were lined up in a row, their auras making people's hearts palpitate. Just this scene alone had shocked the entire Sky Sea Island. These are so many war pets. Oh my god. This. Is this the Dragon Palace war pet? An extremely terrifying Dragon Palace war pet. This war pet is too heaven-defying. More than 100 war pets were equivalent to more than 100 experts at the level of the Eternal Lord. Such strength made everyone's heart palpitate. In front of these 100 war pets, the thousands of soldiers could not be compared at all. How dare you guys come to the Dragon Palace to recruit war pets? Who gave you the courage? Hee. Wuxia glanced at all of them with a face full of mockery. You're dead for killing the soldiers at the front line of Blackwater. You're dead for sure. Yong Xingping stared at Wuxia with a ferocious expression and roared with killing intent. Sir, kill him. He roared and looked at the island owner beside him. I'm a teacher of the mysterious Sky Academy. How dare you come here to forcefully recruit my war pets? Who gave you the order? You still want to kill me? Everyone involved in today's matter must die. Wuxia revealed a hint of brutality on his face. He moved his body and instantly charged towards Yong Xingping. Everyone, stop. When the island owner saw this scene, he frowned slightly when he heard Wuxia's words. A frontline commander and a teacher of the mysterious Sky Academy. Both of them were core experts of the mysterious Sky territory. However, the frontline actually came to commandeer the battle beasts of the Dragon Palace's war pets. Did they need to send experts over directly? They were all core experts of the mysterious Sky territory. Couldn't they just give the order directly? Then why did they cause such a huge commotion and even lost a life? Was it a game between the experts? The island owner felt a headache. He swept his gaze across the artificial intelligence. After confirming Wuxia's identity, he didn't know which side he should help. Die. Wuxia ignored the island owner's words. He moved his body and charged directly at Yong Xingping and Commander Li. The terrifying aura caused their expressions to change drastically. When the island owner saw that Wuxia was ignoring him, his face turned black. He moved his arm and prepared to set up a formation. Roar. However, at this moment, the war pets roared in unison and flew to the front of the island owner. Their roars shook the world. All the war pets have been bought by the powerhouses of the royal family of the Federation. If there are any casualties, you will be responsible. Wuxia said and continued to attack Yong Xingping and Commander Li. The island lord's face darkened. Yong Xingping and Commander Li's faces changed drastically and their hearts pounded violently. Bind! The island lord's expression was extremely ugly. He was naturally very clear about the Dragon Palace's battle pets. He was also clear about the arrival of the experts from the Sword Domain, the Front Line, the Land of Battle Techniques, and the Federation. However, he did not expect such a thing to happen. Whoosh! 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 With a light shout, the water ropes directly wrapped around all the battle pets. With his strength, he could still suppress all the battle pets. Protect! Following that, he waved his arm again and a powerful defensive formation was formed. The formation surrounded nearly 1,000 warriors who had yet to reach the Eternal Lord realm. Then he stood there and did not move. As for Wuxia attacking the two commanders, he did not interfere either. If you can't beat him, you can escape. If he protects you before you reach the Lord realm, it will be an explanation to the generals at the front line. As for the experts of the Eternal Lord, it has nothing to do with me if I don't run away and die. Damn it, damn it. Just you wait. Just you wait. When Commander Li saw Wuxia charging over, his face was filled with malevolence. However, he didn't dare to fight him. His figure flickered slightly. Buzz. Commander Li's figure disappeared, followed by Yong Xingping. Let's go. The rest of the experts who had reached the level of Eternal Lord did not dare to hesitate and left in an instant. Gulp. The warriors who were protected by the formation could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Their faces were extremely pale. They looked at Wang Xian, who was in front of them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Escape! Wang Xian stared at the spot where they had disappeared. His eyes were filled with frost. He swept his gaze around and saw the captive battle pets and the soldiers who were being protected. You can't kill ordinary soldiers. I have already reported this matter to the front line and the lords of the Xiantian Academy. When the island owner saw Wang Xian's gaze, he reminded him coldly, I know. I will only kill the two commanders. Release the battle pets. Wang Xian said to him. The island owner took a glance and released all the war pets with a wave of his arm. Roar! Roar! The war pets let out a low roar and flew toward Wang Xian. Let's go to the front line. Wang Xian's figure moved and landed on the ice drill crocodile. He pointed at the defense line at the front line and flew away immediately. To the front line? What is he doing? The island owner's expression changed. The surrounding experts were also dumbfounded. The owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet was standing on top of the war pet and aggressively flying toward the front line. Was he going to chase them to the front line? This was too fierce. What kind of place was the front line? It was the battlefield of the dark sky domain against the sea monsters, and it was where many experts gathered. There were more than 10 peak eternal god lords there, not to mention experts who had mastered 7 or 8 laws. It was a little heaven-defying to see the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet charging straight at them. The island lord's eyes widened slightly, and a speechless expression appeared on his face. This matter couldn't be blown up, right? After all, the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet was also a teacher of the Mysterious Sky Academy. Forget it. I'll inform the Mysterious Sky Academy and the frontline general about this matter. I won't bother with it anymore. The island lord looked at the damaged area below and immediately beckoned for someone to deal with it. At the same time, he sent this news to the academy and the frontline. Those two damned fellows. I must kill them no matter what. At this moment, Wang Xian was standing on the ice drill alligator. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The two of them charged straight at him. Even if he didn't make a move, the other party would still attack him. He wouldn't let such a person off. Even if the other party was the commander of the front line, he would still die if he provoked him. Sky formation, my strength has increased. Do you have any powerful curses? Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and immediately asked the God Emperor of Sky Formation. Yes, you are really powerful. You are able to fight against a God Lord with 7 laws even though you have just stepped into the Eternal Lord realm. At this moment, the God Emperor of Sky Formation, who had sensed Wang Xian's strength, was full of astonishment. It had only been a short while, but Wang Xian already possessed such terrifying combat strength. If he was given a few years, wouldn't he be able to reach the Divine Emperor realm? When that time came, there was hope for him to be resurrected. The curse of the Eternal Lord is at level 6. Thousands of shadows surround him. This curse can kill people. The curse of the Eternal Lord is at level 5. Without the help of experts, he will almost certainly die. As the God of Heaven's formation spoke, he started to imitate Wang Xian. Stop! Wang Xian ordered his battle pets. He immediately calmed down and learned the 1,000 shadows surrounding curse. It would take a long time to learn an array formation. Fortunately, Wang Xian had the guidance of the God of Heaven's formation. Even if he couldn't master it, it was enough as long as he could use it. It took a full 10 minutes. Under the guidance of the God of Heaven's formation, Wang Xian managed to carve 2,000 shadows surrounding curse arrays. Each formation took him a few minutes. If this was a battle, he would have been killed long ago. Wang Xian had already collected the blood essence of the two of them during the battle earlier and started to cast the curse. Our academy's teachers are fighting with the soldiers at the front line, and now they are rushing to the front line. At this moment, on a tower in the middle of the Xiantian Academy, a director who was responsible for the affairs of teachers received this message with a stunned expression. This teacher seems to be... Looking at the information sent by the island owner of the Tianhai Island, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. He frowned slightly. Teacher Wang Xian from the formation court. That's right, it's him. The old man recalled the incident that happened in the academy yesterday. Although he wasn't involved in it, he still had some understanding of it. It's him again. Her brows were tightly knitted. She immediately contacted Director Jean from the formation court and contacted a few vice principals. The teacher of the academy had engaged in a battle with the frontline commander, and a life had even been lost. This was a huge matter. In less than a minute, figures appeared in the office one after another. The old man displayed the information and turned his gaze to Dean Jean. The faces of Dean Jean, the vice school heads of the Beast Tamer School, and the others were slightly embarrassed. Causing trouble again? A bitter expression appeared on the vice school head of the Beast Tamer School. To actually dare to fight with the frontline soldiers, regardless of whether it is right or wrong, such a teacher must be severely punished. Not to mention, he even killed someone. An old man said with a solemn expression. The frontline soldiers are not under the responsibility of the law enforcement department. If someone kills the frontline commander, the frontline generals will definitely kill him. An old woman beside him raised her eyebrows. When the frontline soldiers fought with the sea monsters, a large number of people died every day. In the mysterious sky territory, the frontline soldiers had great authority. If a soldier made a mistake, they could only hand it over to the frontline for punishment. The law enforcement department of the mysterious sky territory was not qualified to enforce the law on the frontline. Now that someone dared to kill the frontline soldiers and chase after the frontline commanders, the frontline generals would definitely kill them, even if the other party was a teacher of the Shentian Academy. Let's go to the front line immediately. Don't let the matter blow up, Director Jean said with an embarrassed expression. We're going there? A vice principal looked at him in puzzlement. I'll inform the principal now. Let's go there first. We can't let the people at the front line hurt Wuxia. Director Jean rubbed his brows and said immediately, Upon hearing Director Jin's words, the faces of the 8 or 9 people around them revealed a stunned expression. Inform the principal. Is there a need to inform the principal about such a small matter? The principal is so busy, A vice principal raised his eyebrows slightly. Only the Formation School and Beast Tamer School knew about yesterday's incident. No one else knew about it. Yesterday, the parents of the students were suppressed, and 2 of the top students of the Beast Tamer School were killed. It was this teacher who did it. The principal said that we should just kill him. The vice principal of the Beast Tamer School said softly as he looked at Director Jean beside him. What? The crowd was stunned as their gazes fell on Director Jean. He was sent here by the principal, and the principal pays close attention to him. I'm not too sure about the exact situation either. The last time he killed someone, it was also the principal who said so. So be it. Seeing them looking at her, Director Jean said bitterly. She didn't think that this fellow would be able to cause so much trouble. Just yesterday, he had killed the parents of a student and 2 prodigies, and today he had killed the commander of the front lines. Maybe he knows that even if he kills him, the dean will not say anything. He might even protect him. Director Jean thought to himself. Then let's go over immediately. The generals at the front line are all more hot-tempered than the last one. A deputy dean said immediately. Let's go. Let's inform the generals at the front line first. We'll go over immediately. Everyone nodded and flew towards the teleportation formation immediately. Since this matter involved the dean, they didn't dare to slack off at all. However, what surprised them was that Wuxia was actually the boss of the Dragon Palace's war pet. Then, wasn't he also a beast tamer master? Even if he was a powerful array master, he was also a beast tamer master. His talent was too heaven-defying. Perhaps this was also the reason why their dean valued that young man. When the experts of the Mysterious Sky Academy rushed to the front line, they were located in an area covered by a huge array at the front line. This huge array was covered by an extremely powerful array, and the nomological powers were emitting terrifying undulations. This was a sky-reaching array personally set up by the Mysterious Sky Territory's Son of God Xian Tianzi. The huge array was created for the Eternal God Lords, and almost all of the Eternal God Lords' eternal divine kingdoms were here. At this moment, 2 figures flew out of the formation. They looked at each other with extremely ugly expressions and landed in a huge command room at the front line. They dared to kill us and our subordinates. We must avenge them. We must cut them into 1,000 pieces. Yong Xingping growled at Commander Li with a ferocious expression. We will report to the general and kill them, but we... Commander Li's expression was ferocious, and it kept changing. The other party had killed his subordinates and the front line would punish him, but they would also be punished. Even if it's a heavy punishment, even if it's a demotion, we have to kill him. Yong Xingping clenched his fists and roared coldly. Come, let's go in. The two took a deep breath, bowed, and walked inside. General Xian, you must stand up for us. The two of them walked inside with a bow and an aggrieved look on their faces. However, as soon as they entered, they felt that the atmosphere was not right. Inside, 4 or 5 generals were sitting there. When they saw them coming, their eyes showed a cold look. Island Lord Song has already told us about the Tian Hai Island. Who gave you the order to commandeer the Dragon Palace's war pets? A general on the left shouted with an extremely embarrassed expression. General, we admit this crime. However, the Dragon Palace's war pets shop was originally in our mysterious sky territory. They didn't sell the war pets to US first and instead sold them to others. I can't take this lying down. We originally wanted to bring him here, but we didn't expect him to directly attack and kill our soldiers on the front line. Commander Li immediately knelt on the ground and said with a face full of embarrassment. Yong Xingping also hurriedly knelt down and lowered his head. HMPH, you made the decision on your own accord, so there will naturally be punishment. However, that mysterious Sky Academy teacher dared to kill our frontline soldiers. He must be tired of living. Our soldiers can only die on the battlefield. They can't die anywhere else. A general roared with a face full of awe. When Yong Xingping and Commander Li heard the general's words, a trace of malevolence flashed across their faces. Even if they were to be punished, that fellow had to die. Since the general had spoken, no one could save him. Ah! At this moment, the bodies of the two men suddenly trembled. A shadow suddenly rushed out from their bodies. The shadow looked strange and bloody, and it directly charged towards them. The eyes of the two people who had not reacted showed confusion and fear. The intense pain on their bodies and the huge wound on their chest made them extremely panicked. In front, the 5 generals who were sitting on the chairs were slightly shocked when they saw the shadow that suddenly appeared from their bodies. Buzz! At this moment, 2 more shadows rushed out from their bodies, and with the bloody and strange smell, they attacked them again. Ah! Ah! The shadows seemed to have no physical body and once again left large wounds on their bodies. This time, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What was this thing? Buzz! A 3rd shadow appeared and attacked them once again just like before. This time, the 2 of them hurriedly dodged to the side. Pong! In the room, a general made a move and directly bound the black shadow. This is... A general stood up doubtfully and sized up the black shadow. However, things were not so simple. Another black shadow appeared from their bodies and directly attacked them. The 5 generals raised their eyebrows and waved their arms again. A general waved his energy and wrapped the bodies of the 2 of them to check. Buzz! Even though there was energy wrapped around them, a black shadow appeared from their bodies again and attacked them. At this moment, Yong Xingping and Commander Li's faces were filled with fear. What was going on? Why was there a black shadow coming out from their bodies to attack them? If it wasn't for the generals, they might have been killed by the black shadow. It's a curse. Only a curse array can attack in such a strange way. A general said with a solemn expression. A curse array. The other generals were slightly shocked. This curse array can kill 2 people. It seems that the other party wants to kill them. The eyes of the general who spoke flashed with an icy cold light. It's the boss of the Dragon Palace's battle pets. It's definitely him. It's definitely him. General, save us. When the 2 of them heard the general's words, they immediately cried out for help. At this moment, their faces were incomparably pale. He killed our frontline soldiers and now he wants to kill 2 of our commanders. He's courting death. Immediately send people to punish him. A general roared with a face full of killing intent. Roar, roar, roar. Just as he finished speaking, roars that shook the sky were transmitted over. This roar, full of unbridled. At the back of the Blackwater front line, Wang Xian was standing on the ice drill alligator. Behind him, There were more than 100 sea monsters of the level of the Eternal Lord. He looked at the Blackwater front-line military camp, which was more than 10,000 kilometers in front of him. His eyes were flashing with a cold look. The roars of the battle pets shook the world. In front of him, Wang Xian could feel the energy that was filled with palpitations. There were at least 100 people who were stronger than him in the entire Blackwater front line. However, he still barged in unscrupulously. His biggest trump card was not Shen Tianzi, but the fact that he had advanced to the level of the Eternal Divine Lord. With his current strength, it would be very difficult to kill him without the Immortal King and the formation to trap him. At most, he could make a big fuss today and escape back to the Dragon Palace in the boundless sea with his tail between his legs. At the same time, he could also go back and visit Xu Qing and the rest. The next time he went back, Wang Xian would call Shen Tianzi over to take revenge. Commander Yong, Commander Li, get out here. Wang Xian stared at the entire front-line military camp. With a loud roar, it spread across an area of more than 10,000 kilometers. He's here. He actually dared to chase after us. General, kill him. Kill him. At this moment, in the command room, Yong Xingping and Commander Li stood there with pale faces. When they heard the roar of their battle pets and heard this voice, they shouted at the 5 generals with a face full of killing intent. You're courting death. How dare you barge into our Blackwater front lines? Today, I will chop him into pieces. A burly general's face revealed a thick murderous intent as he flew out. The other 4 generals also flew out with gloomy faces. The AI on one of the general's arms flickered, but at this moment, he did not open it to check the information. Whoosh! 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 Who dares to cause trouble at the front line of Blackwater? Are they courting death? HMPH, they dare to barge into our front line and cause a ruckus here. They are unforgivable. When the 5 generals flew out, the entire front line was also attracted by the roar of the war pet and the arrogant roar of Wang Xian. In an instant, more than 1,000 Eternal Lord experts flew out. In the entire Shen Heaven domain, the front line had the most experts. Among the 1,000 Eternal God Lords, there were many experts who had mastered 5 or 6 laws or more. They looked behind them and charged towards Wang Xian with a terrifying aura. Roar! Roar! Faced with so many experts, the group of war pets also let out a low roar. Boom! 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 At this moment, an even more majestic figure flew towards the front. Generals were floating in the sky. In just a minute, more than 10 generals were staring at Wang Xian coldly. You are the boss of the Dragon Palace's war pets, the sinner who killed our soldiers? The 5 generals who flew over had murderous looks on their faces as they stared at Wang Xian furiously. Sinner? Hee. I came here to ask who ordered Commander Yong and Commander Li to lead the soldiers to my Dragon Palace's war pets to commandeer the pets. If you can't buy a pet, you can just take your men and rob it. Is this what you Blackwater frontline people do? Wang Xian's gaze swept across the more than 1,000 Eternal Divine Lords and landed on a few generals. He questioned in disdain. No matter what, those who dare to kill our frontline soldiers will have to pay the price. A general in the middle said with a grim expression. Haha, what a joke. Others are coming to snatch my things, yet I'm not retaliating. Are you Blackwater frontline people all bandits? Wang Xian laughed out loud and roared with a face full of sarcasm. Impudent. Impudent. Kill him. As soon as he finished his sentence, numerous strong men charged at Wang Xian with terrifying auras. Some generals were even prepared to make a move. Kill him, kill him. At this moment, Yong Xingping and Commander Li flew over as well. They stared at Wang Xian with eyes filled with fury and malevolence. This fellow actually dared to come to the front line of Blackwater. He was here to court death. Wang Xian, what are you doing here? At this moment, a blue figure flew over. She stared at Wang Xian in disbelief and flew towards the front. She stopped in front of a few generals and cupped her hands at them. Little girl, do you know him? One of the generals looked at Shen Umbrella and asked in surprise. Great-grandpa, I know him. Shen Umbrella nodded and looked at Wang Xian, who was standing on an ice drill crocodile with hundreds of war pets following behind him. Come here and kill those two guys. Wang Xian looked at Xing Xian umbrella as well. He pointed at Yong Xingping and Commander Li indifferently. Impudent! You dare to come and kill us? You don't put us in your eyes at all. Today, no matter what your identity is, I will definitely kill you. An old man holding a walking stick had a furious look on his face. A compass immediately floated above his head. Great-grandpa, you can't. Seeing the scene, Xianan hurriedly stopped the old man. She knew that this guy was the son of the old ancestor's friend, and the old ancestor had personally taken care of him, so she absolutely couldn't kill him. Great-grandfather, he has some relationship with our old ancestor. Xianan hurriedly reminded the old man. Ha! The old man was slightly stunned. Everyone around was also slightly shocked, and Yong Xingping and Commander Li's faces turned pale. The soldiers of our Blackwater front line are guarding the front line. Every year, countless deaths and injuries occur. No matter what his identity is, if he dares to kill the soldiers of our Blackwater front line, he will have to pay a heavy price. Suppress him, and I will bear all the consequences. The eyes of the old man holding the walking stick flickered. However, very quickly, he raised his walking stick into the air and said coldly as before. The old man was the third-generation descendant of the mysterious Sky Clan. In other words, he was the grandson of the mysterious Sky Clan and ranked in the top 3 in the entire mysterious Sky Clan. Some consequences, some things he could bear, but he also dared to do them. However, he had some misgivings when he changed the word kill to suppress. If he had a deep relationship with the patriarch, he wouldn't dare to kill him. Suppress him, suppress him. Yong Xingping and Commander Li mumbled as they clenched their fists tightly. They had a bad premonition. Even if they were to suppress the other party, they would be severely punished. When Xian Umbrella heard her great-grandfather's decision, she was also slightly silent. She looked at Wang Xian. This fellow was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that he directly brought over 100 battle pets and charged over. This was the front line of the Blackwater region. It was the battlefield where all the experts of the Xian Heaven region gathered. There were more than 100 descendants of the Xian Heaven region. If you were arrogant, the descendants of the Xian Heaven region would dare to punish you. Even if you had a relationship with the patriarch. Humph, I can't kill you this time. I can kill you next time. When Wang Xian heard their conversation, his gaze landed on Yong Xingping and Commander Li. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Impudent! Suppress him! The old man with a walking stick shouted immediately. Yes, General. The few generals beside him nodded immediately. A terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Stop! Old man, stop! At this moment, more than 10 figures flew out from the teleportation formation of the front line of the Blackwater formation. Stop, old man, stop! A sudden voice sounded, causing the few generals who were about to make a move to be slightly stunned. Boom, boom, boom! At the teleportation array, the group of Mysterious Sky Academy's upper echelons who were rushing over at high speed erupted with their might at this moment and flew over. Xiao Jin, why are you all here? The old man with a walking stick waved his hand and looked at the group of Shentian powerhouses who were flying over. Among more than a dozen people, the weakest one was an Eternal Lord powerhouse who had mastered 9 laws. 2/3 of the high-ranking officials of the Shentian Academy had arrived. Dean Jin's face was filled with helplessness when he saw the battle formation at the front line of the Blackwater Academy. He looked at Wang Xian, who was in front of him. He looked at Wang Xian, who was riding on a level 5 battle pet of the Eternal Lord. He looked like he was not afraid of the world and was even more speechless. There were many experts who were stronger than him. He was still so arrogant. It was obvious that he was relying on the patriarch and the headmaster. Old man, dismiss everyone, Director Jean said to him. The old man who was holding a walking stick looked at the surroundings when he saw them rushing over. Do what you have to do. Don't stay here and watch the show. He waved his arm and the thousands of experts around him dispersed immediately. Before leaving, some of them looked at Wang Xian curiously. This fellow must have an extraordinary background. Teacher Wang. Let's forget about this matter. Director Jean looked at Wang Xian and said helplessly. This fellow had killed 3 people in the academy yesterday. Today, he dared to come to the Blackwater front line to kill people. This fellow was too arrogant. The Black Heaven Academy and the front line of the Blackwater region had the highest number of experts in the entire Black Heaven domain. If he was so arrogant in these two places, wouldn't he be going to heaven in other places? Of course, she didn't dare to teach Wang Xian a lesson. After all, he was someone whom the dean had personally given to her. Furthermore, the dean had personally given the order to kill him yesterday. The two of them led the warriors directly to my shop and asked me to take out all of my battle pets. They even said that they wanted to requisition them. I want to know who gave the order. It's obvious that the two of them have bad intentions. I can't keep them alive. If there's someone else who ordered them to do so, I want an explanation as well. Wang Xian saw Director Jin and the rest coming over and pointed at Yong Xingping and Commander Li, who were left behind by a general. Young man, is it a fact that you killed our frontline soldiers? We must have an explanation for this matter as well. When the old man holding a walking stick heard his words, anger appeared on his face as he spoke coldly. Killing our Blackwater frontline soldiers in the mysterious sky territory is an unforgivable crime. A general also spoke indifferently. Don't talk so much about it. Why would I kill people for no reason? I'm definitely going to kill these two people. If you want an explanation from me, go and look for Senior Xian Tianzi. Wang Xian raised his head slightly and said indifferently. He didn't expect that the experts from the Mysterious Sky Academy would come. Since they were here, it was time for a showdown. If there was anything to look for Xian Tianzi, he must be killed. Today, he would be treated as a good-for-nothing disciple and a second-generation heir. As Wang Xian spoke, he walked straight towards Yong Xingping and Commander Li, completely ignoring the generals around him. You! The old man holding the walking stick was furious. Second Grandpa, we have contacted the dean. This fellow is a thorn. Yesterday, he killed 2 students of the Shentian Academy who offended him and a student's parent. The dean killed them as he wished. The deputy dean of the Beast Tamer School transmitted his voice to the old man. Ha! The old man holding the walking stick was slightly stunned. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. He was so unscrupulous? When they were young, they didn't care about being so arrogant. You! What are you doing? What are you doing? Yong Xingping and Commander Li saw that Wang Xian was walking towards them. The generals around them were indifferent and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, the two of them were extremely terrified. They didn't expect Wang Xian to have such a background. He dared to directly contradict the general. The higher-ups of the Xiantian Academy even rushed over for him. What? What was his identity? Who sent you here? Wang Xian stared at them and questioned coldly. No one sent us here. It was us. Yong Xingping looked at Wang Xian with fear. He looked at the general beside him as though he was begging for mercy. At this moment, the two of them were trembling. Now, they knew that they had gotten themselves into big trouble. This time, they were done for, completely done for. Even if they didn't die today, they would still be punished severely in the future. If they make a mistake, we will punish them with military law at the front line. A general said with a gloomy face. He caused me to kill a few soldiers. He deserves to die. If I didn't show mercy, those 1,000 soldiers would have all died. Besides, they offended me. Let me do it. Wang Xian looked at the general and said calmly, we will handle the matter. Soul Catcher. Bang bang. As the general spoke, Wang Xian's mind stirred and he unleashed his Soul Catcher power. At a distance of about 100 meters, Wang Xian launched an attack at such a close distance in an instant. A ball of energy enveloped their bodies. Before the people around could react, the deathly silent energy enveloped their bodies and obliterated all their auras. At this moment, the expressions of everyone around changed drastically. It was especially so for the more than 10 generals. Their faces were extremely ugly as they stared at Wang Xian furiously. The higher-ups of the Xiantian Academy were also having a headache. To kill 2 commanders in front of the generals of the Blackwater front lines, even if the 2 of them were in the wrong, they were too arrogant. The old man holding the walking stick trembled slightly. He held the walking stick tightly in his hand and wanted to make a move. This was not taking them seriously. It was no less than a public slap in the face. Little Xian, I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared out of thin air. Following that, a figure appeared in front of Wang Xian. At this moment, Xian Tianzi was looking at Wang Xian in astonishment. Wang Xian had only been here for 2 months. 2 months ago, based on his senses, he was at most at level 2 of the Eternal Lord. But now he was able to instantly kill 2 level 5 Eternal Lord experts. The explosive power he unleashed could contend against level 7 of the Eternal Lord. In just 2 short months, he had risen to level 5. This Xian Tianzi even suspected that he was the reincarnation of Tianqin. Even if he wasn't the reincarnation, he didn't know if he had obtained all of Tianqin's inheritance. Now he really had some doubts. Grandpa, great-grandpa, patriarch, Dean. At this moment, all the surrounding experts were slightly shocked when they saw Xian Tianzi suddenly appear. They hurriedly shouted, and many experts directly knelt on the ground. This old man in front of them was one of the 4 great godly monarchs of their Tianzi continent. He had single-handedly established the ruler of the mysterious heaven domain. What made them even more shocked was that this ruler had actually made a trip specifically for that young man's matter. The old man with the scepter in his hand was somewhat suspicious. Did his grandfather have another son outside? Senior, it's all thanks to the abundance of resources in the Tianzi continent. Wang Xian smiled when he saw Xian Tianzi rushing over. His backer had arrived. Even I am a little surprised. Little Xian is actually a beast tamer master. Impressive. Xian Tianzi smiled and shook his head. Initially, I thought it would be safer for you to be their teacher. I didn't expect you to take such a risk. Let's go. Let's go down and have a chat. All right. By the way, Senior, I have some use for their eternal kingdom. Wang Xian suddenly waved his hand and stored the 2 corpses into his interspatial ring. Then he said to Xian Tianzi, "Send them to Little Xian later." Xian Tianzi said to the crowd at the side. With a wave of his arm, he flew down with Wang Xian. The crowd was stunned when they saw the patriarch bringing Wang Xian down to a spot below. The old man who was leaning on his walking stick twitched the corner of his mouth. His grandfather was here, but he didn't say a word to him. Instead, he kept chatting with that young man. Are you sure that this isn't the illegitimate son of the patriarch? Otherwise, why would you treat him like this? Get those 2 fellows Eternal Divine Kingdom over here. Also, announce to the public that they violated the military order and killed the frontline soldiers. They were killed immediately, a general said after a moment of hesitation. Looking at the attitude of the patriarch, let alone asking for punishment, if the young man was injured, the patriarch might ask for their punishment. As for Yong Xingping and Commander Li, the 2 of them would be killed for violating the military order. Xian Umbrella looked at the place where the patriarch and Wang Xian had disappeared with a complicated expression. If the girls from the Xian Tian descendants could really marry this Wang Xian, they could really become the most honorable people in the entire Xian Tian territory. Also, his strength shocked Xian Umbrella. Such a young aura, yet he had the strength to be comparable to an eternal god master who had mastered 6 or 7 laws. This was simply monstrous. The underground sea is very dangerous. Little Xian, you'd better be careful. Don't go deep into the underground sea. In a courtyard at the front line of the Black Water, Xian Tianzi and Wang Xian sat in front of a table and reminded him, Senior, don't worry. I will be careful. The path of the strong is never safe. Wang Xian was grateful for Xian Tianzi's reminder and said with a smile, That's true. The path of the strong is filled with danger. Your current strength is completely beyond my expectations. You have the heart to become stronger. I will not stop you. Xian Tianzi took a sip of tea and took out a token. This is an identity token. Take this token and no one in the entire Tianzi continent will make things difficult for you. There is also an array formation inside which is sufficient to withstand an attack from an immortal god king. During this period of time you will be able to escape. As he spoke, he handed a token condensed from the laws to Wang Xian. Thank you, Senior. Wang Xian did not reject him. He reached out and took the token. This token was equivalent to a life. There's no need. This thing is nothing compared to the formation you took out. Xian Tianzi shook his head. That was also given to you by the celestial emperor of heaven's formation. Wang Xian smiled. Teacher, celestial emperor of heaven's formation, did he really die? Xian Tianzi hesitated for a moment before asking him. Senior Xian Tianzi should know about it within 10 years. Wang Xian also hesitated for a moment before replying. Xian Tianzi trembled slightly as excitement flickered in his eyes. What did he mean by this? The celestial emperor of heaven's formation didn't die? This kid is really confident. He managed to advance to the celestial emperor realm within 10 years? And he even helped him reconstruct his body? The celestial emperor of heaven's formation, who was behind Wang Xian, muttered as he revealed a faint smile on his face. As long as Wang Xian agreed to help him rebuild his body, he had a 100% chance of resurrecting him, let alone 10 years. After all, this kid had obtained the divine dragon's inheritance. Dong dong dong. At this moment, an extremely urgent voice rang out, clearly entering Wang Xian's ears. The sea monsters are invading. Running Tiger, Roaring Sun, Blue Sun, and the Heaven's Punishment Army are going to battle. Following that, a voice rang out. Senior, what is this? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as he looked at Xian Tianzi. The sea monsters are invading. This is one of the 5 front lines. Xian Tianzi did not show any reaction to this. He had seen this kind of situation many times. Then why didn't Senior make a move directly? If you made a move, I believe that you would be able to kill all the invading sea monsters in an instant. Is it because of the sea monsters at the level of the king of the underground sea? Wang Xian looked at Xian Tianzi and asked curiously. There's a reason for that. 50 years ago, I just had a huge battle with the shark muscle god king. That battle lasted for more than 10 days. If I were to attack and kill the ordinary sea monsters, it would also attack and kill the ordinary humans. Xian Tianzi shook his head. There are 7 sea monster god kings in the underground sea. Among them, there are 2 immortal god king level sea monsters that basically don't provoke it. It won't attack humans either. Those 2 don't like the environment above us and haven't fought with humans much. The other 5 sea monster kings are brutal by nature. They have their own races and each of them occupies their own territory. They often attack humans. Every year, tens of millions of people in the entire natural selection continent die in battles with the sea monsters. Xian Tianzi slowly introduced them to him. Can't we destroy them completely? For example, we can look for experts from other planets to help us destroy them completely. Wang Xian asked. How can it be that easy? The humans in the greater world are at a disadvantage. Not to mention inviting the godly king to help us. The sea monster will also run away when it is attacked by 2 godly kings. Even the eternal godly master is hard to kill, let alone the immortal godly king. The word immortal is not something that can be casually added. Xian Tianzi shook his head. After chatting with Xian Tianzi for about half an hour, Xian Tianzi left right after reminding Wang Xian to be careful. Although he was the immortal god king, he had to oversee the Xian Tian territory at all times. This was because he did not know when the shark muscle god king would attack. Once he was not around, the entire Xian Tian territory would be destroyed. The current Xian Tianzi was fighting for the humans of the Tianzhe continent. The godly monarchs from other places were doing the same. They were suppressing and protecting one's side. Every immortal godly monarch was deeply respected by the people. They were the true guardians. After Xian Tianzi left, Wang Xian stood up and his eyes flickered slightly. From Xian Tianzi's words, he finally understood the current situation of this world. Humans were not as easy as he imagined. Let's go to the battlefield and take a look. Hearing the roars and roars coming from afar, Wang Xian's figure moved and flew toward the front line. Roar, roar, roar. Just as he rushed over, Wang Xian could smell the surging stench of blood rushing toward him. In front of him, there was a sea that was the color of congealed blood, emitting a terrifying stench of blood. A towering city wall stood in front of the sea. The city wall was over 10,000 kilometers long and was 5,000 meters tall. In front, 1,000,000 soldiers and sea monsters fighting. One by one the bodies fell. Extremely tragic. It was brutal, truly brutal. In one battle, there were 1,000,000 people from the 4 legions, about 200 Eternal God Lord-level warriors, and the rest were all God-level warriors. These warriors were fighting with the sea monsters above the ocean. People died every second and some fell into the pitch-black ocean below. The sea water was pitch-black, and there was bright red blood mixed in the middle. The entire area, tens of thousands of kilometers ahead, was a meat grinder. The city walls had turned dark red and there were traces of being attacked. Wuxia looked over and was slightly moved. This was the first time he had seen a battlefield of this level. In the past, he had only seen some scenes when he obtained the Divine Dragon's inheritance. Now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, he was extremely shocked. No wonder Xian Tianzi said that tens of millions or even tens of millions of people would die on the battlefield every year. Wuxia mumbled. There were more than 100 billion people in the natural selection continent. The number of people born every year was more than 100 million. However, the number of people in the Tianzi continent had already maintained a balance. With the lifespan of the people in the Tianzi continent when they advanced to the godly state, their lifespan would be 10,000 years and the lifespan of the God Lord would be 100,000 years. The number of people would only increase. However, due to the war, the number of people did not increase at all. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the battlefield. Most of the warriors had the strength of 5 wisps of divine fire or above. However, with such strength, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were cannon fodder in such a large-scale battlefield. In the pitch-black ocean below, there were a group of sea monsters with sharp thorns all over their bodies. Their body sizes ranged from 10 to 1,000 meters. These were the shark mussels of the sea monsters, a group of extremely bloody sea monsters. They were also one of the main enemies of humans. In the ocean, regardless of whether humans or sea monsters were killed, they were all devoured by the crazy sea monsters at the bottom of the ocean in the next second. At the bottom of the ocean, there are at least a few hundred sea monsters at the level of the Eternal Lord. Wang Xian scanned the area below with his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. Slowly, his eyes sparkled. The divine dragon was a race at the peak of the universe. It was the king of the water tribe. Its dragon might could intimidate all the water tribe members. Wang Xian could increase his strength by devouring the water tribe members. The corpses of the water tribe members could also increase the strength of the soldiers of the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon Palace was transferred here and killed the sea monsters and obtained their corpses, the speed of the improvement of the Dragon Palace would be terrifying. With my current strength, the sea monsters below the Eternal Lord can directly rule over them. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He moved his body and flew directly into the ocean below. Who is that? Why did he suddenly charge into the battlefield? Wang Xian flew over and attracted the attention of some people around him. The soldiers on the front line were equipped with uniform armor. All of them fought together and charged forward together. It was very eye-catching for a person to charge into the battlefield alone, and he was dressed in ordinary clothes. However, no one stopped him. There was a battlefield below. Some of the commanders were willing to fight with the sea monsters. Naturally, they did not have any objections. Bang! Wang Xian flew over the city wall and entered the pitch-black ocean. This black ocean had a special energy. Even if he was a few kilometers away from the city wall, the depth of the ocean was at least tens of millions of kilometers. Wang Xian entered the sea without causing any ripples. He swept his gaze forward. With his yin-yang and 5 elemental dragon eyes, he could see countless sea monsters in front of him. There were more than tens of millions of sea monsters. There were literally hundreds of millions of them. Among them, 60 to 70% of them were below the godly state. There were also 50 to 60 million of them above the godly state. If it weren't for the army formation above them and the chaotic sea monsters, the humans would definitely suffer heavy losses. The humans who formed the battle formation and charged at the chaotic sea monsters would be able to fight against 10,000 of them. With so many sea monsters, if I were to absorb them into the Dragon Palace and turn them into dragon blood, it would be able to allow a large number of Dragon Palace members to reach the level of Eternal God Lord. Wang Xian's eyes were burning with passion. There were more than 160,000 members in the Dragon Palace now. If all of them could become Eternal God Lord, when he was able to kill the Immortal God King, he would be able to lead the Dragon Palace to pacify the entire underground sea. This was not impossible. Perhaps, I need to send the members of the Dragon Palace here so that I can improve quickly. In the boundless region, it would take at least a few years for the Dragon Palace to add an eternal God Lord. This was also because the level of the Dragon Palace had improved and the spiritual energy had increased tremendously. In Wang Xian's opinion, such a speed was too slow. Rule some sea monsters and increase the strength of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian stared at the sea monsters in front of him. His body moved and he flew forward. Roar! Roar! Before he could reach 1,000 meters, hundreds of sea monsters noticed him. Their ferocious bodies charged straight at him. Dragon might rule. All the aquatic creatures below the god level will be my slaves. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold expression as he unleashed his ruling power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, an extremely terrifying power was transmitted forward. Now, his strength had improved tremendously. The area covered by the dragon's might had reached a radius of 300 kilometers. 300 kilometers was just a corner in this battlefield that was tens of thousands of kilometers wide and endless in length. However, this was sufficient for Wang Xian. Roar! At the front, the sea monsters trembled slightly and flew toward Wang Xian. There were about 100,000 sea monsters in the area of 300 kilometers. Judging from the number of sea monsters attacking the sea monsters, it was only a small portion. Buzz! 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 More than 100,000 sea monsters flew over. Wang Xian's body shook as he shook their consciousness and killed them. Whoosh! 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 Behind him, the virtual image of the Dragon Palace appeared. One sea monster after another entered the Dragon Palace. Increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace and try your best to reach the realm of Eternal God Lord. In the Dragon Palace in the boundless sea of the boundless galaxy, Wang Xian's voice reverberated throughout every corner of the Dragon Palace. All the members of the Dragon Palace immediately stood up and bowed. I will obey the Dragon King's order. Following that, all the members of the Dragon Palace saw the corpses of the sea monsters entering the Dragon Palace one by one. Bring these corpses to the Dragon Transformation Pool immediately. Ao Yao, Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, and the other leaders come over. Prime Minister Gue immediately stopped them and gave the order. Boom! 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 The sea monsters entered the Dragon Palace one by one. In just 10 minutes, the number of the sea monsters had reached 1 million. Among them, there were quite a number of corpses of the 9 wisps of divine fire at the peak of the godly state. This caused all the members of the Dragon Palace to have a burning look in their eyes. At the bottom of the sea in the Blackwater battlefield, Wang Xian revealed a smile. He kept pushing forward. He avoided some of the sea monsters at the level of the Eternal Lord. All the sea monsters below the level of the Eternal Lord flew directly toward him after they were ruled. The situation here didn't attract the attention of too many sea monsters. The wild and cruel sea monsters didn't notice the situation here either. With so many sea monsters, it's possible for the Dragon Palace to have more than 100 Eternal God Lords and 2 commander corpses. It seems that we'll have to stay here for a few days. Rule. In the sea at the front line of the Black Sea, Wang Xian was located deep in the bottom of the sea. He looked at the mermaids and sea monsters in front of him with a burning expression on his face. With the rule activated, all the sea monsters below the level of the Eternal Master God within a radius of 300 kilometers surged towards him. More than 100,000 sea monsters seemed to have been caught by an invisible fishing net and were thrown into the Dragon Palace. A large number of sea monsters turned into dragon blood and became the resources for the members of the Dragon Palace to improve. I have almost conquered 5 to 6 million sea monsters. There are also more than 1 million celestial-level sea monsters. However, this is not enough. Wang Xian calculated in his heart. 1 million celestial-level sea monsters was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small number. There were not so many celestial-level experts in the entire boundless galaxy. However, 1 million god-level sea monsters ranging from a wisp of divine fire to the peak of the god level could at most add dozens of eternal god lords to the Dragon Palace. Go to the front. The center is mostly god-level shark-muscled sea monsters. He stared ahead and flew over. The more he flew forward, the stronger the shark-muscled sea monsters would be. There were even quite a few Eternal God Lord-level merman sea monsters. No one dared to barge into the ocean when the sea monsters attacked the city because even the Eternal God Lord could not withstand millions of frenzied sea monsters. Not to mention that there were Eternal God Lord-level sea monsters inside. The water of the ocean was black. This kind of black was not pure black, but a kind of energy black. Even the Eternal God Lord's vision would be obstructed here. If he was not careful, the Eternal God Lord would die if he was ambushed here. Roar! When Wuxia was about 10 kilometers ahead, a blood-red pupil was staring at him. A few hundred meters long God Lord-level sea monster was attacking him. Hee hee. Wuxia looked at this sea monster and did not pay any attention to it. His body shook and all the sea monsters within a radius of 300 kilometers rushed towards him crazily. The sea monster at the level of an eternal god opened its mouth slightly when it sensed Wuxia's provocative aura. However, at this moment, the sea monsters below the level of an eternal god swarmed over crazily and even collided with its body. This made the sea monster at the level of an eternal god slightly dumbfounded. A group of underlings dare to provoke a commander-level creature like it? Boom, boom, boom. However, before the Eternal God Lord Shark Muscle Sea Monster could think too much, it saw that the prey in front of it had been completely surrounded. Roar! It let out a dissatisfied roar and did not rush over again. It looked up, locked onto a human, and directly rushed out. Gone? Seeing this scene, it slightly raised its eyebrows. With a thought, it immediately had hundreds of shark muscle sea monsters surround it, not leaving a single gap. The fresh blood of the merman sea monsters covered his surroundings, concealing his aura. Following that, Wuxia dashed toward more sea monsters. With the merman sea monsters surrounding him, there were indeed no sea monsters attacking him. Boom! Wuxia's body shook and his dragon aura covered a radius of 300 kilometers once again. Hundreds of thousands of merman sea monsters charged toward him. Even if there were master-level merman sea monsters who sensed Wuxia's dragon aura, they gave up because there were too many sea monsters flying over. Following that, Wuxia led the group of sea monsters and flew to the side. With a jolt of his aura, he killed them and kept them into the Dragon Palace. Following the same method, he once again controlled the hundreds of sea monsters to surround him and flew forward. Am I considered a husky who mingled with the wolves? No. I'm a divine dragon mingling with the sea monsters. Wuxia thought to himself with a smile on his face after more than 10 consecutive times. Even a peak Eternal God Lord wouldn't dare to venture deep into the underground sea of the battlefield. Yet he was doing well here. It seems that I can add at least 400 to 500 Eternal God Lords to the Dragon Palace this time. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace will also receive a huge boost. Wuxia thought to himself as he continued to rule and kill the sea monsters below. In just a short span of 3 hours, the number of sea monsters that were killed by Wuxia had reached 50 to 60 million. Among them, at least half of the Divine Realm muscle sea monsters that he paid special attention to were gone. Why are there so few Divine Realm sea monsters in this attack? There are indeed fewer of them. Don't worry about it. Kill them all with your full strength and kill all of them. Above the Black Water Sea, the warriors of the 4 legions were fighting against the sea monsters one by one. Fresh blood splattered everywhere and the smell of blood soared to the sky. Roar! 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 Oh no! I've encountered a top-notch sea monster. At the bottom of the sea, Wuxia was surrounded by hundreds of mermaids. The moment he entered the sea monsters and released his ruling power, he was met with a cold and violent roar. Following that, he saw a terrifying impact force coming towards him. A sea monster with at least level 8 or 9 of the Eternal Lord. Releasing his dragon aura is considered a provocation. A sea monster with such strength can sense him. After staying at the bottom of the sea for about 4 hours, Wuxia was completely discovered by a Muscleman sea monster. Without any hesitation, he commanded the sea monsters within a 300-kilometer radius to attack the powerful Muscleman sea monster. His figure flew directly toward the surface of the sea. Roar! A violent sound rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The warriors above could hear it clearly. Many of the warriors' faces changed slightly. A few of the top-notch experts from the four armies moved their bodies and stared at the bottom of the sea to prevent this powerful sea monster from launching a sudden attack. Splash. Hundreds of thousands of sea monsters were entangling the level 8 and level 9 shark muscle sea monster of the Eternal Lord. Wang Xian flew out of the sea surface easily. Boom, boom, boom. When he had just revealed his head, numerous attacks landed on his body. He's one of us. Wang Xian sensed the energy and shouted immediately. Why is he here? In the sky, Xianan who was the commander of the Blue Sun Army, was stunned when she saw Wang Xian flying out from the sea. Damn, what's going on? Why is there someone flying out from below? The few soldiers beside him were also stunned. Under such circumstances, there were still people who dared to enter the ocean below. Wang Xian ignored them and flew towards the city wall. He had gained enough this time. If he continued to rule, it would affect the Eternal Lord sea monsters inside. At that time, he would be attacked by the powerful mermaids. It would be hard for him to gain too much. When he came to the city wall, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and saw a general standing not far away. He had only met General Wang Xian once, but it was enough for him to meet him once. He moved his body and immediately flew toward the general. When he flew over, the general also looked at Wang Xian. When he flew out from the bottom of the sea, he noticed Wang Xian. At this moment, he was also a little curious. What was this guy doing at the bottom of the sea? Killing sea monsters? Hello, General. Wang Xian walked to the front of the old general and cupped his hands at him. Around him, more than 10 commanders looked at him with curious expressions. Hee, little brother, what's the matter? General Shenzhen looked at Wang Xian with a smile on his face as he asked. Not long ago, he met Wang Xian and saw him killing 2 commanders in front of the group of experts. He saw the patriarch coming here personally for his business. He didn't dare to slight a young man who was highly valued by the patriarch. General, do you still have a place to stay? It would be best if there are tens of thousands of people here. Wang Xian said directly to him. Stay? Stay in the military camp? I wonder why you want so many places to stay. Chief Xian looked at him with some doubts. I have some subordinates who want to let them come here to gain experience. Wang Xian said with a smile. Oh? Then we are more than happy to welcome you. Let me bring you there. Chief Xian nodded with a smile. He gestured to the few commanders beside him and flew inside with Wang Xian. That young man seems to be the one who came here arrogantly on his mount today. It's him. Commander Yong and Commander Li are dead. He is fine. It seems like he is being watched by the old ancestor. Yong Xingping and old Li brought this upon themselves. They deserve to be killed for kicking an iron plate. The few commanders whispered to each other as they watched the general personally lead Wang Xian to fly back. Over here, we have a lot of empty space at the front line. This is a pretty good place. The concentration of spiritual energy is relatively high. It's considered pretty good in the entire front line. Xian Jinsho brought Wang Xian to a location where there were many houses. It could be considered pretty good. Little brother, your subordinates can stay here. If you want to participate in the battle at the front line, you can form a team alone. Of course, you can also join other legions. He continued to speak to Wang Xian. Form a team alone. Follow your legions in every battle. Wang Xian said with a smile. All right, inform me when your men arrive. I'll report to you. Guardian Xian nodded his head. I'll have to trouble you then, General. Wang Xian thanked him. He smiled and introduced a few others before turning around and leaving. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. The entire area was enough to house 10,000 to 20,000 people. He came to a spot in the middle and waved his arm. He set up a concealing formation here. Dragon Gate of the Dragon Palace appear. He moved his body and an incomparably huge dragon gate appeared in the sky. Only a corner of the dragon gate was exposed, but this corner was a few kilometers in size. With a move of his body, he flew straight in from the dragon gate. Summoning a corner of the Eternal Divine Kingdom was also a characteristic of the Eternal Divine Kingdom. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. When Wang Xian entered the Dragon Palace, the Yakshas on patrol immediately bowed respectfully. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and scanned his surroundings. The entire Dragon Palace was more than 10,000 kilometers in area. The huge Dragon Palace only had about 100,000 people. It was slightly spacious. He moved his body and flew directly in the direction of the Dragon King Palace. Dragon King. When he arrived, Ao Nu immediately walked over and greeted him respectfully. Yes. He nodded his head and looked at the ancestral tree. With the improvement of the Dragon Palace, the ancestral tree had also experienced tremendous growth. The ancestral tree was now more than 1,000 meters tall with luxuriant foliage. Each branch bore extremely precious fruits. Where's the Dragon Queen? Wang Xian asked Ao Nu. Dragon King, the group of Dragon Queens are cultivating in the Dragon Transformation Pool. The leaders are also cultivating. Ao Nu immediately replied. Upon hearing that, Wang Xian immediately walked into the Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, the Dragon Transformation Pool was more than 100 kilometers in circumference. The 9 pillars of the divine dragons looked even more majestic and lifelike. Each pillar was 10,000 meters tall and a large amount of dragon blood flowed into the Dragon Transformation Pool. The 100-kilometer-sized Dragon Transformation Pool was about 1,000 meters deep. At this moment, half of the dragon blood was already in the pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool was emitting an incomparably resplendent vitality. Inside, the group of leaders, the Berserk Dragon species, Starwood Dragon species, and Thorn Dragon species were increasing their strength. Wang Xian looked over and revealed a smile on his face. It wouldn't be long before the Dragon Palace would be able to increase the number of Eternal Masters by a few hundred. Furthermore, all of them possessed the combat strength of level 3 and 4 Eternal Masters. At that time, with these members of the Dragon Palace as the foundation, they would be allowed to enter the battlefield to fight. It wouldn't be long before the strength of the Dragon Palace would be greatly enhanced. After looking around, Wang Xian retreated immediately. He returned to the front line and closed the Dragon Palace. Now, what he had to do was to wait for the members of the Dragon Palace to be upgraded and for the Fu Nation to pay the rest of the deposit. As for the rest of the deposit, Wang Xian would devour all the resources and be able to upgrade to the 2nd level of the Eternal Lord. At that time, he would have the strength of the 8th level of the Eternal Lord. With the strength of the 8th level of the Eternal Lord, he would be considered as one of the top experts in the entire Tianzi continent. At that time, he would be able to capture more sea monsters for sale. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would possess the combat strength of an immortal god king. As he thought about it, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He found a room in the middle and began to cultivate here. On the battlefield, the sounds of battle could be heard incessantly. It lasted for more than 10 hours before it ended. The soldiers on the front line had long seen and were used to battles of this level. Such battles could erupt 5 to 6 times a month. However, this time, it was much easier than before. The number of god-level Muscleman sea monsters was obviously much less than before. Time passed very quickly. On the 3rd day, Fu Guo brought over 3,000 people to this place. Little brother, I'll have to trouble you next. Fu Guo walked in front and said to Wang Xian. At the same time, he was also a little curious. Why was this Wang Xian staying at the front line of the mysterious sky territory? Was he from the front line? However, if he was from the front line, why would he sell his battle pet to them? Although he was curious, he didn't ask too many questions. It's no trouble. It might take more than 10 days to help you tame your war pets. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. In the next half a month, Wang Xian would help them tame their war pets. More than 3,000 war pets was a waste of his time. When Wang Xian was taming his war pets, many generals came to visit him. Looking at these powerful war pets, their hearts were burning with passion. A few generals were ready to talk to Wang Xian. If they could get their hands on more war pets next time, they would sell them all. Phew. Half a month later, Wang Xian had tamed the last war pet. He took a deep breath and sent Fu Guo and the rest away. Looking at the pills in his hands, he smiled. Name Wang Xian. Race: Yin Yang 5 elements, Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level: Eternal God Lord Level 2, 6th form of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Origin 13/50. Supernatural ability: Rule the Water Tribe, Rule the water tribe below their level. Devour living beings. Devour living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul absorbing, spirit attaching, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect. 5 elements grinding, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang dual polarity, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Law, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness, level 2. Divine kingdom, dragon palace. Dragon palace, level 7. Members of dragon palace, 165,693. I've advanced another level. In just a few months here, my strength has increased tremendously. After paying the rest of the divine pills, Wang Xian immediately consumed all of them. Looking at his awakening, a smile appeared on his face. Congratulations on your breakthrough again, Dragon King. At this moment, the congratulatory voices of the members of the Dragon Palace rang out from the side. Wang Xian looked to the side with a satisfied look on his face. The group of 550 members was led by Prime Minister Gue, Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Yao, Ao Jian, Ao Xingmu, Ao Fenghuang, Mao Zisen, Ao Crab and the rest of the leaders. 200 berserk dragon species, 200 starwood dragon species, dozens of raptor species, and dozens of arrow dragon species. Arrow dragon species was a dragon species rewarded by the system for ruling a planet. It was one of the strongest long-range dragon species in the Dragon Palace. It contained both wind and metal attributes. Now, dozens of members of the I-Arrow division had advanced to arrow dragon species. They could fight 3 levels higher without being close to each other. Once they were close to them, they would be able to fight 2 levels higher at most. Once the arrow dragon species was able to stop their attacks without being disturbed, it would be extremely terrifying. 550 members were all the eternal masters of the Dragon Palace. This power was nothing in the Tianzi continent. However, it was comparable to an army at the front line. Prime Minister Gue, you guys have some understanding of the Tianzi continent, right? Wang Xian glanced at them and landed on Prime Minister Gue as he asked. Dragon King, I have a basic understanding of it. Ao Yao and the rest will be in charge of collecting assassinations in the future. We will be in charge of the battle. Prime Minister Gue replied. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. The members of the Dragon Palace had completed their promotion yesterday. He found a few artificial intelligence brains for Prime Minister Gui to let them understand the current Tianzi continent. Young Master Wang Xian. At this moment, a voice came from outside. General, please come in. Wang Xian said directly. He. 2 figures walked in. One of them was the guard of Xian Town while the other was an old man holding a walking stick. The old man holding the walking stick was called Xianzi. Xianzi was also the strongest person in the entire battlefield. The soldiers called him the general and also the marshal. The 2 of them entered and immediately saw the hundreds of underlings behind Wang Xian. There were humans and demonic beasts. They looked very different. However, both of them were top-notch experts among the Eternal Lord. They were slightly surprised when they sensed the aura of the crowd. May I know why young Master Wang Xian called us here? The guard of Xiantown asked Wang Xian with a smile. General, these are my subordinates. I want them to train here and obtain some resources from the sea monsters' corpses. I'll inform you about it. Wang Xian said directly to them. There's no problem with that. Young Master Wang Xian's subordinates are also a powerful force. In the future, let's form a separate army. How about the Dragon Palace Army? Of course, this is just a title. It's mainly used to address outsiders. If young Master Wang Xian is not satisfied with it, you can change it. Chief Xian nodded his head in agreement. Sure. When war breaks out in the future, our Dragon Palace Army will fight alone. Wang Xian nodded his head. Sure. Since young Master Wang Xian has sent his subordinates here to help us fight against the sea monsters, and the Dragon Palace Army has formed an army alone. Young Master Wang Xian, please accept it. Xianzi, who was at the side, took out a badge with a smile and handed it to Wang Xian. "Oh, this?" Wang Xian took it and looked at it. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The general badge represents the general badge of our frontline army. Currently, there are 18 generals in the frontline, including 19 young Master Wang Xian. Xian Zi said with a smile. There were many generals in the front line, but most of them were deputy generals. As for the real generals, there were only 18 generals who held great power. None of them were weaker than the level 9 Eternal Lord. The general badge in Wang Xian's hand was on the same level as the 18 of them. "Thank you, Marshal Xian." Wang Xian smiled and kept it. "No need to thank me. Our front line is more dangerous. More than 100,000 people would die in every war. With General Wang's subordinates here, we can reduce the number of casualties. If we have a mount, we can reduce the number of casualties to the minimum." "It's good to have a mount. If we can form a mount army, then we can deal with." Xian Zi mumbled and suddenly mentioned about battle mounts. He looked at Wang Xian as he spoke. Wang Xian was speechless when he heard him. It seemed like this old man wanted to get some battle mounts from him. "I can get war pets, but I can sell them to the Blackwater front line at the market price. I can also pay with the corpses of the sea monsters. If you guys don't want them, I will sell them to others." Wang Xian didn't say anything and made a promise directly. If he was short-handed, he would take advantage of others. He would sell them to others as well as to them. There was nothing wrong with selling them in advance. "Haha, all right. When can we get another batch of war pets?" Xian Zi's eyes lit up immediately as he asked. "I don't know. It will take 1 to 2 months at most." Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. 1 to 2 months is fine. "All right, then we shall not disturb General Wang." Hehe. Xian Zi left with Xian Jinshou in satisfaction. The main reason why he gave Wang Xian the position and badge of a general was to get a batch of war pets. Otherwise, with his character, even if Wang Xian was a young man that his grandfather valued highly, he wouldn't have given him the position of a general. After all, which general didn't come out from a pile of corpses? Which one of them hadn't been guarding the front lines for 10,000 years? I really don't know what kind of ability that Wang Xian has. He's so confident that he can obtain a batch of war pets in a month or two. The two of them flew out as Manager Xian said with a twinkle in his eyes. The old man is not blind yet. There are only 2 possibilities for him to value that young man so much. First, that kid is really talented. Even the old man thinks highly of him. Second, that kid is the old man's illegitimate child. Xian Zi said with a twinkle in his eyes. Illegitimate child. When Xian Jinshou heard his words, he was speechless. If it wasn't for the old man valuing him so much, I would have tied him up and tamed his battle pets. However, this kid is quite tactful. I hope that he can get some decent battle pets that can reach half of the royal family of the Federation. Xian Zi seemed to be talking to himself as he spoke. Wang Xian had no idea that Marshal Xian Zi was plotting against him behind his back. He took out his AI and looked at the message that he had sent to Invincible in combat. During this period of time, he had sent quite a number of messages to this Chinibu, but there was no reply. Yesterday, Wang Xian had seen the message on his AI. Invincible in combat went to a certain place. This fellow was not in closed-door cultivation, nor did he go deep into the underground sea. It was impossible for him not to know the information he sent. That meant he was not replying to the information. It seems like this fellow is trying to renege on his promise. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. It was much more convenient to tame a war pet with the Invincible in terms of combat techniques. He was not strong, but he had the defense of a supreme treasure. He would not be killed even if he provoked a powerful sea monster. Even AOU and the rest could not do such bait. Therefore, it was the best choice to tame the war pets and bring along the Invincible battle tactics. However, this fellow was obviously trying to renege on his promise and did not reply to his message at all. Looks like I have to go and collect the debt this time. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The sea monsters are invading. The 3 legions are ready for battle. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Wang Xian had heard this roar 3 times. He was not as surprised as he was at the beginning. Let's go and get used to the battlefield. However, this time, Wang Xian flew over with the members of the Dragon Palace. He could not stay here every day. In the future, when a war broke out at the front line, the members of the Dragon Palace would have to participate in the war themselves. Now that they had advanced to the realm of Eternal Lord, the chances of them being killed by the sea monsters were very small. Moreover, even if they were killed, they could be resurrected. It's the Dragon King. 550 experts of the Dragon Palace followed him and flew toward the battlefield. When he rushed over, the 3 legions around him flew toward the Black Water Sea in unison. Among them, 2 generals stood on the huge city wall and guarded the last defense. Warriors of the Blue Sun Legion kill. Warriors of the Hatred-Breaking Legion kill. Warriors of the Daywolf Army kill. A majestic roar rang out. 800 to 900,000 warriors from the 3 armies charged straight into the battlefield. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, Wang Xian led the members of the Dragon Palace to the city wall in front of the Black Water Sea. General Wang, are your men going to make a move? Guardian Xian stood not far away and asked Wang Xian. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head. Then, you can decide the actions of your Dragon Palace army. Guardian Xian said. Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gui and gestured for him to command the battle. Enter the seabed and start the battle. Prime Minister Gui did not hesitate and immediately ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace. Yes, the group of members of the Dragon Palace moved and flew directly to the seabed below. General Wang, the bottom of the sea is the territory of the sea monsters. Although your people are all strong, it's still very dangerous to enter the sea to fight. When Chief Xian saw them flying straight into the sea, he frowned slightly. It's all right. They are more suitable for fighting in the sea. Wang Xian shook his head. The members of the Dragon Palace were more suitable for fighting in the sea. Their pressure could reduce the combat strength of aquatic creatures. Wang Xian stood at the top and stared at the members of the Dragon Palace who had entered the ocean with his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. Roar! 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 The moment they entered the ocean, over 200 berserk dragon species led by Ao Qiyan and Ao Qi let out a roar. Their bodies instantly enlarged. Each of them was thousands of meters in size. They were holding metal rods or lightning hammer and spears. A terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Whoosh! 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 Behind them, more than 200 starwood dragon species followed closely behind, densely packed thorns swaying behind them. At the last position were the members of Mao Zedong's Heavenly Eye Arrow Division. As for the thorned dragon species, they had already hidden themselves in the surroundings. They had all reached the 1st level of the Eternal Lord realm. The higher the 3rd level, the stronger they could fight against the 4th level of the Eternal Lord realm sea monsters. The higher the 2nd level, the stronger they could fight against the 3rd level of the Eternal Lord realm sea monsters. Even the weakest Prime Minister Gui could fight the 2nd level sea monsters. However, Prime Minister Gui would not attack. The turtle shell in front of him was floating with pictures. Prime Minister Gui was commanding all the experts of the Dragon Palace. Heavenly Eye Arrow Division. Attack immediately and attract some sea monsters to attack. Prime Minister Gui ordered immediately. Yes. 40 to 50 archdragon species immediately drew their bows, and terrifying energy condensed. Whoosh! 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 40 to 50 archdragon species could fight against a level 4 Eternal Lord under long-range attacks. Each of them drew their bows and arrows shot forward. The moment each arrow shot out, it immediately turned into a divine dragon. Boom! 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 After a series of shots, one could see waves of water rising from the sky. It was as if there was a terrifying giant creature shuttling through the sea. 45 waves of water rushed into the sea monsters hundreds of kilometers ahead like dragons and snakes. Boom! 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 The sea water exploded and rose up to 10,000 meters. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of sea monsters were killed. This was even when the Eternal God Lord level sea monsters discovered it and blocked it. Otherwise, millions of sea monsters could be killed. What is this? The soldiers of the 3 armies floating on the ocean looked down in surprise. What was going on? How could a terrifying attack suddenly burst out from below and kill hundreds of thousands of sea monsters? They hadn't even made a move yet. Roar! At the next moment, terrifying roars sounded one after another, including level 5 and 6 eternal god lords, and even stronger roars. The group of sea monsters charged towards the direction of the city wall below. They gave up on fighting against the soldiers of the army above. What strong archery skills, what strong strength! Xian Jinshou's face was filled with shock. He was strong enough to see the situation at the bottom of the black water. The 40 to 50 attacks just now were enough to kill a level 5 Eternal Lord sea monster. When Wuxia saw the scene, a smile appeared on his face. When the sea monster exceeds level 5 of the Eternal Lord, the experts from the other legions will defend against it. Wang Xian spoke to Guardian Xian. Don't worry. They all understand. Guardian Xian nodded his head. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at the sea monster below. Roar! The sea surface was like a dragon and a snake crossing the sea. The commotion was vast. The roar shook the sky. Roar! 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 The next moment, a similarly earth-shattering roar sounded as it charged towards the sea monsters ahead. Mad Dragon, fight! Starwood, fight! Arrow Dragon, lock onto the sea monsters above Eternal God Lord. Behind them, Prime Minister Gue ordered loudly. Yes. Over 200 mad dragon species charged forward, each of them several thousand meters in size and wielding terrifying weapons. Kill! The berserk draconic species roared, and blood-red energy charged forward. Darkness, fire, and lightning fused into one. Even if there were level 5 Eternal God Lord sea monsters ahead, they would still charge forward. Boom! 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 In the black water sea, when more than 200 berserk dragon species attacked, the entire surface of the sea exploded. Black seawater surged into the sky. Streaks of blood-red energy that could be clearly seen swept forward. This was the first time that a battle had taken place at the bottom of the sea. The black seawater rose into the sky, and all the soldiers of the 3 legions looked down in astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, a terrifying collision sound was heard. Splash! Then, they saw many sea monsters being struck out of the water, and many of their limbs were flying in the air. The endless seawater surged hundreds of kilometers toward the front of the city wall. 4 to 5 million sea monsters were killed in one strike, and some Eternal Lord sea monsters who didn't have time to dodge were also killed. More than 20 members of the Dragon Palace were able to fight against stronger forces. In other words, the combined attack of more than 20 berserk dragon species could threaten a level 5 Eternal God Lord sea monster. This attack was no weaker than the full force attack of 10 level 5 Eternal God Lords. The weak sea monster at the front was killed. Roar! At this moment, roars sounded from the sea monsters ahead. Generals of the 3 armies killed the sea monsters above rank 5 Eternal God Lords. Seeing this, Xuanzhenshou immediately ordered. Yes. Several experts of the 3 armies locked their eyes on the sea monsters below. Warriors rarely experienced battles in the ocean. However, the sea monsters didn't lurk too deep, so the battle between experts wasn't affected at all. Staring at the dozens of sea monsters above Eternal Lord rank 5, the dozens of generals immediately launched their attacks. Roar! Sensing the attack from above, the dozens of sea monsters were full of anger and fought back. Kill! With the help of experts to restrain the powerful sea monsters, the 200-odd berserk dragon species of the Dragon Palace charged into the sea monsters. The Starwood dragon species followed closely behind and attacked the sea monsters. Boom! 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 In just 1 second, blood gushed out of the sea. Countless sea monsters were killed by the berserk dragon species and the Starwood dragon species. At the rear, 40 to 50 members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division shot arrows at the Eternal God Lord level sea monsters. Rampage. Slaughter. Over 200 berserk dragon species, each of which was a few thousand meters long, were like a giant wall. At the rear, countless thorns were moving forward, easily piercing through the sea monsters. Slaughter. A naked slaughter. Every second, more than 10,000 sea monsters were killed, and many Eternal God Lord level sea monsters instantly fled back to the Eternal Divine Kingdom. There were only 500 to 600 Eternal Godlord sea monsters attacking the city, and the Eternal Godlord level sea monsters ranged from level 1 to level 9. However, 90% of the sea monsters were below level 5, and 90% were above level 5. And the sea monsters below level 5 of the Eternal Godlord level were completely beaten up by the Dragon Palace. As long as they didn't escape, they would die. As for the other sea monsters below Eternal Godlord, there was no need to mention it. The blood rolled, and the power of the seabed was extremely terrifying. Gulp, what's fighting with the sea monsters down there? What a terrifying power! In the sky above the sea, the soldiers of the three armies stared at the seabed in shock. They could vaguely see terrifying creatures fighting with the sea monsters. No, they were killing the sea monsters. They should be our people. Otherwise, our experts wouldn't have gone to support them. Some people whispered. They couldn't participate in the battle at the bottom of the sea at all. This made the warriors float in the sky and look at the bottom of the sea in a daze. This was the first time such a situation had happened. So powerful. General Wang. Your subordinates have such terrifying combat strength. Xuanzhen Guard stared at the bottom of the sea with awe in his eyes. More than 400 experts who could fight against an Eternal Lord Tier 4 expert were also a formidable force at the front line. Currently, there were about 3,000 Eternal Lords at the front line, but this did not mean that all 3,000 Eternal Lords could fight each time. Many Eternal Lords were healing their injuries, and some were cultivating. Every time they sent out Eternal Godlords, the sea monsters would send out more Eternal Godlord sea monsters. The number of Eternal Godlord sea monsters was more than the number of humans. Once half of these 3,000 people were seriously injured, the front line would basically be finished. The Eternal Godlords at the front line had to maintain 70% of their combat strength in order to deal with the attacks of the powerful sea monsters. In fact, 600 to 700 of the Eternal Godlords were currently recuperating. Although the casualty rate of the Eternal Godlord was relatively low, the casualty rate was not low either. In a one-on-one situation between humans and the sea monster Godlord, you could either make the sea monster flee back to its nest, or humans could return to the Eternal Kingdom. However, when humans returned to the Eternal Kingdom, they still needed experts to fight against this Eternal Godlord sea monster. Therefore, unless humans were seriously injured, they could not directly escape back to their Eternal Kingdom. Once they were seriously injured, it was rare for them to recuperate for 1 or 2 years. It was very common for them to spend more than 10 years. It also happened frequently in the Eternal Kingdom where they died in battle. It was normal for dozens of them to die in a year. Therefore, every time the sea monster attacked, the humans would only send out 3 or 4 legions while the rest of the legions rested. No one could stand the constant battle. When the members of the Dragon Palace attacked, they directly sent out 550 Eternal Godlords. Although none of them were top tier, they were not weak either. This time, the sea monsters would definitely suffer a tragic death. However, next time, the sea monsters might send out an even more suitable Eternal Godlord. They did not care about the fact that the Godlord level sea monsters would send out even more next time. No matter how many of them were sent out, they would at most be equal to the Dragon Palace army. The addition of the Dragon Palace army was a great benefit to the front line. When the experts of the Dragon Palace army stepped out, the experts on their side could rest. They only needed some top-tier experts to guard the front line. At the bottom of the sea, more than 500 members of the Dragon Palace were fighting like gods of war. The members of the Dragon Palace who had been fighting all the way here, big and small, had more order than the army under the command of Prime Minister Gue. In just a short period of time, more than 500 members of the Dragon Palace were fighting against hundreds of millions of sea monsters. However, the members of the Dragon Palace only managed to hold back a portion of the sea monsters. There were also sea monsters attacking from other places. At this moment, the warriors of the 3 legions immediately charged forward. Compared to the past, the pressure of the battle this time was greatly reduced. At the very least, a few thousand people would be spared. General Wang, how are your subordinates going to participate in the battle in the future? There has to be a plan for us to make some adjustments. Chief Xian stared at the battle at the bottom of the sea excitedly and asked Wang Xian. He knew what it meant for the front line to have the combat strength of more than 500 people. We will participate in the battle every time. However, the spoils of war from killing the sea monsters will belong to us. Wang Xian replied directly. Every time we participate in the battle, it's best not to continue to participate in the battle if you get injured. The spoils of war will naturally belong to you guys. Guardian Xian was taken aback for a moment before he immediately said. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. The members of the Dragon Palace possessed the purest divine dragon bloodline. When they cultivated the divine dragon transformation technique, even if they were severely injured, they would need at most half a month and a month to recover. If they consumed the dragon blood, they would recover even faster. After all, they were a race that was at the peak of the universe. If they fought to nourish the battle, the Dragon Palace would only get stronger and stronger if they continued to fight here. In less than a year or two, the number of Eternal Lord-level members of the Dragon Palace could reach up to tens of thousands or even more. Furthermore, with the protection of the experts at the front line, it would be difficult for the Dragon Palace to lose too much in every battle. It would be extremely profitable. I can go and tame my war pets and sell them in peace. In the future, the Dragon Palace will become stronger and stronger. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boom! 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 In the Black Water Sea, the battle was still going on. The battle had progressed from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. On the city wall, everyone looked at the members of the Dragon Palace who had half of their bodies exposed on the surface of the sea in a daze. 3,000 to 4,000 meters in size, blood-red energy was revolving around their bodies. Each attack contained extremely violent power. Of course, what shocked them the most was their violent bodies and bodies. Every member of the Dragon Palace looked even more violent than the powerful sea monsters. With the top-tier experts of the 3 legions holding back the top-tier sea monsters, the members of the Dragon Palace massacred them wantonly. Even the level 5 Eternal Lord sea monsters were heavily injured and fled under the siege. Roar! 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 With a trace of fear, roars came from the battlefield in front of them. Behind them, the sea monsters fled in panic. The sea monsters knew fear and also knew how to escape. So powerful! Where did this power come from? How come there are so many powerful warriors on our front line? Seeing the sea monsters fleeing, the warriors of the 3 legions looked at the experts of the Dragon Palace who had revealed half of their bodies in a daze. There were more than 200 violent bodies, more than 200 treemen with terrifying thorns, and dozens of extremely powerful archers. Each of them was stronger than the other. They stood in a row and looked like an invincible city wall. This was almost comparable to the obliteration cannon at the front line of the Federation's royal family. Not bad. Wang Xian looked down and revealed a smile. Although the rewards from killing the sea monsters were not as great as the last time he ruled, it wouldn't be a problem to increase the number of Eternal Masters by 30 to 40. The members of the Dragon Palace would become stronger as they fought. This is our new army of the Blackwater front line, the Dragon Palace Army. All the warriors, salute. Guardian Xian was also looking at the members of the Dragon Palace with a face full of joy. They had only been standing there for 5 hours. The death rate was 70% to 80% lower than before. If the army of the Dragon Palace could stand guard here forever, it would be a great joy for the Blackwater front. Salute! All the warriors around shouted excitedly as they looked at the members of the Dragon Palace on the surface of the sea. The strong would be respected wherever they went, especially when they helped to suppress the sea monsters and defended the front line. Whoosh! 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 The group of Dragon Palace members moved and flew towards the city wall. Dragon King! Prime Minister Gui and the rest greeted Wang Xian respectfully. That's right, Prime Minister Gui. From now on, you will be in charge of the matters here. If you have any problems, you can look for General Xianzhan and other generals. Wang Xian said to them in satisfaction. If you have any problems, you can look for me. General Xianzhan said with a smile from the side. Prime Minister Gui nodded at him with a smile. Send all the spoils of war back to the Dragon Palace. I'll be leaving first, Wang Xian said to the members of the Dragon Palace. With a move of his body, he immediately flew into the distance. Now that the matters in the Dragon Palace had been settled, he had to continue to tame his war pets. There were many sea monsters on the battlefield, but he could not tame his war pets here. Once the formation was set up, he would be attacked by the powerful sea monsters. The formation would be broken and the Eternal God Lord sea monsters would be able to escape immediately. Therefore, he still needed that idiot from the Battle Technique Secondary School. After visiting an academy and watching the students' cultivation, Wang Xian went straight to the teleportation formation of the academy. Although the battlefield was adjacent to the Shen Heaven domain, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to fly there. With Wang Xian's current strength, it would take 4 to 5 days. One could imagine how far it was. He could reach it in 1 to 2 hours through the teleportation formation. The battlefield city. This was an incomparably vast city with towering buildings and trees. Some birds were flying in the sky. Wang Xian walked out from the teleportation formation and walked forward with the crowd. When he arrived at an empty area, he moved his arm and a strand of hair appeared in his hand. Blood connection. The hair was naturally the second best part of the battle technique. It was formed by a formation. BZZZ. However, when he placed the hair into the formation, it melted rapidly and produced a BZZZ sound. What is this? The treasure on that fellow's body can withstand some formations? Wang Xian's face turned black and he frowned slightly. Without the formation to lock onto his location, where could he find him? Go straight to the Battle Techniques family? Even if he went straight there with that fellow's character, people would say that he wasn't there. You better not let me catch you. Otherwise, just you wait. Wang Xian's face was dark and his eyes were shining. He opened his AI and immediately checked some information about invincible combat techniques. However, before he saw the news about invincible combat techniques, he saw the news about the Dragon Palace's war pet. He casually checked and found that the current Dragon Palace's war pet was abnormally popular. Especially the few photos, the number of views was beyond his imagination. Ever since the last promotion of the Dragon Palace's war pets shop, the Dragon Palace's war pets had entered everyone's sights, and the few photos completely made the Dragon Palace's war pets become extremely popular. The few photos were of Wang Xian and Yongxing Pingli fighting. At that time, the array formation had just been broken by the island master of the Tianhai Island, revealing the scene of the ice drill croc and hundreds of Eternal Lord-level war pets. In the photo, the battle pets were bursting with energy and were exuding an extremely powerful aura. With so many battle pets, it naturally caused the entire natural selection continent to be in an uproar. This also caused the Dragon Palace battle pets to become completely popular. He took a look at his own shop on the AI. The attention rating had reached 100 billion, which made Wang Xian slightly speechless. However, when he saw some of the comments below, his face turned extremely dark. An organization that claimed to be the support group for Invincible Battle Technique flooded the comments section. All of them were scolding him. Fuck! Wang Xian remembered this debt and blamed it all on Invincible Battle Technique. Invincible Casino. After checking some information, Wang Xian saw a message. Invincible Casino was the biggest and most popular entertainment venue in the entire Battle Technique city, and this Invincible Entertainment Ground was opened by Invincible Battle Technique. I didn't expect this kid to open a shop. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and searched for the location on the AI. He immediately flew towards Invincible Entertainment Ground. What a huge entertainment ground! Wang Xian flew to the sky above the entertainment ground. A hint of shock appeared on his face. It was about 4 to 5 kilometers in size and was about 3,000 meters tall. Wang Xian took a rough look. There were more than 100 floors, and each floor was relatively tall. The word Invincible was written on the walls of the entire building. It was exceptionally eye-catching. The geographical location was needless to be mentioned. TSK. If I were to come over and cause trouble, would that kid come out? Wang Xian smacked his lips as his eyes sparkled. This time, Wang Xian wanted to teach that fellow a good lesson. He wanted to let him know how powerful he was. The first floor was the beast fighting zone. When Wang Xian entered the first floor of the Invincible Casino, he saw a glass-sealed pool in the middle. In the pool, there were two sea monsters fighting each other. Everyone in the surroundings was shouting excitedly. The area of each floor of the Invincible Casino was huge. There were at least 1,000 people shouting in the surroundings. He took a glance and walked to the elevator. Then he walked straight to the top floor. The top floor was the most luxurious and expensive area in the entire Invincible Casino. There was a formation on the top floor that could overlook the entire Battle Tactics city. It had the most luxurious restaurant and the most high-tech arena. Ding! The elevator opened. Wang Xian wanted to cause a ruckus and attract Invincible's attention. Naturally, he wanted to go to the top floor. In the end, he had to demolish his entire building if he had to. Welcome to our lady's birthday party. Please show us your invitation. The elevator had just opened when the two beauties at the door suddenly spoke to Wang Xian. This made him slightly stunned. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Whose birthday party? Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before he asked. This? Of course, it's our lady's birthday party. Don't you know? Young master, you are not allowed to enter without an invitation. The two waiters were slightly stunned as they spoke immediately. Who is Miss Tianmei? Who is she that is invincible in battle techniques? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. Young master, Miss Tianmei is the younger sister of the young master of battle techniques. If you don't have an invitation, you are not allowed to enter. The waiters spoke to him patiently. Younger sister? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Young master, please leave first. The two waiters noticed that Wang Xian obviously didn't know anything. It was obvious that he wasn't here for the birthday party. Hence, they said immediately, I'm not too sure. However, it was that guy, invincible in combat, who invited me today. I don't have an invitation letter. Wang Xian shook his head indifferently. Huh? You are not allowed to enter without an invitation letter. The two waiters were slightly stunned and shook their heads. Then get the guy invincible in combat arts to come over. Wang Xian said directly. Young master, invincible in combat arts hasn't come over yet. If you don't have an invitation, this can be used as an invitation. As the waiters continued to speak, Wang Xian moved his arm and took out the general badge given to him by guard Xianzhen. This is. The two waiters were a little confused. One of them took the AI and scanned it. This. When she saw the information displayed on the AI, her mouth gaped slightly. His identity can't be fake. Let's wait for that guy who is invincible in combat techniques to come over. Wang Xian waved his hand at them and walked straight in. The two waiters hesitated for a moment but didn't stop him. They really didn't dare to stop the frontline general of the mysterious sky territory. Perhaps only young Master Invincible can get to know such a young general. The two waiters looked at each other and whispered. When Wang Xian heard the two waiters whispering to each other, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a smile appeared on his face. If I can find an invincible warrior today, I will beat him up. He mumbled and walked inside. As soon as he entered, Wang Xian saw that the entire top floor had been temporarily converted into a birthday venue. At this moment, there were a total of 600 to 700 people inside. Most of them were young men and women. A small number of them were middle-aged men and women. Each and every one of them was dressed in extremely beautiful clothes. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and indeed, there was no one who was invincible in battle. He walked straight inside. He didn't care whether the others recognized him or not. He found a seat and sat down. He took out the fruits on the table and started eating. I heard young Master Wudi is here today. Of course, young Master Wudi dotes on Sister Tianmei so much. Naturally, he wouldn't miss her birthday. I really envy Sister Tianmei. She has such a good brother. Now, young Master Wudi has an Eternal Lord level 5 mount. Even some middle-aged people are no match for him. Young Master Wudi is also handsome. If I were to... Wang Xian had just sat down when he heard the discussion of a few girls around him as if they were infatuated with him. Invincible is a piece of trash. Wang Xian heard their words and said indifferently, Huh? Who are you? Why are you talking about young Master Invincible like that? Are you asking for a beating? When the girls heard his words, they turned their heads and said to Wang Xian with sullen faces, Wang Xian smiled and ignored them. The girls glared at him for a few seconds before turning around with a snort. Miss Tianmei is here. At this moment, a voice sounded. At the front, a girl in a long dress walked out. The girl was full of smiles and had exquisite looks. She was indeed a rare beauty. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. The girl came out and said to everyone in the hall with a smile on her face. Her sweet voice was pleasing to the ears. Wang Xian sat down and took a look. Jean Fa Tianmei spoke and soon men and women walked towards her. They surrounded her and spoke nonstop. One by one, they gave her gifts and chatted with her. Jean Fa Tianmei also chatted happily with each and every one of them. After a full half an hour, the crowd slowly quieted down. Jean Fa Tianmei held a glass of fruit wine and started to serve those who didn't come over to chat earlier. Wang Xian sat there and looked at the AI in boredom. After another half an hour, he didn't see any sign of invincible Jean Fa. Hello, young master. May I know who you are? At this moment, a voice sounded. Wang Xian sensed 5 or 6 people walking in front of him. In the middle, Jean Fa Tianmei was holding a fruit wine and looking at him with some doubt. Is your brother not here yet? Wang Xian didn't answer her question and asked her instead. My brother? This guy said he's here, but he hasn't come over yet. Jean Fa Tianmei pouted slightly and said unhappily. Send him a video call from your brain and tell him to come over immediately. Wang Xian said to her. Oh right, you haven't told me who you are. Do you know my brother? Jean Fa Tianmei sized him up in puzzlement. I know him. I've been waiting for him for a long time. Use the AI to open the video call and inform her. Wang Xian waved at her and said, Why don't you look for young master Invincible yourself? Also, this is Sister Tianmei's birthday party. How did you get in? The woman standing beside Tianmei stared at Wang Xian and questioned him. That guy owes me money and now he wants to renege on his debt. Hurry up and inform Invincible battle technique. Wang Xian continued to speak impatiently. Young master, don't joke around here. How could my brother owe you money? Please leave now. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Tianmei battle technique looked a little embarrassed as she spoke with a dark expression. Her brother was invincible in battle techniques and was a heaven's favorite in the land of battle techniques. How could he owe anyone money? How did you get in here? Get out now. You even said that invincible in battle techniques owes you money. Next time, find a better reason and get lost. A young man who had been following around Jean Fa Tianmei shouted at Wang Xian. How dare he cause trouble at Tianmei's birthday party? He was courting death. In the hall, everyone was attracted by the situation over here. When some people heard the cold voice, they immediately walked over. Get out now or you'll have to bear the consequences. The few girls beside Jean Fa Tianmei also looked at Wang Xian in disgust and said coldly, This fellow was purely here to cause trouble. Everyone who was able to come here today had extraordinary backgrounds in the Jean Fa land. If they dared to cause trouble here, the consequences would be terrible. Wang Xian looked at the people around him who were staring at him coldly. There was a look of helplessness on his face. Contact your brother immediately. Wang Xian said to Tianmei. Get out of here immediately. A middle-aged man walked over and shouted at Wang Xian coldly. An aura that belonged to the Eternal Lord was directed towards Wang Xian. Huh? You're courting death. Wang Xian looked at him indifferently and waved his arm. Boom. An extremely powerful force landed on the middle-aged man's body. His entire body broke through the floor and fell downwards. What? Everyone was stunned. Looking at the hole that appeared under the middle-aged man's body, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Hurry up, hurry up. Today we are here to cause trouble at Invincible Entertainment Ground. Inform Invincible Battle Technique. Wang Xian waved his hand at Invincible Battle Technique. You are courting death. How dare you cause trouble here? Around them, a group of young men pointed at Wang Xian in shock. He actually dared to cause trouble here. Not to mention their backgrounds, today was the birthday of Invincible Battle Technique. Needless to say, Invincible Battle Technique had a background. To cause trouble here was practically making an enemy out of the entire land of Battle Technique. Making an enemy out of the Immortal King was an act of courting death. Shut up all of you. Cut the crap. Quick, quick, inform the Chinibyu of Invincible Battle Technique. Damn it. He owes money and wants to renege on his debt. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and the heavenly beauty of battle technique came directly in front of him. He placed his hand on the heavenly beauty of battle technique and said with a smile, You. Stop immediately. Let go of heavenly beauty. The surrounding young men and women were panicking. However, after witnessing an eternal Lord-level powerhouse being beaten down, they did not dare to make a move rashly. What are you going to do? At this moment, Jean Fa Tianmei was also panicking. She felt that her body was being restrained and her face was slightly pale. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Contact your brother via video call. Wang Xian said to her again. All right, I'll contact him. Jean Fa Tianmei nodded with a bitter expression. She could sense Wang Xian's strength. If he really wanted to harm her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like he had a life-and-death grudge with her brother. She gestured to the people around her and immediately took out her AI to contact Invincible Battle Technique. Little sister, brother will be here soon. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Brother will give you a surprise later. The moment the video was played, Invincible Battle Technique's voice was heard from inside. Chinibu, your sister is in my hands. Come here immediately or we'll become a family. At this moment, Invincible Battle Technique was in the home of a beast tamer master in the Battle Technique city. It was his sister's birthday, so he naturally had to prepare a big gift. He happened to get an ice drill crocodile and a northern howling sky wolf from that guy last time. He was going to ask the beast tamer master to help his sister tame the northern howling sky wolf. He immediately answered his sister's call. However, when he heard the reply from the AI, his expression changed drastically. He immediately looked at the video and saw a face with a cold smile. Wang Xian, if you dare to touch a single hair on my sister, I will be your enemy. Invincible in combat arts immediately jumped up and roared. However, the next moment, the video was cut off. This damn fellow. He actually found this place and even kidnapped Tianmei. Invincible Battle Technique looked at the pitch-black video and his expression changed drastically. We're a family now. This fellow won't do anything to my sister, right? Wang Xian, if you dare, Invincible Battle Technique and you will be enemies. Isn't it just a dozen of elixirs? Invincible Battle Technique roared. Without any hesitation, he flew straight towards Invincible Entertainment Ground. This damn guy, he actually kidnapped my sister. Invincible Battle Technique roared in a low voice as he flew. However, just as he was hurrying over, someone arrived at Invincible Entertainment Ground at an even more terrifying speed. This was the birthday of Invincible Battle Technique. When Wang Xian came out to cause trouble and ruin the scene. When the Level 1 Eternal Lord powerhouse was penetrated through the entire building by Wang Xian, someone contacted the elders in his family. This group of people were all the descendants of the current powerhouses in the land of battle techniques. When they learned that there was trouble here, more than a dozen powerhouses immediately flew over. Boom, boom, boom. On the top floor of the Invincible Casino, more than a dozen figures flew over with cold faces. The terrifying aura directly tore apart the top floor of the entire building. Who dares to cause trouble in our combat arts land? An old man stared coldly at the position of the hall. The experts from our combat arts land are here. Our experts are here. That fellow is dead for sure. How dare he cause trouble in our place? Seeing the group of experts flying over, the group of young men and women heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Wang Xian, who was holding on to the heavenly beauty of combat arts. Their eyes were filled with anger. This fellow is dead for sure. Senior, he is the one who came to cause trouble. Now he is holding on to Tianmei's younger sister. Just now, he even injured big brother Tianfeng. A young man immediately flew over and shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of killing intent charged toward Wang Xian. However, two of them recognized Wang Xian immediately when they saw him. This person seemed to be the boss of the Dragon Palace's battle pets. When more than 10 experts flew over, Wang Xian also saw them. He swept his gaze across a few familiar figures and revealed a faint smile on his face. He's here to collect the debt. There's no other way. That guy, Invincible, wants to renege on his debt. Wang Xian looked at those figures and said indifferently, "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Invincible owe you money? To dare to cause trouble in our land of battle techniques, he has to pay a heavy price." A middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Don't be anxious. That guy Invincible will be here soon. You will know in a while." Wang Xian smiled at the few of them and didn't care at all. He was here to collect the debt. What was there to be afraid of? You. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man wanted to say something but was stopped by the others. They coughed softly. It was possible that they owed money to Invincible in battle. They were in the wrong now. Furthermore, the other party didn't hurt anyone. They couldn't make a move now. It would be bad if they were to lose face. "This, Boss Wang, you can't do it this way, right?" Another middle-aged man said with a dark face. "There's no other way. If you don't reply to my messages, you can only come to his invincible entertainment ground to mess things up." Wang Xian said calmly. Everyone around was slightly stunned when they heard the words of Wang Xian and the few elders. Their faces were filled with astonishment. What was going on? "Wang Xian, I'm invincible in combat because I owe you some elixirs. How dare you kidnap my sister?" At this moment, an extremely furious voice was heard. "Wang Xian, I'm invincible in battle technique just because I owe you some elixirs. How dare you kidnap my sister?" An exasperated voice sounded in the sky above the battle technique city. Invincible in battle technique flew towards the invincible entertainment ground at a terrifying speed. When he saw that the roof of his entertainment ground had been torn off and Wang Xian placed his arm on his sister's body, his eyes were burning with fury. Wang Xian, this fellow, was outrageous. This. When Tian Mei heard her brother's voice, she was slightly stunned. The corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. Did her brother really owe him elixirs? The faces of the few experts from the land of battle techniques turned dark as well. Fortunately, they did not make a move just now. If the rest of the people from the Tianzi continent knew that someone had come to settle the score and beat him up, their land of battle techniques would have lost a lot of face. "I owe you some elixirs. Do you still owe me a few dozen level 5 elixirs of the Eternal Lord?" Wang Xian heard his words and saw this fellow flying over. He asked with a dark face. At the same time, his body moved. He raised his fist and attacked him directly. "Bullshit, I am invincible in my battleground. I only owe you 15 level 5 elixirs of the Eternal Lord." Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Invincible's face turned dark. Since when did he owe you more than 10 elixirs? When the crowd heard Invincible's words, they turned around and didn't want to see this scene. He owed 15 Eternal Lord level elixirs. How many elixirs were these? Elixirs of this grade were priceless. No wonder others came knocking on his door. Bang! The next moment, they heard an extremely violent collision sound. Everyone looked over immediately. They saw their invincible young master flying backward. "I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. You owe me pills. The AI has contacted you, yet you still haven't replied. You want to renege on your debt. Now, with interest, you have to return me 50 pills." Wang Xian's fist landed on Invincible's body as he stared coldly at his body that was sent flying. You bastard. Rob me of my money." Invincible roared furiously as his body crashed onto the ground. "Humph, I won't give it to you. If you don't give it to me next time, I'll kidnap your sister." Wang Xian landed on the ground and grabbed him directly. Bam! A powerful force landed on his body as his body was sent flying towards Invincible Entertainment Field. "Wang Xian, don't go too far. This is the territory of my invincible battle technique. If you dare to touch me or threaten me again, I won't return your pills. You won't be able to kill me anyway." Invincible battle technique roared furiously. His body penetrated through the building behind him and the entire building. "If you don't return it, I will tear down your invincible casino." Wang Xian moved his body and instantly appeared on the body of Invincible Battle Technique. He grabbed his body and smashed it towards the building again. Now that Wang Xian's strength had increased greatly, Invincible Battle Technique was no different from a doll in front of him. However, the ultimate treasure on this guy was too powerful. Even with his current strength, he couldn't break through his defense. Roar! At this moment, Invincible Battle Technique, who had been beaten up by Wang Xian, was a little angry. His body shook and the Eternal Kingdom appeared behind him. The ice drill crocodile flew out from it. The ice drill crocodile roared and Invincible Battle Technique stood proudly on it. He knew Wang Xian's strength. He was at level 5 of the Eternal Lord. With the ice drill crocodile, he could still fight against it. Wang Xian, if you dare to attack me again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Invincible Battle Technique stood proudly on the ice drill crocodile and said with a dark face, "Idiot, I gave you this ice drill crocodile. Then, the battle pet I gave you still wants to deal with me. With your strength, there's no way you can suppress the ice drill alligator. Moreover, to prevent you from not returning the money, don't I have any other tricks up my sleeves?" Wang Xian looked at the ice drill alligator beneath him and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Buzz. His aura shook and he charged towards the ice drill alligator. Roar! Roar! The ice drill alligator immediately roared and twisted its body. Streams of ice rushed towards the Invincible Battle Tactic on its body. Damn it, Wang Xian, you tricked me. The Invincible Battle Tactic saw the ice drill alligator attacking him and flying towards Wang Xian. It roared furiously. The ice drill alligator actually flew towards Wang Xian and abandoned him. This was his ice drill alligator, a level 5 battle pet of the Eternal Celestial Master. So what if I tricked you? If you don't return the money, I will take back the ice drill alligator. Wang Xian said to him indifferently. When did I say that I won't return the money? At this moment, the helpless Invincible Battle Technique's voice weakened as he said to Wang Xian with a dark face. Then why didn't you reply to my message? Wang Xian stared at him mockingly. I didn't see it, Invincible Battle Technique said in a low voice. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the ice drill crocodile into the mother nest. All right, we are all friends. Don't hurt your feelings just because of a little money. Since I'm here, bring me around. Wang Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the look on Wang Xian's face. You. Give me my battle pet. Invincible's expression changed. Let's see your performance. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Hee, Boss Wang, what kind of relationship do we have? Boss Wang, you own a pet shop in the Dragon Palace and you still care about an ice drill crocodile? With our relationship, you still care about a little money. Indeed, talking about money hurts our relationship. Since Boss Wang has come to the land of battle techniques, I, Invincible of Battle Techniques, will definitely treat you with great hospitality. Invincible of Battle Techniques' expression changed and he quickly burst into laughter. He couldn't win the fight and he owed money. Hence, his battle pet was taken back. What could he do? If he were to look for the elders in his family, not only would he be shameless, even if he was shameless, the elders in his family might not even make a move. This was too embarrassing. Speaking of the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop, I do recall that there seems to be your support group scolding me under my shop. I will have to put this debt on your head. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and walked to Invincible Battle Technique's side. Then he patted his shoulder heavily. Really? How is that possible? Why would my support group scold Boss Wang? If I know about it, I will definitely criticize them. Invincible Battle Technique's expression changed slightly as he said this while feigning confusion. He naturally knew about the publicity of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. He was the one who led the group to scold Wang Xian. Of course, he couldn't say anything about this matter. Hee. Wang Xian patted his head. Invincible Battle Technique's face was dark, and he didn't dare to resist. This Boss Wang, my sister's birthday is today. You can't do such a thing next time. After all, my sister is your sister. Invincible Battle Technique said to Wang Xian with a dark face. If you didn't go back on your word, why would I get your sister to call you over? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Wang Xian said indifferently. Invincible Battle Technique gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Around them, the young men and women of Invincible Battle Technique were twitching their lips when they saw this scene. Is this my brother? Is this the peerless prodigy of the land of battle technique? This was the first time they had seen such a shameless scene. Tian Mei, let me introduce you to Wang Xian, Boss Wang. He is a very loyal and good person. He is the boss of the Dragon Palace's pet shop. Boss Wong was the one who helped me tame my ice drill croc. On the top floor of Invincible Casino, Invincible Battle Technique introduced his sister with a smile. Hello? Wang Xian nodded at Invincible Battle Technique Tian Mei with a smile. Yes, you. Hello. Invincible Battle Technique Tian Mei looked at Wang Xian weakly and said, Little sister, it's your birthday today. I've prepared a war pet for you, the Northern Howling Skywolf. How about it? It's a war pet of the second level of the Eternal Celestial Master. Boss Wang, my sister is your sister. Help me tame her later. Invincible Battle Technique winked at Wang Xian and said, Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. Hee, that's good. Then can you return my battle pet to me? Invincible Battle Technique smiled at him. Huh? What? Didn't you use the ice drill alligator to pay for it? Wang Xian looked at him in astonishment. Boss Wang, you can't bully others like this. Invincible Battle Technique's expression kept changing. In the end, he said with a crying face, I will treat others the way they treat me. Wang Xian said slowly, That's my battle pet. Invincible Battle Technique growled in a low voice with a face full of unwillingness. Let's see how you perform. Wang Xian said leisurely, Boss Wang, you will be my boss for the rest of my life. Let's not talk about other things. In the land of Battle Technique, I am the boss of my ancestors, your second brother, and my third brother. In this territory, no one dares to provoke you. You can do whatever you want. Invincible Battle Technique raised his head and spoke to Wang Xian with a serious expression. As he spoke, he patted his chest. Tian Mei, who was at the side, turned her gaze to the side. Her brother was not like this. Her brother was a peerless heaven's favorite. He was outstanding in the entire land of battle techniques and suppressed all the young men of the same generation. He had monstrous talent. This was not her brother. My strength has improved this time. I'll bring you to continue catching sea monsters and battle pets. Wang Xian said to him, Improved? Your strength has improved? Can you handle the ice-splitting swallowfish of the level 6 Eternal Lord? Boss Wang, I don't want the ice-drilling crocodile anymore. I want the ice-splitting swallowfish. Haha, that battle pet is cool. Invincible in the battlefield trembled slightly. Following that, he shouted excitedly, It depends on your performance. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and continued to speak. As long as this fellow was willing to go with him to capture a war pet, it didn't matter even if he was given a level 6 war pet of the Eternal Lord. He could even do it even if it was a level 7 war pet. With him around, capturing a war pet would be much easier. Ha ha ha, good boss. I don't want the little ice drill crocodile anymore. When do we set off? Invincible Battle Technique asked excitedly. The sooner the better, Wang Xian said with a smile. All right, let's set off today. Invincible Battle Technique couldn't help but say, Brother, it's my birthday today. My parents said that they want to have dinner together. Invincible Battle Technique, who was at the side, said unhappily, Oh, right, I almost forgot. Little sister, this time when I'm back, I'll get you a level 6 or 7 war pet of the Eternal Lord. How about it, Boss Wang? You won't be stingy with your little sister, right? Invincible Battle Technique said with a smile as he looked at Wang Xian. As long as you get a lot of rewards, I can give you a level 6 or 7 battle pet of the Eternal Lord. Wang Xian promised directly. Did you hear that, little sister? This guy is a big shot. Wait for me to scam some good stuff for you. Invincible Battle Technique transmitted his voice to his little sister and winked at her. Amitabha Fighter nodded his head speechlessly. Boss Wang, let's have a meal together later, Invincible Fighter said without asking him if he agreed or not. He flew straight to the back of the city. Behind them was a huge mountain range. In the middle of the mountain range was a valley, and beside it was a river. Here, there were mountains and rivers. It was a rare paradise. Invincible brought it home. His parents were also the higher-ups of the land of combat. One of them had the strength of a level 6 Eternal Lord, while the other had the strength of a level 3 Eternal Lord. Both of them were slightly surprised by Wang Xian's arrival. However, he had already learned about what happened today. Wang Xian didn't say anything after a simple meal with him. Invincible, you can make friends with this friend of yours. It will be beneficial to you. Seeing Wang Xian leave with a servant, the woman poured a cup of tea for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said slowly to him, "Of course. Not to mention other things, Boss Wang is extremely powerful. He is also a beast tamer master. This time I will go out with him. Next time I will bring a level 6 or 7 war pet of the Eternal Lord. By then even you are no match for me, Dad." Ha ha ha. Invincible Battle Technique laughed arrogantly. Pong! A huge palm slapped on his head, causing Invincible Battle Technique to be a little stunned. His aura is very young and his strength is also very strong. Moreover, I've looked up some information about him. He has the position of Blackwater Frontline General of the mysterious Sky Domain. The middle-aged man said indifferently to him, "Blackwater Frontline General? Is he that powerful? After a while, I will ask the Patriarch to give me the position of a general." Invincible Battle Technique said indifferently, "Shut up, you brat. Don't make trouble for me." The middle-aged man shouted at him angrily, "There are many vice-generals in Blackwater Frontline, but there are only 18 true generals. The weakest one is at the 9th level of the Eternal Divine Lord, and he has a huge military industry. He became a general at such a young age not only because of his strength and ability, but also because of Son of Heaven Xian." The middle-aged man drank a cup of tea and said with a serious face, "So powerful. Isn't he even more powerful than brother in the land of battle techniques?" Tian Mei, who was at the side, opened her mouth and said with a face full of shock, "Your big brother is not as powerful as him. Not long ago, he killed an Eternal Lord rank 4 expert in the Heavenly Academy and killed 2 Heaven's favorites who were plotting against him. He rushed to the front line and killed 2 Eternal rank 5 commanders in the front line of Blackwater. He's much more arrogant than your big brother." The middle-aged man looked at his daughter and said indifferently, "This." Battle Tactics' unrivaled beauty opened her mouth slightly, her face full of shock. "Awesome as expected of Boss Wang. He can be so arrogant in the mysterious sky territory. TSK. I am indeed a little inferior compared to him." Battle Tactics' unrivaled's eyes flashed with a luster, and he was also full of amazement. Get lost. Don't bother me here." The middle-aged man saw him like this and didn't want to remind him anymore. He waved his hand at him. Invincible Battle Technique walked away with a smile. He kept thinking in his heart, Boss Wang was so arrogant and unbridled in the mysterious sky territory. If he wanted to achieve this step, he was still far from it. If I can have an Eternal God Lord level 7 or 8 battle pet, I can also be so arrogant in the battle technique land. He murmured, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Let's go. If you get more rewards this time, feel free to choose any battle pets of level 6, 7, or even level 8. The next day, Wang Xian promised to Invincible Battle Technique. He knew that this guy had some ulterior motives last time. This time, he had to give him a sweet date first. "Boss Wang, it can't be. Even an existence of level 8 Eternal Lord can be tamed." Unrivaled Battle Technique was holding some food in his hands. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and said to Wang Xian, "What do you think?" Wang Xian smiled faintly. A terrifying pressure surged towards Unrivaled Battle Technique. Feeling this pressure, Unrivaled Battle Technique's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? It was really comparable to the pressure of level 8 of the Master of Eternal God. Previously, they were still being chased by the ice-splitting swallow fish. The level 8 combat strength of the Master of Eternal God was considered a top-notch expert in the entire Tianzi continent. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to turn things around. However, it was a level 8 war pet of the Master of Eternal God. Invincible's eyes slowly turned red. He threw the food in his hand and hugged Wang Xian's thigh. "Boss Wang, as long as I have a level 8 war pet of the Master of Eternal God, I will definitely not have any objections." He stared at Wang Xian with a burning face and roared, "It all depends on your own performance. Don't think that I don't know what happened last time." Wang Xian looked at him indifferently. "Don't worry, Boss Wang. I will not slack off this time. This time, we will get at least 1,000 war pets of the Eternal God Lord. In the future, the war pets of the Dragon Palace will not only be famous in the Heavens Selection continent, but also in the entire greater world. In the future, I, invincible in battle techniques, will be the deputy manager of the pet shop of the Dragon Palace. I will work hard for the glory of the pet shop of the Dragon Palace without any salary. Invincible in battle techniques raised his head and shouted with a face full of confidence. Wang Xian glanced at him. His performance was pretty good. Let's go, he said faintly. Boss Wang, I think we should change to another place. Suddenly, Invincible Battle Technique said to Wang Xian. Change to another place. Wang Xian looked at him. Due to the temperature in the northern region of extreme cold, there are fewer sea monsters there compared to other places. Furthermore, it's rare to see sea monsters of level 7 or 8 of the Eternal Lord. I think we can go to the sea region of the Sky Realm. There are more sea monsters there. There are illusion-colored fish, colorful dragon pythons, stellar flying fish, earth-scale turtle, conch sea monsters, triangular horseshoe crabs that are suitable for mounts. Invincible introduced to Wang Xian. The sea area of the Sky Realm? Wang Xian looked at him with slight doubt. Boss Wang, don't tell me you don't even know the sea area of the sea area of the Sky Realm? The sea area of the sea area of the Sky Realm is located at the junction of the land of battle techniques and the city of the sky. Because the people in the city of the sky are afraid of death. There are more sea monsters in the land of the Sky Realm. The colorful dragon pythons of the earth-scale turtle are all sea monsters of level 7 and 8 of the Eternal Lord. If we are lucky, we can capture more than 1,000 sea monsters as battle pets. Invincible Battle Technique's eyes were glowing as he spoke. All right, lead the way. Let's go. Wang Xian said directly. Wang Xian knew about the city in the sky. In the Tianzhe continent, there were 4 factions that had immortal god kings. They were the Shen Heaven Domain, the Battle Technique Clan, the Sword Domain, and the City in the Sky. The City in the Sky was just like its name. It was a city that was located in the sky that was more than 100,000 meters high. It was also the safest place in the Tianzhe continent. It was said that the city in the sky was built to withstand the attacks of the sea monsters. The city was suspended in the sky. Naturally, it would be better to avoid the attacks of the sea monsters. Let's go, Boss Wang. This time, let's do something big. Invincible Battle Technique was full of excitement as he spoke to Wang Xian. His fighting spirit was high. Invincible Battle Technique led the way. After teleporting a few times, the two of them flew towards the sea. Boss Wang, that sea area is a little different from the other sea areas. There are many algae and jellyfish floating in the middle of that sea area. Some of them are extremely poisonous. That sea area is much more dangerous than the Arctic North. There are even level 9 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. We have to be careful. Invincible reminded Wang Xian. What is the limit of your defense? Wang Xian asked him. As long as we don't encounter any Immortal King level sea monsters, there won't be too much of a problem. Invincible said proudly. All right then. Our main target this time is level 1 to level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. If you don't try your best, you will end up with nothing. Wang Xian warned him. Don't worry, Boss Wang. I will definitely get the level 8 war pet of the Eternal God Lord. Invincible in Battle Strategy said with a smile. This time, no matter how much effort he put in, as long as he could get a level 8 war pet of the Eternal God Lord, he was willing. The two of them flew above the sea surface. The deep seabed emitted a terrifying aura. After flying for a day, the surface of the sea in front of them suddenly changed. The surface of the sea was sparkling, emitting a colorful luster. The place below was not as deep as the other parts of the sea. Instead, it was emitting light. The surface of the sea is somewhat related to the city in the sky. The city in the sky is located in the sky. The light shines on the city in the sky and eventually falls here, forming this sparkling sea area. As a result, a large amount of seaweed was born and attracted a large number of jellyfish. In fact, this place is still a few 100 million kilometers away from the city in the sky. Invincible Battle Technique introduced the place to Wang Xian. The two of them stopped and floated in the sky. Let's go in. We will advance slowly from the edge. Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Technique. In the entire Tianzi continent, Humans occupied 6 portions of the territory, while sea monsters occupied 14 portions. The reason why it was described as 14% was because the surface area was 40%, while the area of the underground sea was the surface of the sea and the land. This place could be considered as the surface area of the deep sea, and it was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the nearest sky city. Voila! The two of them entered the bottom of the sea. Unlike other sea areas, the sea here was colorful. There were floating seaweed and glowing jellyfish. Some of the huge jellyfish could cover an area of more than 10 kilometers. The colorful light shone on the bottom of the sea, and the two of them flew straight down. They dived down for about 3,000 kilometers. Let's get to work, Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Technique. All right, Boss Wang. Invincible Battle Technique was very enthusiastic as he said that. His body moved and he immediately flew forward. Wang Xian looked at his figure and a smile appeared on his face. He should have gained quite a lot this time. Buzz! After the formation was set up, Wang Xian's strength had greatly increased. Be it a defensive formation or an offensive formation, he was able to fight against the level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. With sufficient preparation and the assistance of the formation, he could also fight against 2 to 3 level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. I'll use the time when I'm invincible in battle to find sea monsters to learn a new array formation. Wang Xian's current strength had increased tremendously. However, his attainments in formations did not make up for the increase in his strength. He could use this period of time when he was invincible in battle techniques to search for sea monsters to learn new formations. With the guidance of the God of Heaven's formation and the use of his own attributes to cultivate formations, his speed was much faster. Time passed little by little. Wang Xian quickly grasped one formation after another. Boss Wang, kill them, kill them. 2 hours later, Invincible's furious voice rang out. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked over. A faint smile appeared on his face. Good fellow, well done. Looking at the dozen or so sea monsters chasing behind Invincible, a smile appeared on his face. The Silver Spear sea monster had a spear-like head and wind attribute. It possessed the strength of a level 1 Eternal Lord. It was not bad to have such a sea monster as a battle pet. Boom, boom, boom. There was no need for a formation when facing a level 1 Eternal Lord sea monster. With his current strength, he could directly rule it. A powerful dragon's might covered the area. More than a dozen of the Eternal Lord sea monsters trembled. Their faces were filled with fear and respect. Not bad, continue. Wang Xian moved his body and directly kept more than a dozen sea monsters into the mother nest. This is so fast. Boss Wang is indeed much more powerful. Seeing how fast Wang Xian was taming his battle pet, Invincible Battle Technique revealed an excited look on his face. There was hope for the level 8 battle pet of the Eternal Lord. Invincible Battle Technique, who was full of fighting spirit, immediately flew out to attract the sea monsters. With the supreme treasure given to him by the Patriarch, even a peak-level Eternal Lord would find it difficult to defeat him. He was wreaking havoc in this sea area, and there was no danger at all. Even if he was swallowed by the sea monsters directly, he would still be able to crawl out. Even if the place he crawled out from might be a little shameful, he didn't care. His fighting spirit was high. With such a perfect teammate, Wang Xian managed to tame more than 100 Eternal God Lord level sea monsters in the next 2 days. There were more than 100 of them. This was another huge amount of resources. What do you think, Boss Wang? There are 3 level 6 illusion color sea fish from the Eternal God level. Invincible Battle Technique stood in front and asked with a smile as he watched Wang Xian tame the illusion color sea. This illusion color sea fish is very suitable for a female powerhouse's mount. It's very beautiful. Do you want to use it to flirt with girls? Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Technique with a smile. TSK, I'm invincible in battle tactics. I have a few billion beauties in my backup team. I don't want this illusion-colored sea fish. I don't like girls' playthings. Invincible in battle tactics was really inflated now. In the past, if he could obtain such a battle pet, he would be so happy that he could fly into the sky. However, now he had a broad vision. At the very least, only a level 8 sea monster of the Eternal Lord would be suitable for his identity. Then you should continue to work hard, Wang Xian said with a smile. Don't worry. With my invincible battle technique, the entire underground sea is our backyard. All the sea monsters are our battle pets. As invincible battle technique said that, he dashed out directly. Wang Xian smiled and looked at the background of his departure. It's about the same with getting more than 100 battle pets for Boss Wang. Next, should I look for my own battle pets? I wonder which battle pets will be fated to be with me. Hee hee hee. Invincible in battle techniques flew as he thought to himself happily. However, I can't be too obvious this time. I have to catch a few more level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. Otherwise, I'll be in debt again. He mumbled. This was a dog that can't change its spots. If Wang Xian knew what he was thinking at this moment, his face would definitely be extremely dark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This is? A school of Xingwen flying fish? Holy shit, how many are there? There are more than 200 of them. This is practically a school of the Eternal Lord. More than 200 Xingwen flying fish sea monsters flew over. Their imposing manner was like a rainbow, causing a huge commotion. The Xingwen flying fish sea monsters were at level 3 of the Eternal Lord. Well, since we have met them, why don't we lure them to Boss Wang? In the future, he probably won't talk to me about debts anymore. Boss Wang, oh Boss Wang, I've treated you well. As he spoke, his body moved and directly attacked the school of fish. You bunch of beasts, showing off like this in front of me, invincible battle technique. It's not like you don't want to live anymore. He attacked and roared at the same time. Roar, roar, roar. Furious roars came out from the mouth of the stellar flying fish. Seeing that someone actually provoked them, they directly attacked invincible battle technique. Beasts, if you have the guts, chase after me. Humph, humph. I don't even want trash like you to be my steeds. He ran as fast as he could. Recently, he felt that his speed had increased a lot. He was running for his life every day, and his speed was almost approaching that of an Eternal God Lord rank 2 expert. This made him slightly proud. Shit, someone provoked the Xingwen flying fish school. Damn it, who is that guy? Just as invincible battle technique was running for his life with the school of fish behind the school of star when flying fish, more than 10 people saw the school of star when flying fish suddenly flying forward, and their faces were filled with exasperation. Master Yuan Liang, what should we do now? A middle-aged man looked at an old man beside him and asked with some embarrassment. We were just trying our luck. It's our bad luck to be disturbed by someone. Master Yuan Liang, who was wearing a 100-beast costume, frowned and shook his head slightly. Now that the Xingwen flying fish school has been disturbed, the chances of them flying back to their nest are not high. We can only use our beast tamers to catch them directly. However, we only have 10 beast tamers in our hands. Whether or not we make a move depends on you, Master Yuan Liang said to the middle-aged man beside him. Catch 5. Although the beast tamers are extremely precious, as long as we can catch a level 3 Eternal God Lord star when flying fish, it's worth it. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, All right, then we'll continue to follow behind and catch 5 of them by surprise and tame them. Master Yuan Liang nodded and everyone immediately followed behind. That guy only has the strength of an Eternal God Lord level 1. Why did he provoke the star when flying fish? Moreover, the defensive treasures on his body are so powerful. More than 10 people followed behind, looking at the invincible battle technique being pursued with astonishment. With such weak strength, he still provoked the powerful sea monster. Wasn't he courting death? Invincible battle technique. He claims to be invincible in battle technique. He is that peerless heaven's favorite from the land of battle technique. What's he trying to do? Among the more than 10 people, when the only young man heard the voice coming from the front, a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He seems to have obtained a rank 5 Eternal God Lord Ice Drill Crocodile some time ago, he said in a low voice, full of envy. Ice Drill Crocodile? It's abnormal. Master Yuan Liang, let's not make a move first and follow behind. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the lead said in a low voice, his eyes shining. Okay. Master Yuan Liang nodded slightly. The invincible battle technique in front of him was indeed a bit strange. There must be something he wanted. You bunch of bastards, just you wait. I'll teach you a good lesson later. Damn it, don't open your stinky mouth. Get lost. In the underground sea of the Sky Realm, invincible battle technique was located in the middle of the sea monsters. He was being attacked by the star-literate flying fish. Some of the star-literate flying fish were biting him, while others were flapping their wings. His entire body was like a rubber ball that was being attacked by the star-literate flying fish. He could only use some of the gaps to guide the sea monsters towards where Wang Xian was. Invincible, who had been under attack all this while, was cursing nonstop. If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to bump into this group of damn sea monsters, he wouldn't have been prepared to do such a job. This bunch of animals was really unlucky. The defensive treasures on Invincible's body are so strong. He actually survived such an attack. Invincible battle technique is the most outstanding disciple in the entire land of battle technique in the past 100,000 years. It's the same in the entire heavenly swamp continent. It's said that Patriarch battle technique dotes on him very much. This defensive treasure should have been given to him by that godly monarch. Behind invincible battle technique, more than a dozen people followed behind him. They were discussing softly as they watched the scene in front of them. Did you guys notice that invincible battle technique is intentionally attracting the sea monsters in that direction? At this moment, an old man frowned and pointed in a direction as he said, That's true. Why is he attracting these sea monsters to that place? The rest of the people were deep in thought as they quietly followed behind. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the lead flickered as he had an uncertain guess in his heart. The group of people followed far behind. Invincible battle technique did not notice anything at all. Boss Wang, great harvest. Ha, great harvest. More than 200 starward flying fish quickly praised me, ha. The group of people followed for an hour and invincible battle technique's excited voice came from the front. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, they saw a formation suddenly rise up. The formation covered an area of more than 100 kilometers, and invincible battle technique and all the sea monsters were all covered. What's going on? At this moment, the people behind them revealed shocked expressions. Using the array to cover more than 200 star language flying fish sea monsters ambush? Was the ambush effective? The Eternal God Lord level sea monsters could instantly escape if they were threatened. But if it was an ambush, why go through so much trouble? We seem to have encountered some secret. Master Yuan Liang narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I have a premonition as well. The middle-aged man in the lead said the same thing. Be careful, don't be discovered. The middle-aged man reminded the people beside him. With the hidden items given to us by the Patriarch, we shouldn't be discovered. An old man said with a smile. More than a dozen people floated there quietly. Looking around, they couldn't see anyone. A powerful hidden treasure covered them. A day passed quickly. The dozen or so people did not lose their patience. They stared at the area silently. The array formation has disappeared. Suddenly, sensing the change in front of them, the middle-aged man in the lead said, Boss Wang, we have tamed more than 200 war pets for you this time. These are more than 200 Tier 3 Eternal God Lord war pets. Are you considering giving me some rewards? Sure, I will definitely treat you well when the time comes. The array formation disappeared, and two figures appeared in their line of sight. When they heard the voice coming from the front, more than a dozen people were instantly stunned. Hoo! How is this possible? How is this possible? How could those flying star fish be tamed? Master Yuan Liang's breathing was somewhat hurried and his face revealed an expression of disbelief. As a formation master, he knew how difficult it was to tame sea monsters. Especially the Eternal God Lord level sea monsters, the greatest difficulty was to bind them. To bind them, it was best to find their nest and prevent them from escaping. Otherwise, the sea monsters could escape in an instant. But now, listening to the previous words, the other party had tamed more than 200 starward flying fish sea monsters. How could this be? There were more than 200 level 3 Eternal God Lord sea monsters. That young man is the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet. Master Yuan Liang said slowly. His eyes were burning. Dragon Palace's war pet? The others were also shocked. They knew that the Dragon Palace's war pet could sell more than 100 Eternal God Lord level war pets and more than 3,000 Peak God level ice-breaking wolves in a shop. After the Dragon Palace's war pets advertised on the AI, their names completely shook the entire Tianzi continent. Many people were extremely curious. Where did the Dragon Palace's war pets get so many war pets? It was fine if there were 10 or 8 of them, but it was so easy to get more than 100. This was too heaven-defying. However, what they didn't expect was that they would actually meet. The Dragon Palace's war pet owner? It's indeed him. I've seen his photo. He seems to have had a conflict with the Mysterious Sky frontline experts in the Mysterious Sky domain. Someone in the AI said that he has the strength of an Eternal God Lord level 5. The only young man widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It seems that the array formation just now has some effects of the Beast Tamer ring, but it's even more powerful than the Beast Tamer ring. Can cover such a large area. It's unbelievable." The middle-aged man in the lead was a little shocked. An array formation could tame all the sea monsters. This was an array formation. It was simply unbelievable. They asked Master Yuan Liang to help them capture some powerful sea monsters and tame them as battle pets. They spent a huge amount of divine stones just to buy the Beast Tamer rings. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Beast Tamer rings in their hands were worth 10 Eternal God Lord tier 4 battle pets. Of course, the value of the Beast Tamer rings was not equal. They had beginner and intermediate Beast Tamers. Beast Tamers could make a sea monster or desolate beast unable to return to its nest for a certain period of time. Taming it during this period of time would allow it to become a battle pet. It was made with the blood essence of a powerful sea monster and was extremely precious. The owner of the Dragon Palace's battle pet clearly had his own special method. No wonder the Dragon Palace's battle pets can have so many battle pets. They can capture more than 200 of them at once. If our divine pet pavilion could obtain such a method. Master Yuan Liang's breathing quickened and his eyes were burning. The Pet God Pavilion used to be the most powerful war pet shop in the entire Tianzi continent. They had branches in the 4 godly monarch areas and the royal family area of the Federation. There were also more than a dozen beast tamers. Even so, they could only obtain less than 30 Eternal God Lord level war pets every year. Most of them were low level. If such a method could be obtained, then... If such a method can be mastered, then the resources that can be obtained will be beyond everyone's imagination. It will even make the God King tempted. The middle-aged leader's heart moved and his expression changed. Below the sky-level sea area, over 10 people were breathing heavily as they stared ahead. They were all clear on the value of the war pets. On Tianzi continent, even if you could get over 10,000 Eternal God Lord level war pets, you could still sell them. How much were over 10,000 Eternal God Lord level war pets worth? These values, even undying emperors would be tempted. This was just the Tianzi continent. In the entire universe, trillions of planets, millions and millions of Eternal God level war pets could be sold. How much of a resource was this? If they could obtain such a technique to trap Eternal God level war pets, to them this was an endless treasure trove. Who wouldn't be tempted? Especially to Master Yuan Liang, his heart was burning with passion. Master Yuan Liang, if we can obtain this kind of array formation, will we be able to tame thousands or even tens of thousands of Eternal God war pets? The middle-aged leader suddenly turned to look at Master Yuan Liang and asked him with a burning gaze, if that array formation really has the effect of the Beast Tamer ring, with the help of an expert, we will be able to tame thousands or even tens of thousands of war pets. Master Yuan Liang looked at him, his heart slightly agitated. However, following that he frowned slightly. A Beast Tamer master would need at least 1 to 2 months to tame an Eternal God Lord war pet. He tamed it so quickly, I wonder if it's because of the formation. If it's really because of the formation, then this formation is too heaven-defying. I'm afraid that even the Greater World Overlord faction doesn't have such a formation. He mumbled. It was very difficult to become a Master Beast Tamer. There were only 30 Master Beast Tamers in the entire Tianzi continent, and there were only 3 Master Beast Tamers who could tame Eternal God Lord rank 5 and above. He was one of the 3. Even he had only tamed 2 Eternal God Lord rank 5 sea monsters in his entire life. Beast taming techniques were very difficult, and taming sea monsters was also very difficult. He did not believe that he could tame more than 200 Eternal God Lord rank 3 sea monsters in such a short period of time. Let's not talk about anything else. Just getting this array formation alone can bring us terrifying benefits. Should we? An old man's eyes flickered as he spoke, looking at the middle-aged man in the lead. His words caused the dozen or so people to calm down, and their eyes flickered with light. It's a little difficult to obtain something from an Eternal God Lord, but I have a confinement ring in my hands. A secondary confinement ring can restrain experts below the level 7 Eternal God Lord. The middle-aged man in the lead said slowly as he looked at the people around him. Oh, Tenya, you actually have this thing in your hand. The people around him looked at him in shock. There's one. Jing Tianya smiled slightly. Invincible in battle has a supreme treasure on him, and he has a godly monarch patriarch behind him. We can't fight him. A binding ring is enough. Didn't Little Sheep say that he only has the strength of an Eternal God Lord rank 5? He's not strong, so he can easily suppress him. An old man's eyes sparkled. They had already begun to discuss how to obtain the array formation that could trap the sea monster. Master Yuan Liang, what do you think? Jing Tianya asked Master Yuan Liang indifferently. If Sky City can really obtain such an array formation, our pet god pavilion is willing to join Sky City. Master Yuan Liang said without hesitation. Haha, good. Originally, I was only thinking of taming some of the Eternal Lord rank 5 or 6 battle pets. Now, it's not impossible for them to be even stronger. Jing Tianya revealed an excited expression. Third uncle, that invincible battle technique has left. He is gone to continue attracting sea monsters. At this moment, the only young man said excitedly. Everyone looked over, and the invincible battle technique figure quickly disappeared from their sight. I have a plan. Master Yuan Liang looked forward and said with a smile. Oh, they looked at him with a puzzled look. I have a level 5 Eternal Lord pet in my hand. We can enter the belly of the pet. Once the pet enters the area set up by the pet owner of Dragon Palace, he will activate the array formation. After the formation is activated, we may be able to capture it easily without using the confinement circle. Master Yuan Liang said with a smile. That's not a bad idea, but for safety reasons, we can directly use the confinement circle. We can't let him escape. Jing Tianya said coldly. Then according to Master Yuan Liang's method, we can also see the power of the formation. As a middle-aged man spoke, he was immediately interrupted by Jing Tianya. Alright, that kid is setting up the formation. We'll get ready too. As Master Yuan Liang spoke, a door appeared behind him. Inside the door was a Tier 5 war pet of an Eternal God Lord, a golden rhinoceros. Its entire body was golden yellow, and its body size was around 10 meters. It was emitting a powerful might. The golden rhinoceros's belly might not be able to hold so many of us. We'll have to leave a few behind. Master Yuan Liang said to Jing Tianya. Little Sheep, Tianyun, Third Master, and the 2 of you stay here. Let's go. Jing Tianya immediately said. Okay. The 5 of them stayed here while the other 7 went over. The golden rhinoceros opened its mouth wide. Master Yuan Liang and the other 7 went straight into its stomach. Because they were battle pets, they would not be attacked by the golden rhinoceros. It's about time. Let's go. Through the gap in the golden rhinoceros mouth, they could see the situation outside. Jing Tianya immediately gave the order. Old Jean, go. Yuan Liang immediately gave the order to the golden rhinoceros. Roar. The golden rhinoceros let out a low roar and flew straight to the area in front. In the ocean ahead, Wuxia had just set up a formation and was about to learn a new one when he suddenly sensed something in front of him. He looked over and revealed a stunned expression. Am I that lucky? Looking at the golden rhinoceros swimming towards him, he revealed a stunned expression. Just now, Invincible had brought over 200 flying fish war pets with him. Now, there was a level 5 Eternal Overlord Golden Rhinoceros. It seemed that even the heavens wanted him to make a fortune. I'm in. Seeing this golden rhinoceros entering the territory of the formation unscrupulously, Wuxia revealed a smile. Buzz. The black hole disturbance formation was activated instantly. Haha, my luck is here. I can't even block it. Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He stared at the golden rhinoceros with a face full of smiles. The formation is activated. We're in. Get ready to make a move, haha. While Wang Xian was laughing out loud, the 7 people inside were also laughing out loud. Get out! Master Yuan Liang shouted softly. Imprison! Jing Tianya flew out instantly. A circle landed on Wang Xian's body and the 7 people flew out from the golden rhinoceros's belly instantly. Ha! The 7 people flew out from the golden rhinoceros's mouth, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he sensed the circle that was heading towards him. Haha, it's locked down. Jing Tianya couldn't help but shout excitedly when he saw the imprisonment circle hovering above Wang Xian. Tianya, I feel that I can't return to the eternal kingdom. It's a formation. Ha ha ha, it's this formation. We're rich, we're rich. An excited voice rang out from the black hole formation. At this moment, the 7 people who flew out from the golden rhino's belly were extremely excited. In fact, they were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Especially when they heard the words of the middle-aged man. Their eyes were burning with passion. It was as though sparks could be seen in the ocean. All of them looked at their surroundings fervently. Even Wang Xian, who was in the middle, ignored them. Wang Xian was a little dumbfounded. The 7 people who appeared in the belly of the golden rhinoceros were all like retards. This was the first time Wang Xian saw someone so excited when he entered his black hole disturbance formation. There was also this thing above his head. It seemed to have a function similar to the black hole disturbance formation. Who are you guys? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and interrupted the excited expressions of the idiots as he asked them. You're the boss of the Dragon Palace's battle pets, right? No wonder you were able to get so many powerful battle pets. Impressive, really impressive. I didn't expect you to be an array master. Master Yuan Liang squinted his eyes slightly and praised Wang Xian with a smile on his face. What is the purpose of the few of you hiding in the belly of your battle pets? Wang Xian swept his gaze across the 7 of them. They were dressed in white with clouds embroidered on them. They were the powerhouses of Sky City. Purpose? The owner of the Dragon Palace's battle pets, right? I am the vice mayor of the northern city of Sky City. I wonder if you have any thoughts of joining Sky City. Jing Tianya said slowly to Wang Xian. No. Wang Xian's gaze landed on him and he shook his head coldly. Since you don't have any, then hand over the formation you set up to us. It can be considered as making friends with our Sky City. Jing Tianya didn't have any reaction to his rejection as he said with a smile. Hee. Why should I hand it over to you guys? Wang Xian now understood that the other party had noticed his formation at some point in time. The formation could trap sea monsters and the old man standing on the war pet should be a beast tamer master. Wang Xian now completely understood their thoughts. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he glanced at the 7 of them in a teasing manner. I can't wait for you to agree or not. In a while, you will hand it over obediently. An old man said with a smile on his face. Come here. After he finished speaking, a middle-aged man at the side waved his arm. The water energy condensed into a huge palm and went straight for Wang Xian. You guys are really idiots who are looking for death. Wang Xian saw an Eternal Lord level 6 expert attacking him. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face as he waved his arm. Bang! His palm collapsed instantly. He slowly walked toward the group of people. Ha! Everyone was slightly stunned. Jing Tianya also raised his eyebrows slightly. His strength doesn't seem to be level 5 Eternal Lord level. He mumbled and shook his head nonchalantly. I don't have time to play with you here. Fall. The middle-aged man and another level 5 Eternal Lord powerhouse who had attacked Wang Xian immediately attacked him. I really don't know how the city in the sky could have such a bunch of idiots like you. Wang Xian saw the 2 people who were attacking him. He waved his arm and destructive energy fell directly on them. Oh no! This time, the 2 people who were attacking him felt the threat of death brought by the gray energy and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly fled to the side. This is bad. He is very strong. He is at least at level 7 of the Eternal Lord. Jing Tianya's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian's attack. There were 12 people who came this time. Among them, the strongest one was at level 7 of the Eternal Lord and 3 were at level 6. The only young man who had just stepped into the Eternal Lord realm and the rest were all at level 5. This force was not weak. He could even fight against a level 7 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. Sensing the grayish energy, Jing Tianya immediately determined Wang Xian's strength. His body moved and a divine weapon that looked like a mirror appeared in his hand. Buzz. The white light on the mirror flashed and directly attacked Wang Xian. A bunch of trash. They actually wanted to ambush me. What a joke. When Wang Xian saw Jing Tianya making his move, his face was still filled with contempt. His arm shook and immediately transformed into a dragon claw. A dragon claw that was a few hundred meters in size attacked them. Buzz. When the dragon claw landed on the white light, it immediately wiped it away. The terrifying power that was filled with savagery fell towards them. He is an expert at level 8 of the Eternal Lord. He has mastered 8 laws. At this moment, Jing Tianya's expression changed drastically. He roared in horror. Oh? Now you know. You know that my formation can trap the Eternal Lord, but you still came in. What an idiot! Wang Xian said with a smile. This was the first time he had seen such a stupid person. He knew that the Eternal Lord wouldn't be able to escape even if he entered the formation. In the end, the other party came in hidden in the belly of the war pit. When he first entered, he realized that he couldn't return to the Eternal Lord. He was extremely excited and shouted that he had struck it rich. What the fuck? Wang Xian felt that fighting with them had affected his intelligence. Die! With a wave of his arm, a powerful dragon claw swept towards them. It's over. At this moment, the faces of the 7 people from the city in the sky turned extremely pale. The excitement from before were completely gone. They had thought that the other party only had the strength of a level 5 Eternal Godlord, but they had not expected that a level 8 was 3 levels higher than what they had expected. A person who had grasped 8 laws was simply impossible for them to contend against. Now that there was a formation, they could not return to the Eternal Godlord. They were finished. They were completely finished. Pung, pung, pung. The dragon claws descended, and powerful forces landed on their bodies. No, no, don't kill us. We are from Sky City. Don't kill us. A middle-aged man hurriedly roared. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go, let me go. Master Yuan Liang's face was also filled with fear as he cried out involuntarily. Who would have thought that such a comical scene would happen? They were simply here to die. Let you guys off? HMH. If you guys are stronger than me, would you let me off? Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Although these guys were extremely stupid, they had the intention to harm others. If he didn't achieve a breakthrough, he would be completely screwed this time. Boom. A destructive dragon claw swept past and the 7 of them were sent flying. They spat out fresh blood. Wang Xian waved his arm and the grayish chains wrapped around them. No! Jing Tianya's face was filled with horror. His face was filled with resentment, unwillingness, and fear. They rushed in with excitement. They thought they would obtain endless treasures, but they never expected that what they obtained was death. Soul Catcher. The 7 of them had no strength to resist against Wang Xian, who was in such an area. The chains wrapped around his body and pulled him to the front. Then, he used the soul-absorbing power. Awe! Screams of agony came out from the mouths of the people. Soul capture and order them to summon their eternal divine kingdom. Wang Xian was already familiar with such matters. Wang Xian took off their interspatial rings and took a look at their eternal divine kingdom. There were quite a lot of good things. But many Wang Xian didn't like them and directly threw them into the Dragon Palace. Not only did they send over the corpses of 7 powerhouses, but they also sent over a large amount of resources. They are really good people, Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. He looked at the interspatial ring in his hand. There were 7 of them, and they were all very big. There were quite a number of divine stones and pills inside. These are the Beast Tamer's rings? In Jing Tianya's interspatial ring, Wang Xian saw 10 rings. As a master beast tamer, he knew a little about beast tamers' rings even if he didn't need them. Beast tamers' rings are extremely precious. They aren't even sold in Tianzi continent. He has 10 of them in his possession. He really invested a lot. No wonder this guy who has mastered the 7 laws doesn't have anything good. Wang Xian looked at the beast tamer's ring in his hand and mumbled. Although he couldn't use the beast tamer rings, he could sell them. Eh? At the corner of the interspatial ring, Wang Xian suddenly saw a piece of cloth. The cloth was made from the skin of a powerful sea monster. There were dense words and patterns on it. With a wave of his arm, the cloth appeared in his hand. The cloth was about the size of a square meter. When it was unfolded, it was a map. Treasure map? No, this is. He squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the information on it. Earth Chilan Turtle Sea Monster Nest Map. Is this real or fake? Wang Xian sized it up carefully, and his eyes sparkled. The sea monster nest was exactly the same as the sea monster nest that he came to for the first time. As long as he could find the nest of the sea monster, it would be much easier to subdue it. If he could escape, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he could find the nest of the sea monster, he would be able to tame the sea monster. More and more beast tamers in the greater world were searching for the nest of the sea monster and taming it. This map was a map of the nest of the Earth Chilan turtle in the underground sea. It's located at the deepest part of the underground sea, which is the 10th level. It's more than 100 million kilometers away from the surface of the sea. Wang Xian mumbled. He didn't have much doubt about this map. In the deepest part of the underground sea, most of the nests of the Eternal Lord sea monsters were located there. A few Immortal King-level existences were also located at the deepest part. The Earth Chilan turtle is an Eternal Lord level 7. I can go and take a look. If there's any danger, I can escape quickly. As for encountering the Immortal King sea monsters, I shouldn't be so unlucky. His eyes flickered. He felt that he could go and take a look. However, he wasn't prepared to take the risk for the time being. Money boy! Wang Xian smiled and prepared to deactivate the formation. Why aren't third uncle and the rest out yet? It's been a while. At the position outside the formation, the only young man among the dozen of them looked at the formation in front of him and asked anxiously. We should be interrogating that guy, hehe. When our Sky City obtains such a formation, the ancestor will definitely reward us greatly. In the future, we will also get some of the battle pets resources. Who knows? Our Sky City might be able to produce even more undying emperors. An elder besides said excitedly. If they could obtain the formation to trap the Eternal Godlord level sea monster, their Sky City might rise up quickly. At the very least, they would be able to get the Grand Elder's reward. Maybe we can build a pet shop that is even more powerful than the Dragon Palace's war pets. The young man cracked a smile. The 5 of them stood beside the array and waited with anticipation and excitement. Buzz! At this moment, the array trembled slightly. The array is about to break. An old man roared in a low voice. Buzz, buzz. The black hole disturbing the air formation slowly dissipated. When Jing Tianya and the others were surrounded by the formation, the 5 of them flew over and waited at the edge of the formation. Now that the formation had disappeared, the scene inside appeared clearly in his sight. However, when they saw a figure inside, the 5 of them were completely stunned. Where are third uncle and the rest? The young man's expression changed slightly as he said in a low voice. Eh? There are actually 5 people who are courting death outside. When Wang Xian saw that there were actually 5 people waiting outside, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Buzz! Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and numerous chains attacked them. Oh no, Tianya and the rest must have been killed. Run! The moment he saw Wang Xian making his move, an old man shouted at once. Third uncle and the rest have been killed. The young man's body trembled and his face turned pale instantly. He quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, their figures gradually turned illusory. Ha! When Wang Xian saw them fleeing in an instant, the chains immediately turned into long blades and slashed towards their bodies. Flee, flee, he killed the deputy mayor and the rest. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they fled frantically. Buzz. One by one, their figures turned illusory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While they were fleeing, the long sabers slashed at their bodies. Ah! Screams of pain rang out. 3 of them had their arms chopped off instantly. In fact, half of their bodies were chopped off. Ah! Ah! Another 2 people's blood-curdling screams rang out. The young man was cut in half from head to toe by the long saber. However, the long saber didn't land on him completely, causing his body to disappear. Only a middle-aged man was the first to escape from Wang Xian's attack. It's indeed a little difficult to kill. Although most of the 5 people were severely injured in an instant, they still managed to escape. Wang Xian frowned slightly but didn't pay too much attention to it. Among them, 4 of them were severely injured. He used his destructive energy to attack them. If the few of them wanted to recover, even if they had elixirs, it would take them decades. If they didn't have elixirs, it would take them more than 1,000 years. Wang Xian's destructive power of the 5 elements wasn't so easy to eliminate. Without the help of a powerhouse, the most miserable young man would almost certainly die. Will I be able to survive if I escape? If you want to get the formation from me and kill me, you must be prepared to be killed. As Wang Xian spoke, he swung his arm at the severed limbs and fresh blood in front of him. Even if he escaped, the curse could still kill him. Let's try the curse formation that I have mastered over the past few days. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He immediately began to set up the formation in front of him. A formation took a total of 3 minutes. The main reason was that Wang Xian was not too familiar with it. Buzz! He threw a severed limb into the formation, and the strange formation began to rotate. How can this be? How can this be? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At the city in the sky. The entire city in the sky was divided into 18 cities. Each city was managed by a city lord and 2 deputy city lords. In the northern city, an old man with a broken arm appeared in his divine kingdom and let out a desperate scream. What happened? What happened to the patriarch? Something happened to Grandpa. When a scream came from an eternal divine kingdom in the North City, it immediately attracted attention and people immediately ran over. 2 minutes later, another scream came from another place. The experts who had escaped were killed by the curse before they could even recover. Save me, grandfather, father. Save me, save me. The young man who had just returned to the eternal divine kingdom from the back of the city lord's mansion in the North City shouted with a mournful face. The roar was abnormally mournful and strange. At this moment, his body was almost cut in half, and his entire body was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. The moment he returned to the eternal divine kingdom, he cried out for help with a terrified face. He felt his life rapidly draining away. He felt that he was about to die. With his own recovery ability, he could not recover from his injuries at all. Young master, what happened to you? An old man guarding the divine kingdom noticed that the young man was covered in blood and had almost been cut in half. His face revealed a shocked expression. He hurriedly ran over. When he saw the miserable state of the young man's body, he immediately channeled his energy. Damn it! When he sensed that his energy had been dissolved by the 5 elements' destructive power, his expression changed drastically. Immediately inform the city lord. Quick! Quick! Something has happened to young Master Jing Xiaoyang. He hurriedly shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 5 minutes, an old man, a woman, and a middle-aged man flew over. Little Yang. When they saw the young man's injuries, the 3 people's expressions changed drastically. The old man immediately flew over and majestic energy was poured into his body. Pills were put into his mouth one by one. Little Yang, what happened? What happened? Who did it? A roar came from the mouth of the middle-aged man behind him, and he stared at his son with a blood-red face. Father, grandfather, it's the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. It's him. He killed 3rd uncle and most of us. Jing Xiaoyang said with a pale face. His head began to close under the elder's treatment. It was not as terrifying as before. Stabilize your breath and control the energy in your body to recover first. Tell me in detail, the elder said to him with a dark face. It's grandfather. It's like this. Jing Xiaoyang told him everything that had happened. The elder's face kept changing. An array that could trap the eternal god Lord Sea Monster? A powerful beast tamer master? The owner of the Dragon Palace pet shop. He didn't say anything when he heard his grandson's words. If it were him, he would do the same, but Jing Tianya and the others were a bit unlucky this time, and they had misjudged the other party's strength. Ah! At this moment, Jing Xiaoyang roared with a face full of fear, and his voice sounded abnormally horrifying. In the next moment, his body began to wither and become deathly still. Oh no, what's going on? Little Yang, Little Yang. The old man and the middle-aged man's faces were filled with shock as they frantically transmitted energy to his body. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Grandpa. I feel the energy in my body disappearing. Grandpa, father, help me take revenge. Kill him. Kill him. Jing Xiaoyang growled in a low voice with a pained expression. His life force was disappearing, and the energy in his body was dissipating. If not for the old man treating him at the expense of his own body, Jing Xiaoyang would have died. However, even if he did not die, he would have to pay a terrifying price for this recovery. He fainted. 10 minutes later, the old man looked at his grandson with a somewhat pale face, his face extremely gloomy. Father, why did little Yang's injuries suddenly burst out? The middle-aged man at the side also had an extremely ugly expression, clenching his fists. I don't know. The old man's expression changed, and he shook his head gloomily. Father, you have to avenge little Yang. The woman at the side cried with tears streaming down her face. I'll handle this matter, you guys stay here and take care of little Yang. His eyes flickered as he slowly walked out. Lord City Lord, I've just received news that 4 city guards have died. They died in their eternal divine kingdom. Just as the old man walked out, an old man respectfully came to report. Dead. The old man clenched his fists tightly and looked at the city in front of him. Our northern city has always been the weakest of the 18 cities in the sky. Now, more than 10 experts have died. He murmured, and then a cold light shot out of his eyes. If the northern city can obtain that special array formation, it will be easy for them to heal Little Sheep's injuries. At that time, the northern city might not be comparable to a main city, but it is not impossible for it to become one of the top 3 cities. With such a great merit, the patriarch will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. The old man murmured, this might be a turning point for the northern city. Notify the eternal lord of the northern city. Notify the experts from the pet god pavilion. I'll have to trouble them all to come over. He looked at his subordinates and ordered. It's the city lord. The old man was slightly shocked. He immediately nodded and left. The weakest city in the 18 cities. In order to elevate the northern city, Tianya and the others have fallen. This time, it's time to take a gamble. After the old man gave his order, he looked at the eternal kingdom at the back and flew away immediately. These guys should be dead. Located in the depths of the underground sea in the sky realm, Wang Xian revealed a smile after he finished laying out the last curse. He would not provoke others if others did not provoke him. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally had to kill his way back. I've gotten so many battle pets for Boss Wang. Next, I should look for my Eternal Lord level 7 and level 8 mount. It would be meaningless to look for those low-level ones anymore. It would also waste my invincible battle technique time. The invincible battle technique didn't know what was happening here. After helping Wang Xian capture more than 200 flying starfish, this guy started to slack off. He didn't plan to attract the low-level sea monsters anymore. He wanted to see if he could attract level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. At least level 7 of the Eternal Lord. However, level 7 and level 8 sea monsters were not that easy to find. He did not encounter any for more than 10 hours. This made invincible battle technique extremely helpless. There must be powerful sea monsters in the depths. Invincible battle technique stared at the bottomless underground sea with sparkling eyes. Boss Wang, I'm back. More than 20 hours later, Invincible Battlemage flew over with 2 level 4 Eternal Lord sea monsters and shouted in a perfunctory manner. You brat! Why did you take so long this time and only manage to get these 2 after a day? Wang Xian said with slight dissatisfaction. Boss Wang, I don't know why there are fewer sea monsters in the surroundings either. It might be because of the group of stellar flying fish. I think we can go deeper and take a look. For example, the 9th level and the 10th level. We will definitely encounter powerful sea monsters there. Invincible Battle Technique stared at him and spoke with a straight face. He even pointed deeper into the sea. Deeper into the sea? A hint of hesitation appeared on Wang Xian's face. Boss Wang, most high-level sea monsters are deeper into the sea. I think that with our strength, we can go to the 9th and 10th level of the underground sea without a problem. There must be a large number of god-level sea monsters there. Invincible Battle Technique said seductively. If it's too deep, it's a little risky. Wang Xian showed hesitation on his face. Boss Wang, how can we obtain a high-level sea monster battle pet if we don't take risks? I'm not even afraid of a level 1 eternal god-level sea monster. Boss Wang, you're so powerful, what's there to be afraid of? Invincible Battle Technique raised his head and said to him. Wang Xian glanced at him coldly. You have a defensive treasure, but I don't. Let's go to the deepest part of the underground sea. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before deciding to go to the deepest part of the underground sea to take a look. With his strength, he could totally dive into the deepest part of the underground sea. Even if he met the immortal godly monarch, that guy who was invincible in combat had a treasure. He also had a treasure in his hands. It was enough for him to escape back to the eternal godly nation. Furthermore, if the sea monster lair map in his hands was real, he might be able to obtain a group of level 7 sea monsters. He could take the risk and give it a try. Let's go, Boss Wang. What are we waiting for then? Invincible revealed an excited expression when he heard Wang Xian's decision. He immediately urged him. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Now that he had sold all his battle pets, it was enough for him to increase his level by another level. By then, he would have the strength of a level 9 Eternal Lord. However, he was not satisfied. If he could obtain some level 7 or level 8 Eternal Lord battle pets, after selling them he would be able to reach level 4 Eternal Lord. By then, he would be invincible under the Immortal King realm. Across the entire Tianzi continent, the humans and the sea monsters could only threaten him with about 10 people. At that time, he would be considered to be truly powerful. He stared at the deep seabed and flew downwards with his invincible battle technique. This was his first time flying to such a deep seabed. The underground sea was very deep and the lowest level was more than 100 million kilometers. What kind of concept was this? Even if Wang Xian wanted to go deep into the 10th level, he would need to fly for several hours. Of course, if he teleported, he would be very fast. However, in this underground sea where the sea monsters were wreaking havoc, teleporting was simply courting death. If he teleported into the sea monsters, he might not even have the chance to return to the eternal celestial kingdom and would be instantly killed. Over here, their aura is over here. Then, they continue to extend towards the depths of the underground sea. About 20 minutes after Wang Xian left, more than 200 people rushed over from the previous location. There was a strange war pet in front of the 3 old men in the lead, and an old man who was wearing a costume with the patterns of 100 beasts. The war pet had a long nose, which took up 1/3 of its head. It looked a little deformed. Going to the depths of the underground sea? The white-haired old man in the middle frowned slightly. Patriarch Jing Tianya has a map of the sea monster's nest in the depths of the underground sea. It should be obtained by that guy now. It's very likely that the old man said to the white-haired old man in the middle, with a thoughtful look on his face. Oh? City Lord Jing, a map of the sea monster's nest? What's a map of the sea monster's nest? The old man in the 100 beasts costume asked with sparkling eyes. The Earth Qilin turtle nest map. That guy can kill Tianya and the others. He has at least 8 or even 9 laws. He should be able to subdue the Earth Qilin turtle. City Lord Jing didn't hide anything and said, Pavilion Master Zong, keep chasing. If we can catch up to the pet shop owner of the Dragon Palace, it will be a great opportunity for both of us. The white-haired old man said to Pavilion Master Zong. Good. If we succeed, our pet god pavilion will join your northern city and sky city in the future. Pavilion Master Zong said with a smile. Good. Continue your pursuit. There might be some danger in the future. The weak will immediately return to the eternal divine kingdom once they encounter danger. The eyes of the white-haired old man flickered. He nodded with a smile and ordered everyone. Yes, old city lord. The others immediately responded. The white-haired old man was the previous city lord of the northern city. The warpet in front of Pavilion Master Zone moved its nose and immediately began to chase after him. A group of more than 200 people immediately chased after him into the depths of the underground sea. The group of people who came were naturally the people from the northern city. More than 200 Eternal God Lord rank 3 and above experts. This was the strength of the northern city. Even if the northern city was the weakest among the 18 cities and didn't have the suppression of a peak Eternal Lord, it was still a considerable force. There were 2 people who had mastered 9 laws. Including the Pavilion Master of the Pet God Pavilion, there were a total of 3. This force was very strong. At least in their opinion, it wasn't difficult to capture the pet owner of the Dragon Palace. Wuxia, who was flying towards the bottom of the underground sea, didn't know that someone was chasing after him. He did not expect that killing Jing Tianya and the rest would provoke a city in the Sky City. He kept flying downwards and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Wuxia was multitasking as he recalled the route on the map of the Earth Chilan turtle's nest. The underground sea was too big. A map would not be able to pinpoint the location. Wuxia could only roughly determine a territory within a radius of 10 million kilometers based on the records on the map. A radius of 10 million kilometers was not a small place. It would take a lot of time to investigate every single area. Furthermore, he had to be careful at the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! This place is really filled with dangers. After avoiding the sneak attack of a phantom sea monster, Wuxia waved his arm. A surge of powerful energy attacked the phantom sea monster. Buzz! The transparent body of the underground sea killer flashed and disappeared quickly. A single strike could kill a person for thousands of miles. This was the famous killer sea monster in the Sky Realm. Wuxia ignored the illusionary sea monster that had already escaped and continued flying downwards. When he reached about the 8th layer of the underground sea, Wuxia used the Heart of Light and Darkness to conceal himself. He could sense a terrifying energy coming from below and around him. In the underground sea, with his current strength, he could not act recklessly. Boss Wang, this place is about ready. I will go and attract the sea monsters. You set up a formation here. It was also the first time that invincible battle technique had entered such a deep place in the underground sea. He, who had always been bold, spoke with some fear. There's no need for that for now. Let's go to the bottom of the sea to look for something. Wuxia shook his head at invincible battle technique. Look for something? Boss Wang, what are we going to look for at the bottom of the underground sea? Invincible battle technique asked with a face full of astonishment. Sea monster lair, take a look too. As Wuxia spoke, he threw the map to invincible battle technique. This? Boss Wang, how did you get this? This is a good item. It's a pity that it's not the lair of the level 8 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. Invincible battle technique said with slight disappointment. Wuxia ignored him and continued to fly downwards. After flying for half an hour, a pitch-black seabed appeared in Wuxia's sight. This was the seabed of the underground sea. In the entire underground sea, 80% of the sea monsters of the Eternal Lord level were hidden at the bottom of the sea. This was also the most dangerous place in the entire underground sea. According to the map, it should be within a radius of 10 million kilometers. Wuxia roughly estimated the area. Chinibu, let's look for the Earth Chilan turtle's nest first and see if we can find it. Wuxia instructed invincible battle technique. Alright, this place is a little dangerous. Boss Wang, Eternal Lord level 8 battle pet. You can't go back on your word. This time, I'll give you even if I only get a level 8 sea monster from the Master of Eternal God. Wuxia promised invincible battle tactics. Although this guy was unreliable, invincible battle tactics had indeed put in a lot of effort this time. He had gotten quite a number of war pets. Wuxia would get him a level 8 war pet from the Master of Eternal God this time. The next time he promised an ultimate war pet from the Master of Eternal God, would he not come? When the time came, he would definitely rush over eagerly. Boss Wong, this is what you said. Don't worry. I, invincible in combat arts, will definitely find the Earth Qilin turtle's nest for you. Invincible in combat arts' eyes lit up when he heard Wang Xian's words. How can I lie to you? Wang Xian looked at him and continued speechlessly, you search the front while I search the back. Inform me with this formation when you find it. As he spoke, he threw an array compass to invincible battle technique before turning around and flying back. Hee. Invincible battle technique kept it into his interspatial ring with a smile on his face and began to search the surroundings immediately. Earth scale turtle, Earth attribute. It should be located below the soil. However, as the soil at the bottom of the underground sea, its hardness is extremely terrifying. The Earth scale turtle wouldn't hide too deep in the soil. Wang Xian mumbled. The soil at the bottom of the underground sea could withstand such a terrifying sea. The toughness was so strong that even immortal godly kings couldn't break it. The Earth Qilin turtle couldn't hide in the soil that was too deep. It should be easy to find. They have reached the bottom of the underground sea. The nest of the Earth Qilin turtle should be in this area. Just as Wang Xian was looking for the sea monster, more than 200 figures had arrived at the location above. Let's go. Mayor Jing looked around and whispered to them. Shall we chase after him by following the scent or wait until he finds the Earth Qilin turtle's nest? The sect master looked at Mayor Jing and the white-haired elder. As long as we don't lose him, we can wait. It would be better if we wait until he finds the Earth Qilin turtle. We can see his strength clearly and catch him off guard. The white-haired old man pondered for a moment and said, The old city lord is thoughtful. This time we must be absolutely sure. Pavilion Master Zong nodded and revealed a smile. Then we'll wait here for a while. If there are any energy fluctuations, we'll immediately head over. The white-haired old man nodded and ordered. The group of people floated in the sea, quietly waiting for the opportunity. Boss Wong, I found it. I found it. Ha ha ha. My invincible battle technique is still the best. An hour later, Wang Xian received a message from Invincible Battle Technique. His face lit up and he immediately flew in the direction of Invincible Battle Technique. Boss Wang. Look over there. Look over there. When Wang Xian arrived in front of Invincible Battle Technique, he pointed at a spot in front of him and said excitedly, You are really lucky. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes sparkled. At the bottom of the sea in front of him, there were more than 40 densely packed black holes, each of which was about 100 meters in size. There were more than 40 black holes covering an area of 50 kilometers. In the black holes, there were waves of majestic energy coming from them. This is the lair of the Earth Qilin turtles. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. There were more than 40 holes. It might not necessarily be more than 40 Earth Qilin turtles. There might only be a dozen or even a few of them. However, even if there were 3 or 4 of them, it was still a huge amount of resources for Wang Xian. I'll set up the formation. You can watch from here, Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Technique. All right, Boss Wang. I'll watch the surroundings from here. Invincible Battle Technique nodded his head. Wang Xian concealed himself and walked forward carefully. Chains appeared around him one after another. Setting up an array would cause fluctuations in the array formation. This was unavoidable. However, Wang Xian didn't need to worry too much when facing the Earth Qilin turtle, which was at level 7 of the Eternal Divine Lord. Even if he didn't set up an array, he could still suppress it with his own strength. The Earth Qilin turtle's nest was right here. He didn't need to set up a formation with a black hole to disturb the air. It was sufficient to set up a few binding formations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Wang Xian started to set up the formation, it caused the surrounding energy fluctuations. Roar, roar. Low roars came from the nest in front of him. Wang Xian immediately increased his speed. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a 50-meter-long Earth-scale turtle sea monster crawled out from one of the nests. It had a huge turtle shell on its yellowish-brown body. The shell looked as though it was covered with a layer of scales. Its head looked extremely ferocious and it had extremely sharp teeth. I wonder how many there are. I hope there are more than a dozen of them. Wang Xian revealed an excited look in his eyes. Streams of water surged up and attacked the Earth-scale turtle directly. Roar. When Wang Xian made his move, furious roars came from the nest again. Figures crawled out one by one. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6. 6 Earth Qilin turtles. The strength of the sea monsters had nothing to do with their size. The size of the Eternal Kingdom also had nothing to do with their strength. 6. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. 6 Earth Qilin turtles could be dealt with. If there were really 30 to 40 Earth Qilin turtles, he might not be able to deal with them. Surrender. Wang Xian waved his arm and set up a formation to attack the Earth Qilin turtles. There's a fluctuation over there. Sect leader, let your battle pet see if it's the aura of the Dragon Palace's battle pet boss. Just as Wang Xian was about to attack the Earth Qilin turtles, City Lord Jing, who was more than 1,000 kilometers away, said hurriedly, "Yes, let's go. We might be able to obtain a few level 7 Eternal God Lord war pets." The sect master's eyes were burning with passion. The sea monster nest map was an extremely precious item. Only someone with the strength of the northern city would possess such a treasure. "Let's go over immediately. Be careful and don't be discovered," the white-haired old man immediately said. The group immediately flew over. 1,000 kilometers wasn't too far for them. When they were over 100 kilometers away, they saw the situation with a mysterious gaze. The strength of an Eternal God Lord at level 8 isn't too bad. It's not very strong. 6 Earth Qilin turtles have already been bound by him. That's great. When City Lord Jing and Pavilion Master Zong saw the scene below, they immediately said. Their eyes were filled with excitement. 8 people below the law level wait here. Let's do it. The white-haired elder immediately gave the order. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, 7 people flew out and immediately attacked Wang Xian, who was 100 kilometers away. The white-haired elder in the middle was holding a confinement ring in his hand. His eyes were sparkling. Ha! What's going on? Boss Wang, be careful. He was already invincible when he was watching the battle from afar. He could sense it when the group of people arrived. When he saw that they were actually attacking Wang Xian, he immediately shouted out loud. Boom! 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 Just as Wang Xian was about to subdue an Earth Qilin turtle, he was reminded of the invincibility of his battle techniques. Following that, a surge of terrifying energy came from behind and engulfed him. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He was taming the sea monster just now, so he didn't sense the situation around him immediately. Damn it! A hint of gloominess flashed across his eyes. There was actually someone who had ambushed him here. Roar! Roar! His heart skipped a beat. The only Earth Qilin turtle that had been tamed by him headed straight for the position behind him. At the same time, he moved his body and dodged to the side. You want to escape? You killed the experts of our northern city, yet you still want to escape. Leave me alone, you damn thing. An extremely cold voice entered Wang Xian's ears. In an instant, a confinement circle appeared in the sky above him. The confinement circle emitted an incomparably resplendent energy that directly enveloped the top of Wang Xian's head. This caused his expression to change slightly. Bang! A woo! In the next moment, the Earth Qilin turtle that was attacking Wang Xian was sent flying. A terrifying force was attacking Wang Xian. This is bad. His expression changed drastically. His gaze swept across the area, and his heart sank when he saw the 3 level 9 Eternal Lord experts in the lead. The current him was not even a match for one of them, let alone 3 of them. Furthermore, there were 4 level 8 Eternal Lord experts. They are from the city in the sky. They actually rushed over and even found themselves. Wang Xian's heart sank. Wang Xian didn't care about killing the people from the city of sky because no one knew that he was the one who killed them. So what if they knew? They wouldn't be able to find him either. Now, Wang Xian realized that he had underestimated the experts from the city of sky. Oh no, why are there so many experts trying to kill Boss Wang? Did Boss Wang dig up their ancestral graves? Invincible's expression changed slightly when he saw that Wang Xian was locked onto by the confinement circle. It's my level 8 battle pet, the master of the eternal god. Invincible's face was filled with tears as he glared at the people from Sky City with anger. Invincible was naturally aware of the attire of their Sky City. Sky City, how dare you sneak attack people? I'm going to announce your crimes. If you dare to attack Boss Wong again, don't blame me for being impolite. Invincible Battle Technique roared. Humph. The few experts ignored Invincible Battle Technique's words and continued to attack Wang Xian. Damn it, this confinement circle has the effect of disturbing the air with a black hole. I can't return to my eternal divine kingdom at all. I can only escape. At this moment, Wang Xian's heart was burning with rage. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly fled to the side. Capture him. We definitely can't let him escape. After killing our people, he still wants to escape? Wishful thinking. City Lord Jing roared loudly. The three powerhouses who had mastered the 9 laws suddenly accelerated. Damn it, if Boss Wong is captured, we are done for. My level 8 battle pet of the Eternal Master is also gone. Invincible Battle Technique's face was extremely dark. He gritted his teeth. Boss Wong, come to my side. As he spoke, he took out a bright fragment from his interspatial ring. The moment the fragment appeared, the surrounding seawater suddenly distorted. Ha! Wang Xian also sensed the terrifying energy from Invincible Battle Technique. Without hesitation, he immediately fled in his direction. Damn it, how dare you guys attack me, Boss Wang? Do you think I'm Invincible Battle Technique? Wang Xian flew towards Invincible Battle Technique. Behind him, City Lord Jing and the other two accelerated their attacks. Invincible Battle Technique held the shard in his hand and threw it towards them. Oh no, this is a law shard. It's a law shard condensed by the Immortal King. The white-haired old man was shocked when he saw the law fragment flying towards them. He shouted in shock. He quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the exclamations behind him. Following that, he sensed an extremely terrifying explosion behind him. An extremely powerful energy swept over. In just an instant, Wang Xian spat out blood and felt that his back had completely exploded. The power of the law had destroyed his life force. The area where the law fragment exploded instantly evaporated hundreds of millions of kilometers of seawater. It was extremely terrifying. This fellow. Wang Xian stared at Invincible Battle Technique and gritted his teeth as he flew towards him with all his might. Boss Wang, take me with you. Let's escape together. Invincible Battle Technique hurriedly shouted. He wasn't afraid of the experts from Sky City attacking him. He just didn't want Wang Xian to be killed. In his opinion, Wang Xian owed him an Eternal Lord level 8 battle pet. If he died, he would lose his battle pet as well. Let's go. Wang Xian circulated the dragon qi in his body. He didn't care about the consumption of his dragon qi. He immediately recovered from his injuries and fled forward with his Invincible Battle Technique. Cough, cough, cough. At the back, City Lord Jing and the sect leader were coughing violently. Cracks appeared on their bodies. The two of them looked extremely miserable. An earthen yellow aura gathered on their wounds and did not dissipate. Beside them, the white-haired old man wiped the blood from his mouth. His face was extremely pale. However, compared to the other two, the injuries on his body were much lighter. Damn it, it's actually a law fragment. That brat actually has a law fragment on him. Jing City leader's expression was extremely ugly. Just now, he was almost killed instantly by the law fragment. Eternal God Lords could comprehend laws, and at the Undying Emperor level they could condense laws. The power of the law attack was terrifying. Even a fragment was enough to heavily injure them. At this time, the two of them had less than 10% of their strength, only slightly stronger than Eternal God Lord level 8. Give chase. We don't need to care about that kid who is invincible in battle. But we must capture the other one. The white-haired elder's expression was extremely ugly as well. He immediately said to the two of them, "Let's go." City Lord Jing and the sect leader treated their wounds briefly. They gritted their teeth and continued to give chase. The other party only had the strength of level 8 Eternal Lord. Even if they were severely injured, they were not afraid. However, when they saw that Wang Xian's figure had disappeared, their expressions turned ugly. Give chase. Everyone, give chase with all your strength. The effect of the confinement circle has not disappeared yet. He can't return to the eternal divine kingdom. The white-haired elder clenched his fists and shouted sternly. The 4 level 8 Eternal Lord powerhouses who were slower were only slightly affected by the impact. Their injuries were not serious. At this moment, their hearts were palpitating. When they heard the old city lord's order, they gritted their teeth and immediately gave chase. The group of 7 chased in the direction where Wang Xian had disappeared. Boss Wang, how did you offend so many experts from Sky City? My law fragment. It was the only attack method that the Patriarch gave me. Now, in order to save Boss Wang, you have to use it. Boss Wang, you have to repay me properly. Invincible, who was brought by Wang Xian, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the enemies behind him had yet to chase after him. He couldn't help but shout at Wang Xian. Don't worry. Wang Xian suppressed the killing intent in his heart and ran forward with all his might. The other party is actually able to find me. What method is that? If it's not a formation, then what is it? At the bottom of the underground sea, Wang Xian was desperately trying to escape. This was the first time he was in such a sorry state since he came to the Tianzi continent. It was also the first time he was being hunted down. He was extremely furious towards the people from the city in the sky. He would remember this grudge. The first time the people from the city in the sky wanted to kill him, they wanted the black hole spatial disturbance formation. However, all of them were killed by him. On the second day, there were even more people. Yet, they still had the cheek to claim that they were here to avenge the people who were killed. What a joke. Wang Xian's eyes were extremely cold. However, he was very surprised that the other party could lock onto him so quickly. After eliminating the formation, what else is there? Aura? That battle pet with a strange nose. Wang Xian thought of the strange battle pet behind an old man. Buzz. Wang Xian's body shook. The dragon's might completely surrounded him as he continued to fly forward at a rapid speed. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the battle pet, which was running at a rapid speed about 500 kilometers behind him, suddenly let out a low roar. It stared ahead with some doubts. What's wrong, Tianling? Pavilion Master Zong's expression changed slightly and he immediately asked the battle pet. Ho ho! The battle pet roared a few times and transmitted some information to him. Hearing the information from the battle pet, Pavilion Master Zong's expression became more and more embarrassed. Quick! Increase the speed. He roared with an icy expression and flew forward at high speed. Oh! The white-haired old man and city lord Jing frowned slightly. After flying for 500 kilometers, Pavilion Master Zong suddenly stopped. What's going on? Seeing him stop, City Lord Jing asked with an embarrassed expression. We lost him. His aura has been completely cut off here. We don't know which direction he went. Pavilion Master Zong said with a sullen face. Let's split up. Pavilion Master Zong, you take one person to the top. Xiaoye, you take one person to the left. The two of you go to the right. I'll continue to chase in the front. Inform me immediately if we encounter him. He was also in the aftermath of the explosion of the law fragment. The confinement circle still has more than 10 hours left. He won't be able to run far. The white-haired elder ordered immediately with a gloomy face. All right. Everyone nodded. Without any hesitation, they began to pursue him. At the same time, City Lord Jing immediately contacted more than 200 people not far away and asked them to look for him as well. Whoosh! 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 Just as the group of people split up to pursue Wang Xian, the sea monsters that were hiding at the bottom of the sea attacked Wang Xian one by one. There were more than a dozen level 7 sea monsters that were the Eternal Lord. They were trying to entangle Wang Xian. Damn it! There are too many sea monsters at the bottom of the sea. It's too dangerous. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He released all of his dragon might and suppressed the sea monsters. The terrifying aura caused them to pause for a moment. Wang Xian hurriedly fled. Roar! However, the sea monsters attacked Wang Xian directly, causing his expression to change drastically. Boss Wang, don't be restricted by the sea monsters. Let's escape quickly. A voice that was invincible in battle rang in his ears. Wang Xian waved his arm and the destructive force of the 5 elements swept towards the sea monsters. The miserable shrieks rang out and the dozen sea monsters became even angrier. Wang Xian's figure was blocked for a few seconds. With a dark expression, he continued to flee forward. Over here, kid, don't even think about escaping. At this moment, a white-haired old man appeared at the back. He stared at Wang Xian with eyes filled with fury. A puny level 8 Eternal Lord had actually escaped from his hands. This made him extremely furious. However, he swore to capture him. Not only to avenge the people of the northern city, but also for the rise of the northern city. He must capture him. A bunch of beasts scram. However, when the old man flew forward, he just happened to bump into a dozen level 7 Eternal God Lord sea monsters. The furious sea monsters directly attacked him. He waved his arm and a majestic aura swept towards the sea monsters. However, Wang Xian's figure had already disappeared at this moment. He flew forward for a minute and immediately changed his direction to escape frantically. After fleeing for 2 hours, Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no movement behind him. Boss Wang, it's safe, it's safe. Invincible looked behind him and heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Wang Xian was still alive. His war pet was still there. City in the sky, northern city. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He looked behind him and spat out a cold voice. Boss Wang, look to the right. My goodness. Look, 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 stop and look. All of a sudden, an excited voice came from the side of Invincible Battle Technique. Ha! He was slightly stunned and followed the gaze of Invincible Battle Technique. What's that? Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly as astonishment appeared in his eyes. About 100 kilometers ahead, there was a colorful area. There were all kinds of seaweed. This was a strange domain at the bottom of the underground sea. That was not the main point. There was a sea monster wandering on top of it, a colorful dragon python. A colorful dragon python, a level 8 sea monster of the Eternal Lord rank. About 3,000 meters away from the warning, the body of the sea monster was colorful. It had a head that looked like a dragon's head, and it was full of majesty. Ha ha ha. There's always good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Boss Wang. There's always good fortune after surviving a great disaster. At the side, Invincible Battle Technique was roaring in excitement. His eyes were burning with excitement. Wang Xian looked at him and knew what he was thinking. This made Wang Xian's face turn black. He was still being chased by people. Boss Wang, let's continue to work together and capture them. The area ahead might be the lair of the multicolored dragon pythons. Let's capture a few of them. Haha. Invincible Battle Technique said excitedly to him. There are still experts from Sky City chasing after us. I'm just courting death by capturing sea monsters here. Wang Xian looked at him speechlessly. If not for this fellow helping him, Wang Xian would have kicked him long ago. Boss Wang, what are you afraid of? Of the 3 level 9 Eternal Lord experts who are chasing after you, 2 of them were severely injured by the law fragment. Their strength is only slightly stronger than level 8. Only 1 level 9 expert should be able to escape. Moreover, we have already escaped for 2 hours. The other party might have already lost track of us. Fortune comes with risk. Let's try our best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Invincible Battle Technique stared at the multicolored dragon python in front of him with burning eyes. He was already imagining the mighty scene of him standing on the multicolored dragon python. 2 level 9 masters of the Eternal Lord were severely injured and their strength was greatly reduced? Are you sure? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him. At that time, he was also attacked by the aftershocks. It had almost consumed all of his dragon energy and even almost reduced his level. I'm sure. Of course, I'm 100% sure. The law fragment given to me by the ancestor was no joke. I saw it with my own eyes at that time. How could it be fake? Invincible in Battle Techniques confirmed. Is that so? A cold glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. 2 of them are severely injured, but they still possess the combat strength of a level 8. There are 4 other level 8 Eternal Masters and 1 level 9 Eternal Master. With my current strength, it will be very difficult to kill a level 9 Eternal Master unless... Wang Xian was deep in thought. It was not impossible for Wang Xian to kill a level 9 Eternal Master. However, there was a prerequisite. He had to set up a formation and trap them in the formation. The strongest aspect of a formation master was to set up a formation. If he could set up more than a dozen formations, he would be able to severely injure the master of the eternal god even if he was 2 levels higher than him. If he was lucky, it was highly possible for him to kill the master of the eternal god. With Wang Xian's current strength, setting up a formation would be able to fight against a level 8 master of the eternal god. What if he set up more than a dozen formations? With more than a dozen formations activated in an instant, even a level 9 master of the eternal god would be severely injured. But what if he set up more than 20? It was very likely that he would be able to kill them. But this kind of 2-tier battle was very, very difficult for array masters. First, you had to control enough high-level arrays. Second, the enemy had to be drawn into the array. Especially the first point, the control of arrays. Could a rank 6 Eternal Godlord array master control more than 10 attack arrays of this level? It was very, very difficult. He had never even learned or even heard of so many offensive arrays. However, this was not a problem for Wang Xian. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven array was a Celestial Emperor after all. He controlled more than 10,000 arrays. He had at least 30 offensive arrays at level 7 of the Eternal Lord. If I set up more than 20 arrays myself, I can severely injure the level 9 of the Eternal Lord. After that, I can transform into a divine dragon and unleash all of my strength. Perhaps I can kill them. But what about the other 6 level 8 ones? Wang Xian frowned slightly. Following that, he looked at the multicolored dragon python in front of him. He was a little hesitant. I'll take a gamble. Even if I'm severely injured, I won't let those guys off easily. Wang Xian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were flashing with fury and killing intent. Idiot, I'll set up the formations here first. Later on, you'll attract the multicolored dragon python over. Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Technique. Ha, Boss Wang, a wise choice. Haha. Invincible Battle Technique was filled with excitement. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian immediately set up a concealment formation in the surroundings. He set up a black hole disturbance formation and set up attack formations one after another. As for Invincible Battle Technique, he was on alert in the surroundings to prevent the experts from Sky City from pursuing him. After 5 to 6 minutes, Wang Xian set up the formation and gestured at him. Ha! My colorful dragon python mount. Invincible in Battle Techniques is here. Invincible in Battle Techniques flew toward the colorful area in front of him with excitement. Roar! Bang! In less than 3 minutes, a roar was heard. Accompanied by a human figure, the figure flew backward at a terrifying speed. Beast! This beast! How dare you treat your master like this? You're finished. From now on, Invincible Battle Technique, will starve you every day. An extremely arrogant and furious voice came from Invincible Battle Technique's mouth. He pointed at the multicolored dragon python that was attacking him and cursed loudly. When the multicolored dragon python saw that an ant was not killed by his attack, it still dared to provoke him and charge towards him angrily. Boom! However, this multicolored dragon python did not play by the rules. Halfway through, it opened its bloody mouth and a snake-shaped water energy directly attacked Invincible Battle Technique. The terrifying power landed directly on his body. His entire body flew forward rapidly. In an instant, he disappeared from Wang Xian's sight. Formation activate. Wang Xian didn't care about the Invincible Battle Technique. When he saw the multicolored dragon python entering the formation, he activated the formation one by one. Whoosh! 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 The entire space was entangled with the formation, attacking the formation and restraining the multicolored dragon python. Submit to me. In order to save time, Wang Xian moved his body. His arm turned into a dragon claw as he clawed at the multicolored dragon python. Roar! With the assistance of the formation and Wang Xian's full strength, the level 8 war pet of the Eternal Celestial Master had no room to fight back. Roar! Soon, a multicolored dragon python let out a few low moans. Wang Xian immediately began to tame it. 10 minutes later, Wang Xian removed the formation. It's a success. The moment the formation was removed, Invincible Battle Technique ran over excitedly and stared at him passionately. I've succeeded. Let's continue. Let's see if we can tame a few more. Wang Xian said to him. Haha. Don't worry, Boss Wang. Leave it to me. I found another one just now. This land of colorful seaweed and coral is really the lair of the colorful dragon pythons. Invincible battle technique roared excitedly and immediately flew in. Wang Xian immediately began to set up the formation. There's no need for too many. If I can get 4 or 5 multicolored dragon pythons, I can fight against the experts of the city in the sky. Wang Xian's eyes were flashing with a cold glint. As long as there were 4 or 5 of them, he could fight against them. Even if he had to sacrifice a few multicolored dragon pythons, he wouldn't hesitate. Perhaps it was really possible that Wang Xian would have a blessing in the future if he survived the calamity. This piece of seaweed and coral was the lair of the multicolored dragon pythons. In just a short 6 hours, invincible battle technique had attracted 4 multicolored dragon pythons. Ha ha ha, Boss Wang. There are 4 of them. If we stay here for a month or 2, won't we be able to tame dozens of them? When the time comes, Boss Wang, give me one more. Invincible battle technique said excitedly to Wang Xian. A few dozen? You're overthinking it. Wang Xian glanced at him and raised his head to look at the confinement ring above his head. This confinement ring was very special. It had been almost 10 hours and it had not disappeared. Boss Wang, the confinement ring above your head should be disappearing soon. You don't have to worry after it has completely disappeared. Invincible battle technique looked over and said to him. The confinement circle was a bunch of confinement weapons forged by the experts who had used up their own strength. If they were hit by the confinement circle, they could either break it with their powerful strength or wait for the energy to run out. The confinement circle above Wang Xian's head was forged by the peak of the Eternal Divine Lord. He couldn't break it. The value of such a confinement circle was extremely high. Is it going to disappear soon? Those experts from the city in the sky shouldn't give up on tracking me before the confinement circle disappears. Wang Xian mumbled. The 4 multicolored dragon pythons had already entered his expectations. If he wanted to subdue them again, it might take a longer time. When the imprisonment ring disappears, the other party might leave. I'll give it my all. Wang Xian exuded a cold aura. He looked around and immediately began to set up formations. This time, he wanted to set up more than 20 formations to wait for their arrival. When that time came, it was uncertain who would kill who. Moreover, even if they were no match for each other, the confinement circle above their heads would disappear. If they could not beat them, they would flee. It was a good opportunity to return to the Dragon Palace. Boss Wang, what are you doing? Are you going to continue capturing and taming the multicolored dragon pythons? Then I will continue to attract them. Invincible battle technique was puzzled when he saw Wang Xian setting up a formation there. There were not many multicolored dragon pythons in this area now. He needed to change his location. No, I'm setting up a killing formation. Wang Xian shook his head. A strong killing intent shot out from his body. One by one, formations were formed in the void. Killing formation? Invincible was stunned for a moment. Boss Wang, aren't you going to? He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Wang Xian, who was filled with killing intent. When he saw the terrifying formations being formed one after another, his face revealed a look of shock. Boss Wang, they have a nearly intact level 9 master of the Eternal God. There are at least 6 or 7 level 8 masters. Invincible battle technique said hurriedly. Wang Xian ignored him and continued to set up the formations. Boss Wang, can you help me tame a multicolored dragon python first? If you help me tame it, I'll kill you. Invincible battle technique's expression changed drastically as he looked at Wang Xian with a bitter expression. Boss Wang, you didn't tame those multicolored dragon pythons to help you kill them, right? No, what if the multicolored dragon pythons are killed by them? Boss Wang, don't think too hard. It's never too late for us to take revenge. Don't be so reckless. Invincible battle technique's face turned black as he tried to persuade Wang Xian. He was really worried that Wang Xian would die in a head-on battle with that group of people. He was worried that the 4 multicolored dragon pythons would be killed. That would be a huge loss for him. He had used a law fragment. Looks like this guy is really petty. Wasn't he just ambushed and killed by others? He didn't lose any meat. Seeing that Wang Xian ignored him, his face turned black as he muttered softly. The last time, he owed him some elixirs and went straight to the battlefield. This guy was narrow-minded, and he would not provoke him in the future. Since he could not persuade Wang Xian, he could only watch from the side. After a while, he started to scold the people of the city in the sky again. You bunch of darn guys, why did you have to provoke Wang Xian? Time passed slowly. As Wang Xian was not familiar with the formation, it took him an entire hour to set up more than 20 formations. At this moment, his face was a little pale. Setting up more than 20 formations had consumed a lot of his energy. He took out a pill and swallowed it straight into his mouth to recover the energy he had consumed. Phew! Looking at the confinement circle above his head, Wang Xian could sense that it could only last for 20 minutes at most. It's about time to move. I just don't know if the group of people have left yet. Wang Xian mumbled to himself as he removed the draconic aura that covered his aura. At the same time, he waved his arm and 4 colorful dragon pythons appeared in front of him. Shinibu, find a place to hide first. I'll see if I can attract the group of people over. Wang Xian looked at Invincible Battle Technique at the side. Don't die. Invincible Battle Technique's face darkened as he spoke to Wang Xian. He looked at the multicolored dragon pythons with some heartache and flew towards the back. Fight! Wang Xian had an idea and immediately ordered the 4 multicolored dragon pythons. Roar! 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 The 4 multicolored dragon pythons let out a furious roar and attacked Wang Xian directly. The terrifying energy was wreaking havoc in the surroundings without any concealment. It could be felt within a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. Bastard, you're courting death. Wang Xian let out a wild roar and started to fight with the multicolored dragon pythons. Boss Wang, what is this? Fuck. This is sinister. This is so fucking sinister. Invincible, who was hiding hundreds of kilometers away, was stunned when he saw this scene. He was fighting with the 4 multicolored dragon pythons that he had tamed. He wanted to draw them over and then charge at Wang Xian. Under the sudden attack of the 4 colorful dragon pythons, he could severely injure at least 3 to 4 level 8 Eternal Lord experts. He could even kill 3 to 4 of them. Coupled with the formation set up by Wang Xian, he might really be able to trap and kill level 9 Eternal Lord experts. How sinister. I really can't afford to provoke him in the future. Invincible in combat muttered to himself. Damn it, damn it. The effect of the confinement circle is about to wear off. At this moment, more than 100 people were gathered in a place deep in the underground sea. The white-haired old man in the middle looked extremely embarrassed. He looked around and clenched his fists. This time, City Lord Jing and Pavilion Master Zong were heavily injured, and their strength was less than 10%. In order to chase after that guy, everyone took a huge risk. In the past 10 hours, more than 10 of their subordinates were ambushed by powerful sea monsters and died. Among them, 50 to 60 were injured and fled back to the Eternal Divine Kingdom. After all, this was the lowest level of the underground sea, and it was full of dangers. 10 hours had wasted a lot of resources, and there were even less than a dozen people, but that guy had escaped. In 2 days, more than 20 experts in the northern city had died because of him. How could he be willing? The rest of the people also had ugly expressions on their faces. Waves of tyrannical aura rushed out in all directions. Sigh, we're going back just like that? City Lord Jing's face was extremely pale, and his body looked a little hunched. There's no other way. Perhaps he's already. Roar, roar. Pavilion Master Zong shook his head unwillingly. However, before he could finish his words, the battle pet beside him suddenly cried out. Oh! Pavilion Master Zong was slightly taken aback and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Tianling, what did you say? You can smell that person's aura? Pavilion Master Zong hurriedly asked in pleasant surprise. Ayo. The battle pet nodded its head. Smell it? Let's go over immediately. Before the confinement circle disappears, we absolutely cannot give up. Capture him and obtain that formation. The white-haired old man's aura trembled, and he immediately roared. Let's go! Without the slightest bit of hesitation, The group flew in a certain direction under the guidance of their battle pets. There's a shockwave coming from the battle ahead. A very strong shockwave. The group flew for about 10 million kilometers before they suddenly sensed the shockwave coming from the battle ahead of them. They were momentarily stunned. Let's go. We have to go there now. A glint flashed across the white-haired elder's eyes as he accelerated immediately. The rest of them had a gleam in their eyes as well. They had a premonition. Buzz. When they got close to Wuxia, they immediately saw the pet owner of the Dragon Palace, who was surrounded by 4 multicolored dragon pythons. At this moment, he looked extremely miserable. He was barely able to withstand the attacks of the 4 multicolored dragon pythons. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that fellow to be entangled by the multicolored dragon pythons. The heavens are really helping me. The heavens want to build our northern city. Ha ha ha. When City Lord Jing saw the scene, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. It should be that he encountered the multicolored dragon pythons when he was escaping. He couldn't return to the eternal divine kingdom due to the imprisonment ring above his head. His aura was sensed when he fought with the multicolored dragon pythons. Even the heavens are helping us. The white-haired elder's face was also filled with excitement. Everyone in the northern city was extremely excited. They never thought that God would help them so much when they were about to lose all hope of capturing the boss of the Dragon Palace's battle pets. At the last moment, the opponent was attacked by 4 colorful dragon pythons. His hidden aura was exposed again and was discovered by them. Old City Lord, we don't need to fight at all. He has been seriously injured by the multicolored dragon pythons. He might be dying soon. An 8th-level Eternal Master said to the white-haired old man with excitement. The pet boss of the Dragon Palace was injured by the 4 multicolored dragon pythons. They didn't need to fight, and that guy couldn't escape either. They could capture him effortlessly, and once they captured him, they would gain a lot of benefits. No, the confinement circle above his head will soon disappear. Once it disappears, he can immediately escape. Besides, if the multicolored dragon pythons kill him, then our losses will be huge. Make a move now. The white-haired old man shook his head and stared at the front with burning eyes. He turned his eyes to everyone and ordered. The ancestor is right. Attack immediately. City Lord Jing immediately nodded. At this moment, his pale face was flushed red, and his face was filled with excitement. The rise of Northern City was right before his eyes. We'll directly charge over. Pavilion Master Zong's face was also filled with excitement. His body moved, and he directly charged forward. The white-haired old man, City Lord Jing, and the others did not hesitate at all. They directly flew toward the battlefield. Behind them, a few eternal celestial lords at level 8 followed them. This time, they must not let that guy escape. He's here. This time, all of you will die. At this moment, when he saw a figure rushing towards him, a hint of killing intent flashed in Wuxia's eyes. His plan was going very smoothly. Damn it! At this moment, he still had to put on a show. Wuxia's face revealed a ferocious expression. He looked at the group of them and stubbornly resisted the attacks of the multicolored dragon pythons. Ha ha ha, run. Where do you think you're going to run to this time? Kid, surrender. When City Lord Jing saw Wuxia's ferocious expression, he laughed out loud. He was in a great mood as he roared. Boom! For beasts, scram! The white-haired old man's body shook. His level 9 aura, which belonged to the Eternal Lord, burst out. His terrifying aura pressed down on the 4 multicolored dragon pythons. Roar! Roar! The 4 multicolored dragon pythons stared at them vigilantly. They stopped their attacks and retreated to the side uneasily. They swayed their bodies slightly. Ha ha ha! Where are you going to run to now? The white-haired elder saw the fear in the eyes of the 4 multicolored dragon pythons and laughed out loud. He stretched out his palm and grabbed at Wuxia. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. Behind him, City Lord Jing and the sect leader were doing the same. Boom! 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 However, the moment they stepped into the center of the formation, the moment they flew to the left and right of the 4 multicolored dragon pythons, the formation was activated in an instant. Even though the formation used a concealing formation, Those who were stronger than Wang Xian could still sense the fluctuation of the formation around them. Fortunately, the energy from Wang Xian's battle with the 4 multicolored dragon pythons had concealed the fluctuation of the formation. In addition, the people from the northern city were filled with excitement. They didn't look carefully and stepped into the area of the formation. The moment the array formation was activated, the surrounding scene changed greatly. Boom! 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 One array formation was activated, the second, third, fourth, and all the way to the 23rd array formation were all activated. 23 array formations, 17 offensive array formations. A total of 17 array formations that were enough to severely injure an eternal god lord of the 8th rank. 17 array formations exploded together at the same time, and their power was extremely terrifying. You dare to sneak attack me and chase after me. Today, I want to see who will kill who. At this moment, the injuries on Wang Xian's body disappeared instantly. The injuries on his body were originally just a disguise. Roar! This time, he didn't hesitate at all and instantly transformed into a divine dragon. Boom! 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 The aura of the formation fell. Roar! 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 The 4 colorful dragon pythons on both sides also attacked them. All of the explosions happened in an instant. Crap! What's going on? This is an ambush. At this moment, the expressions of the white-haired elder and the other 3 changed dramatically. Their excited expressions instantly disappeared and turned into shock and anger. The terrifying array formation attack, the attack from the 4 multicolored dragon pythons on the left and right, and the owner of the Dragon Palace pet shop in front suddenly turned into a powerful creature. Everything was out of their expectations. Block! The white-haired elder's heart sank as he roared with a ferocious expression. Block! Block! The other 6 also roared and unleashed their strongest defenses. Boom! 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 17 attack formations covered them completely. The attacks from the 4 multicolored dragon pythons also covered them. Roar! Wang Xian opened his huge mouth and charged toward them with the destruction of the laws. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions rang in the formation. The black hole disturbance formation at the outermost part of the formation shook slightly and almost collapsed. As for the position at the center, it could no longer be seen clearly. No, no, old city lord. Lord city lord. Save me. All of a sudden, a blood-curdling scream came from within. Patriarch, save me. At this moment, even City Lord Jing's cry for help rang out. City Lord Jing and the sect leader were both at level 9 of the Eternal Lord. However, under the attack of the law fragment, their injuries were extremely serious. If it wasn't for the fact that they were chasing after Wang Xian, they would have gone back to recuperate. However, this time they might not have a chance. Streams of terrifying energy exploded one after another. Wang Xian looked over coldly. He could sense that the auras inside were disappearing. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. More than 10 seconds later, a figure suddenly dashed out from inside. The figure's entire body was extremely miserable. It was only half of its body. At this moment, he was staring at Wang Xian with a blood-red face. He was like a demon that came from the abyss to demand his life. Hee hee. Wang Xian stared at the half-figure that rushed out and sneered. It might be difficult to kill a level 9 Eternal Lord with such a terrifying attack. However, it was still possible to inflict serious injuries on him. At this moment, his injuries were even more serious than those of City Lord Jing and the sect leader. Kill! However, Wang Xian was not careless. He roared and ordered the 4 colorful dragon pythons to attack the white-haired elder. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, another figure flew out. It was the sect leader of the pet god pavilion. He didn't seem to be seriously injured in the attack just now. He might have used his treasure to block some of it. He wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't return to his eternal divine kingdom at all. Since he couldn't escape, he would kill the pet owner of the Dragon Palace. Kill with all his might. Only the 2 of you are still alive. Don't even think about leaving today. This is the result of ambushing and hunting me down. Seeing that the 2 of them were still alive, Wang Xian's face was filled with awe. He swayed his 10,000-meter-long dragon body and charged straight at them. Now that their injuries were so severe, Wang Xian was not afraid of them at all. Roar! He let out a furious roar. The 5 elemental laws on his dragon claws flickered as he attacked the 2 of them. On both sides, 4 colorful dragon pythons were also attacking them. What kind of existence are you? At this moment, when the white-haired old man saw Wang Xian's form, his eyes were filled with shock. A human could transform into a creature that was 10,000 meters long. He is a dragon, a divine dragon. That's right. He is a divine dragon. That's not right. The divine dragon doesn't seem to be emitting rainbow rays of light. No, what exactly are you? The sect leader stared at Wang Xian, and his expression changed drastically. A powerful pressure and a terrifying figure. As a beast tamer master, he knew a lot of sea monsters, desolate beasts, and even space beasts. He had seen the picture of the divine dragon in an ancient book. It was exactly the same as the current Wang Xian. However, the divine dragon in the ancient book was not colorful. Dead man, you don't need to know too much. Wang Xian roared and swung his dragon claw down. Damn it. You are a guy who has mastered 8 laws. How do you kill me? Even if I am seriously injured, I can still kill you before I die. The white-haired old man roared furiously with a blood-red face. A huge mirror appeared in front of him. The white light attacked Wang Xian's dragon claws directly. Boom! 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 While he was attacking, the 2 multicolored dragon pythons were also attacking him. His expression changed slightly. His body trembled as white mirrors appeared around him and revolved around him. Bang! 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 The multicolored dragon python's attack landed on his body and was blocked by him. In front of him, Wang Xian's dragon claw landed in the white glow and was blocked too, as expected of an expert at level 9 of the Eternal Lord. Even with such serious injuries, he still possesses such powerful strength. Wang Xian's eyes focused. He opened his dragon head and a terrifying energy engulfed him. Go to hell! The white-haired old man had a ferocious look on his face. He was determined to die as he charged at Wang Xian with all his might. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar and the 2 multicolored dragon pythons immediately coiled around him. The 2 multicolored dragon pythons also attacked him without any regard for their lives. I'm just trying to fight for my life. Trying to kill me is just wishful thinking. A cold smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He moved his body and waved his dragon claws. Streams of energy tore towards him. The 2 colorful dragon pythons were entangled around him. They were fighting with their lives and exchanging injuries for injuries. Get lost! The white-haired elder looked extremely embarrassed when he saw the 2 colorful dragon pythons attacking him without any regard for their lives. This time, they were completely defeated. He never expected that all of this was a trap set up by the other party. An Eternal Lord level 8 powerhouse actually dared to set up a trap to kill their group of powerhouses. There was also that terrifying array formation, which had a total of 17 offensive arrays. In addition, there were 4 multicolored dragon pythons. What kind of existence did we provoke? This time, he felt some regret in his heart. The current him could kill an Eternal Lord rank 8 existence with his life, but would the result be like this? After killing a multicolored dragon python, he completely perished. This time, not only am I doomed, the entire northern city is also doomed. His face was filled with despair and malevolence. I can't accept this. I must kill him, kill him. The white-haired old man went crazy. He controlled the divine weapon and attacked Wang Xian crazily. The more he fought, the more severe the injuries on his body became. The multicolored dragon python didn't care about his life at all as it coiled around him. Wang Xian, who was in front of him, wasn't injured at all. On the side, 2 multicolored dragon pythons were coiled around the sect leader. The sect leader, who was already injured, could only endure the attacks of the 2 multicolored dragon pythons. As for the center area, at the center of the explosion, there were corpses lying there. There were 4 level 8 Eternal Lord experts and 1 level 9 Eternal Lord. City Lord Jing. He had fallen under the cover of the array formation. What? What's going on? What happened? Why did the array formation suddenly appear? And the terrifying energy that passed through it. At this moment, more than 100 people from the northern city were staring blankly at the massive array formation that had suddenly appeared in front of them. From the array formation, they could feel waves of power that made their hearts palpitate. The array formation that suddenly appeared, our Lord City Lord, the old Lord City Lord, and the others are most likely ambushed. An eternal God Lord rank 7 old man's expression changed drastically as he growled in a low voice. In this situation, there was a 100% chance that they had been ambushed. Since they dared to ambush them, they definitely had confidence. The old man's words caused everyone in the surroundings to panic. If something really happened to the city lord and the old city lord, then the entire northern city would be in a complete decline. I hope nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Some people mumbled. Haha, you bunch of damned fellows from Sky City actually dared to provoke Boss Wong. You must be out of luck now. HMPH, Boss Wong has set up dozens of formations. The people who are surrounded by the formations are probably going to die soon. At this moment, the voice of Invincible in battle techniques rang out. He saw Wang Xian trapping all the experts and kept praying in his heart. When he saw the people from the northern city, his face was filled with anger. He could not help but provoke them. Invincible in battle techniques, you are also the one who harmed our city in the sky. Our patriarch knows about this and will definitely not let you off. When the people heard his words, they looked extremely embarrassed. They looked at him with murderous intent. HMPH, who are you threatening? My patriarch is also a godly monarch. Invincible in combat arts, will be afraid of you. If you dare to sneak attack us, you are courting death. Invincible in combat arts roared at them without any fear. You. Everyone's expressions changed as they glared viciously at Invincible in combat arts. However, they did not dare to attack. There was no need to say if they could crack the defensive cardinal treasures on their opponents. Even if they were invincible in battle techniques, they didn't dare to attack rashly. Otherwise, if the land of battle techniques got angry, the northern city wouldn't be able to quell their anger. Humph, a bunch of trash. Invincible in battle techniques glanced at them with disdain. His eyes fixed on the true formation. Boss Wong, you mustn't be in trouble. He mumbled to himself. Ah, die? You bastard, die! An extremely shrill voice rang out from within the formation. The old man's face was filled with malevolence as he attacked a multicolored dragon python in front of him, an attack that didn't care about his life. Die! When Wang Xian saw the white-haired old man's attack before his death, his face was filled with mockery. A dragon claw finger landed on his head when he was killing a multicolored dragon python. I actually died at the hands of a puny level 8 Eternal Lord. What a joke! As death approached, his face was filled with unwillingness. The white-haired old man had fallen. Ah, even if you die, I will not let you have it easy. After the white-haired elder died, the sect leader roared with a ferocious look on his face. The current him was already in despair. He was the leader of the Divine Pet Pavilion, yet he actually died here. How pathetic! How laughable! Bang, bang, bang! A terrifying collision sound rang out. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes were filled with a cold expression. Another multicolored dragon python had died. However, he was also killed by another multicolored dragon python. I don't have any enmity with you guys. Since you guys want to kill me, I can only kill you guys. Wang Xian watched them die completely and muttered to himself. Although I have suffered a great loss by killing you guys, I shouldn't suffer too much. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face. He transformed into his human form and collected the corpses one by one. Now that he had transformed into the body of the divine dragon, it was too eye-catching. There were many experts who could recognize the divine dragon in this world. Wang Xian wasn't sure if they would covet his body of the divine dragon. Therefore, they wouldn't transform into the divine dragon until the very end. There are quite a number of treasures. With the addition of the 7 corpses, the few members of the Dragon Palace will be able to improve a lot. Wang Xian kept the corpses and looked at the corpses of the 2 colorful dragon pythons. I still lost a lot. Wang Xian mumbled. One living war pet could be exchanged for more than 20 corpses of the same level. However, I might not be able to obtain the corpses of the multicolored dragon pythons without their pursuit. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. With a wave of his arm, the only black hole disturbance formation dissipated. The formation is disappearing. At this moment, more than 100 people from Northern City were staring at the formation nervously from outside. An old man saw the fluctuation of the formation and clenched his fist tightly. Nothing must happen to the lords of Northern City. Boss Wang is invincible. Northern City must die. Boss Wang is invincible. Northern City must die. Not far away, Invincible Battle Technique felt the fluctuation of the formation and was extremely nervous. If Wang Xian died inside or was captured, his battle pet would be gone. Buzz. The formation dissipated completely and a figure was revealed. Haha, Boss Wang is invincible and the world. He has unified the greater world for thousands of generations. When Wang Xian's figure appeared, an extremely excited voice entered his ears. When he heard the Chinibu's words, Wang Xian's face turned black. This fellow. Oh no. It's over. The city lord is dead. The old city lord and the rest are dead too. All the lords are dead. However, when the people from the northern city saw Wang Xian's figure, their bodies trembled violently. A look of despair appeared on their faces. Run! Run back immediately! An old man immediately roared. Without any hesitation, he returned to his eternal divine kingdom. They were completely scared out of their wits. More than 100 people disappeared quickly? When Wang Xian saw them escaping, he didn't attack them. If they wanted to escape, he couldn't stop them. Boss Wang, you're too powerful. The figure pounced at him. He was almost hugging his thigh. Wang Xian kicked him and told him to stay away from him. Boss Wang, do you think we should go back now? That multicolored dragon python. He rubbed his hands nonchalantly and said with a smile. 2 of them are dead. I'll give you 1. Wang Xian looked at him and said, 2 of them are dead. Sigh, this bunch of darn beasts from the northern city actually killed 2 multicolored dragon pythons. They deserve to die for their crimes. Invincible said indignantly, but his mouth almost opened in excitement. He didn't care how many he killed. As long as he could get 1, it would be enough. The mount of an Eternal God Lord Tier 8. Imagine if he rode an Eternal God Lord Tier 8 colorful dragon python and walked around in the sky above the Battle Technique City. The female fans of the fan club should be able to break through 50 billion. He mumbled and couldn't be more excited. This time, it would definitely shake up the entire Tianzi continent. Then I'll have to trouble Boss Wang to help me tame it. Invincible Battle Technique opened his mouth and said to him, "You're not missing out." Wang Xian looked at him speechlessly and summoned a multicolored dragon python. It was rare for a level 1 Eternal Lord to ride on the level 8 battle pet of the Eternal Lord. Firstly, sea monsters were powerful, and they wouldn't submit to the weak, even if they were tamed. Secondly, the weak wouldn't dare to ride on a powerful battle pet. If the battle pet went berserk, they could easily kill their master. However, he wasn't afraid of invincible battle techniques. He had a defensive true treasure. It took him a full 10 hours to help invincible battle techniques tame the colorful dragon pythons. The main reason was that this guy was too weak and it took too much time. Let's put away the battle pets first and see if there are still multicolored dragon pythons in this seaweed coral area. If there are, I will tame a few more. Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Tactic. This time, if the 2 multicolored dragon pythons didn't die, Wang Xian would sell them when he went back. It was possible for him to directly break through to the 4th level of the Eternal Lord and level up 2 levels consecutively. His strength would reach the peak of the Eternal Lord. Boss Wang, leave it to me. In the future, let me know about this. I will definitely go through hell and back. At this moment, Invincible Battle Technique opened his mouth and looked like he was loyal. Go! Wang Xian waved his hand at him. This time, without Invincible Battle Technique, he might really die. It was only right to give him a colorful dragon python. Without him, it would be very difficult for him to obtain so many battle pets. What should we do now? City Lord Jing has fallen. The old City Lord has fallen. and even the level 8 Eternal Lord is left with only one person. Our northern city has completely fallen. At this moment, in the northern city of Sky City, more than 200 experts had gathered together. The leader was a pale old man. The old man was in level 8 Eternal Lord, and he was the last level 8 Eternal Lord in Northern City. He was the strongest one. He did not follow them this time. Instead, he was in charge of the Northern City. After everyone had escaped, they immediately gathered together to discuss the future. Sigh. The old man looked at everyone present and sighed heavily. His face looked even paler. The City Lord was dead, the old City Lord was dead, and he was the only level 8 expert. As one of the 18 cities in the sky, the Northern City was already extremely weak. The death of the old City Lord and City Lord Jing is a great event for us. We have to report this to the main city and the Patriarch. The old man said slowly, and everyone around fell silent. What would happen to Northern City next? The Patriarch and my father died for our Northern City. We can't let them die like this and tell the main city everything. When the time comes, you can say that they have obtained a map of the Earth-Chelan Turtle Sea monster and are going to subdue it. Then they will be ambushed and killed by the pet owner of the Dragon Palace. You can also tell them about the array formation. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly roared with a ferocious face. His words made everyone's hearts tremble. In the hall, everyone was staring at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the descendant of the old City Lord, the son of City Lord Jing, and now had the strength of an Eternal Lord Tier 5. In the future, he had a 90% chance of inheriting the position of City Lord. But now, the old ancestor was dead, his father was dead, and Northern City was practically dead in name. Either the other cities were allowed to merge, or the main city sent people to take over. How could the middle-aged man be willing to let this go? How could he not take revenge? The rest of the people were slightly silent. They would also suffer a huge loss from the loss of the Northern City this time. Alright, I support it. The owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop killed our City Lord. We must take revenge for this. We are not his match. But it's easy for the experts of Sky City to kill him. He only killed the City Lords by relying on schemes and tricks. Once the experts of Sky City attack them, he won't live long. An old man stood up. He used to be the trusted aide of City Lord Jing. Okay. Do you have any objections? The Tier 8 old man in the center swept his gaze across everyone and said indifferently, No objections. We must avenge the City Lords and pay with blood. Everyone immediately shouted, All right. We will immediately contact the City Lords. The old man nodded, waved at everyone, and immediately began to leave. The rest of the people immediately left. At the same time, the Sky City's main city. The Sky City in the void was incomparably vast. The main city was filled with palaces and god kingdoms. Even the god kingdoms of many eternal god lords were placed there. Here, the Sky City's god king was in charge. It was extremely safe to place the eternal god kingdoms there. Commander, there's an urgent message from the Northern City. A middle-aged man stepped into a palace and spoke to a vast figure sitting on a throne. Wang! The figure waved his arm, and the figure of an 8th-ranked elder appeared in front of him. Where is your City Lord? What do you want to report? The elder in the image of the figure shrouded in divine light asked indifferently. The former Vice City Lord of the Northern City pays his respects to the commander. The commander has made the decision for our Northern City. The old City Lord, the City Lord, and the other rank 8 experts of the Northern City have all been killed by the traitors. We request the commander to help us take revenge. The elder directly knelt on the ground and said loudly, What? Jing Yu and the Northern Kingdom of Jing have fallen? What on earth is going on? The divine light fluctuated a little, and the voice of the figure inside turned cold. 2 Tier 9 Eternal Lord experts had fallen. This was a great loss to the entire Sky City, especially since they were the City Lords of the Northern City, who dared to kill the experts of their Sky City. This was a complete provocation to the Sky City. Commander, father, and ancestor were killed by the owner of the Dragon Palace's pet shop. A middle-aged man appeared on the screen and said angrily, We will make the decision for the 2 City Lords of the Northern City. No one can provoke the Sky City. Dozens of seconds later, the figure shrouded in divine light said slowly, "Thank you, Commander." "Thank you, Commander." The middle-aged man quickly thanked him. The figure shrouded in divine light waved his arm and the image disappeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a thought, he passed the news to some people in the main city. Commander Duan. Soon, 7 or 8 figures appeared in the hall and greeted the figure in front of them. "You all know the news. Let's talk about the situation in the North City." Commander Duan said to them, "I asked a person in the North City just now. There's a discrepancy in the information. The North City provoked the enemy first, and then they were tricked and killed." An elder said directly, "I don't care about anything else. It's true that the enemy killed our people. Those who killed us have to die. Although the North City has declined, it's still one of the 18 cities. The city in the sky can't be offended." An old man beside him said directly, "I've already sent people to investigate the identity of the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. Now that formation is the key." One of the old men followed closely and spoke. After he finished speaking, the surroundings quieted down. This kind of formation can only be mastered by some of the powerful warriors of the Witch Formation Association. That lord from the mysterious sky domain also can't master it, right? An old man muttered. It is said that the Success Wizard Association has this kind of array formation. This kind of array formation can only be grasped by very few people in the Success Wizard Association. That lord has never seen him use it before, so it should not be possible. Commander Duan said slowly, "What kind of existence was the Success Wizard Association?" "One of the top existences in the Greater Thousand World. Void God Emperor was overseeing it. The boss of the Dragon Palace War Pet should have a very big relationship with that lord." One of them frowned slightly. "Regardless of whether he has a relationship or not, he has to pay the price for killing our people." "I agree, but we can't do it openly. Send out the Sky War God Squad and find an opportunity to capture him. Inform the progenitor of this matter." The old men immediately spoke up. Even if they knew that the boss of the Dragon Palace's war pet had a very close relationship with a godly monarch, that formation was still worthy of them taking action. A formation that was extremely precious even in the Wizard Association, let alone to them. Revenge was just an excuse. In the underground sea, Wang Xian didn't know that he had formed a deadly enmity with the city in the sky. He also didn't know that a group of experts at the pinnacle of the Eternal God Lord was eyeing him. Invincible Battle Technique continued to search for the multicolored dragon pythons. Perhaps it was because of the battle, or there were only 4 multicolored dragon pythons in this area. Invincible continued to search outside for 5 days, but he did not encounter any multicolored dragon pythons. This made Wang Xian feel a little helpless. The level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord were not cabbages in the depths of the underground sea. Otherwise, the humans in the Tianzi continent would have been wiped out long ago. "Boss Wang, why don't we continue to search?" Invincible did not slack off this time as he spoke to Wang Xian. "There's no need. I've been out for more than 20 days. It's time to go back." Wang Xian shook his head. He would go back and level up first. Next time, he would be able to fight against the level 9 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. All right, let's go back immediately." Invincible was a little excited when he heard Wang Xian's words. Although he had used up the law fragment given to him by his ancestor this time, he had managed to exchange it for a multicolored dragon python battle pet. He had made a huge profit. Most importantly, he could pretend to be 13 again. "Let's go." Following that, Invincible Battle Technique flew out excitedly. He flew out from the surface of the sea and headed straight for the nearest city in the City of Battle Technique. When he arrived at the city, Wang Xian did not follow him back to the City of Battle Technique. Instead, he went straight back to the Shen Heaven domain through the formation. The harvest this time was extremely huge for Wang Xian. Close to 400 war pets at the level of the Eternal Lord would be able to upgrade him by 1.5 levels or even more.